Hello everybody, and welcome back to the finals days for the WARNO League Super Tournament 1.0. As today, we gonna go into the finals. And as you can see, the prize pool now is real. We are up to $200. That means everybody here that is in the top 4 already will get part of it. But how much they really will get depends on how well they play today. Also, you can still raise it up by clicking the claim code button. But yeah, it's Sunday, guys, and that means we are down to the top 4. And that means we have a best of 3 and a best of 5 ahead of us. With me having choosing the wrong thing here. And yeah, the bracket here, Mandos versus Yukiore being covered on this channel. And Procommu versus Pit Icarus being covered over at the Wooden Boxes channel, if you want to see that. We're gonna cover this up here, between Mandos and Yukiore. Chloride is a couple minutes late, will be in here in a second. And yeah, as always, tie and suit for final days. Even though I'm still not quite up there, guys. COVID still got me. But I'm trying to hang in here and trying to get carried through by Chloride once he is around. Yeah, let's get in contact with Mandos and Yukiore, guys. And who do you think is the favorite at the moment out of these 4 players? As I believe they're all pretty strong. And yeah, we're gonna cover Yukiore versus Icarus versus Mandos first here, as they already are in the game, so we're gonna jump in there in a second. As the first map is going to be the new map, as for the first time we're gonna see Hesse Duel, a map that is quite interesting. A lot of space on that one. Mount River Duel as the second one, then again an Airport Duel as the tiebreaker if we have to go to game number 3. So yeah, let's jump right in there and see how all of this does develop over there. Let's go. Also, yeah, can't do push-ups today, guys. I have COVID. I just told you. Like, yeah, I don't want to kill my heart. So, sorry, guys. No, none of that today. Okay, wanting to kill me here. Okay. I have that on my list. Tuken. I wish I could do it, but yeah. Yukiore versus Mandos. Game number 1. As Mandos comes in with 79th, Yukiore with 8th infantry. And yeah, as I said before, has an interesting map, quite wide. And also, obviously, with the town, a lot of room here though, as a lot of you who watched Hippie lately might know, this is kind of a bait, as these 2 zones are kind of hard to get into, and it's more about this territory to fight over. We have BMP2s and Spetsnaz GRU coming around here. More scouts up north, BRDMs coming in as well. So all of this will be really interesting. 79 versus 8. Obviously, the player's not super familiar with the map as well, so they're gonna have to adjust a bit as well. As will they on the first map of the final round, as we're gonna be on the first community made map there with Crown Duel. Scouts coming around. Here at the M2U. yeah, we're gonna let Chloride make those push-ups. But yeah, as I said, I wish I could do them today, but I'm really wouldn't be able to do 20 right now, I believe, and also it wouldn't be quite healthy for me to do them. Chloride is going to be around in a minute or two. He's running up as fast as possible. Had something coming up IRL, but he will be with us later. Unfortunately, Fantix has issues with his PC, so no analyst desk today either, which is really a shame. But yeah, unfortunate because his PC, like even more unfortunate for him for sure, as his PC just didn't want to start today. So I hope he can figure that out. But yeah, he won't be able to join us on the analyst desk today. So we just gonna go through that and wish him best of luck with his PC there. Yeah. So let's have a look here on 79 versus 8th. Also interesting to see how many divisions Mandos is able to play. 79, another one of those slower divisions. He not super heavy on the forward deploy, but good tanks, decent artillery, and a decent amount of infantry as well. That's kind of what he loves to play. 8 on the other side, obviously, a really solid deck as well. O2s here coming in because of the TADBVs immediately. Double Toe 2, really interesting start. Bradley coming around as well, so strong amount of ATGMs here from the get-go. And yeah, on the other side, BMP2s, Spetsnaz GRU, and so on around as well. And yeah, Lathans and Team and Blaze both were busy this weekend. They will be in the league though, guys, so don't you worry too much. We gonna have them around soon as well. And this is going to be interesting here. Scouts coming around. Yeah, interesting setup here from Yukiore with a lot of recon. On the other side, 4 recon units as well. BMP2s in good numbers. Eaglas coming up, BMP2s coming up. And really, 79 even more armored than 8th. 8th has decent tanks as well. Has all the tanks up to the M1A1. M60s, M1 Abrams. So a decent variety there. A couple more light tanks than 79th, which only has a couple of TO55s. But not as many high-end tanks as the TADBVK and especially the TADBV IZD29 with its fast speed and its good ATGM that you get as the 79th. But you have better artillery, and you have a lot of chunky mech rifle infantry units, which will beat the the Motostrelkis quite handily. Though no real IV on the side of Yukiore, only the Recon Bradley, no normal IV. So the BMP2s could be a decisive factor here as well. Which always is a cool matchup. It's one of the OG matchups, as 79 was in the original launch of the game into early access. 8th came with the first patch, so both of these are really, really well known by this point, and a lot of playtime with both for most players, most likely, that play a lot of ranked, but it's still always cool to see them, especially on a new map like this. 79 for sure an interesting choice on this, but with the open space, it kind of makes sense still, and I'm really interested to see how this plays out. Yeah, Toe 2's down here. For all of you who are interested in joining the league, and who can join, unlike Tofuk, the informations can be found here. And yeah, it's a lot of setup time here from the both players. Osa's coming around, BMP2s. As I said, whoever wants to check out the other game, you can find the other semifinal over at the Wooden Boxes channel. And yeah, we gonna have the grand finals obviously on this channel then afterwards. A lot of people going 8th despite Dragon 1 ban. Yep, it's still a super strong division. The Dragon 2 is still a good one. And you still get great artillery, great tanks. So 8 is not as reliant on the Dragon 1. Just that with the Dragon 1, it's completely OP. With the Dragon 1, it's a completely busted division. That's why we had to do that ban. Hopefully, that's gonna get fixed early next week with a hotfix, or at least next week at some point when Eugen brings in the hotfix, as that should come around in the near future. And yeah, this map here looking really hot. One of the best looking maps in the game in my eyes, with this town that is partially destroyed already. The high-rise buildings on the side, and then this railway dam with the railway on top, the big one, and then down here the farmland behind it. After that is a really cool mix and a really fun map to play as well. I look forward to see this event eventually in ranked as well. I feel like this version of the map might be a slight bit too big. You might want to cut it just a slight bit on the sides. Like you could cut this road here maybe off, like if you cut it here, and then maybe also cut it here. You could make it a bit more interesting, but Hesse for sure is a cool map. And the zones being relatively centered makes the dead space on the side just really is a bit annoying for the flanking maneuvers. That can be really good on the map, but for the gameplay it's focused enough that it is fine in 1v1 as well in my eyes. So yeah, here we go. Game number 1 in the semifinals. Winner of this is a good step closer to the grand finals. And yeah, it's gonna be a really exciting match here. Yukiore bringing up the scouts. A lot of mech rifles already. No tanks here on either side. Su-25 rocket coming in early on here though, on the side of Mandos. Trying to find something to hunt. We see the fighter escort for it as well. MiG-29s double. And Su-25 going to go hunting. Scouts get killed off there immediately, so the Su-25 doesn't even need to go there. Question is, will it see much more here on its timeout? Interesting start here from Mandos to start this game with. If the Bradley can be found, that would be pretty uncomfortable for Yukiore. But the Su-25 so far not seeing anything else. So far not really paying off. Double F-16 here now. MiG-29s need to be careful. They are the ones with the Rs-27T, which is an infrared missile. They tried to hunt the F-16s. F-16s showing their rear right now. Can't fire any missiles themselves. One goes down on either side. Another F-16 comes in. The MiG-29 here now needs to get the hell out of there. Gets shot down. Su-25 doesn't have any air-to-air missiles. Tries to get in now with its guns. Needs to be careful, as the F-16s might not be able to run it down with their guns. Oh, OSA coming in clutch, but the F-16 here doesn't get enough time on target. It does. Second F-16 falls to the OSA. Two cubes coming down here. One gets a hit. Another missile flying out. Ooh, F-16 really damaged. But an interesting start here for sure. The better end for Yukiore, especially as the double cube has been brought in there as well. So a lot of investment into air and AA. The AA will be helpful in the long run, but there's way less on the front line here right now for Mandos, as the mech rifles push forward. Mech rifle dragons pushing forward down in the south as well. The MP2 trying to hold the line. And up north, Mech Rifle Dragons and Mech Rifle Law pushing in as well. There's only one Motostrelki here. There is a BMP2, but with the Mech Rifle Dragons, you can't push those away. KDBV coming already in the south, though with the TOW2s, you gotta be careful there. We have more TOW2s being brought in for the fight around November, and Yukiore is going for the capture in the town area. BRDM capturing all the zones here now for Mandos, trying to equalize the point cap. Mandos could be pushing towards Lima quite easily here right now. Only scouts in front of that. M1A1 pushing in up north though. And if Yukiore can get over here and can take control of the whole town, you are in trouble as well. So you kind of have to fight in the town. Otherwise your biggest reinforcement route is under a lot of pressure. You can at least spawn on the other side of the dam and then try to push back in from that direction, but still, if the enemy gets in here, you have a lot of problems. Iglas needs to be careful. Motostrelki is pushing forward. BMP2 in no position to really help out there. Another Su-25 actually being brought in. BMP2 wants to smoke off for now, but you don't want to lose line of sight here. Oh, with shot side armor. Arc, really unfortunate. As the mech rifles can push further forward. And Mandos should realize now that there is an opening in the middle. As there's so much in the north, there's a good amount of stuff in the south as well. So pushing the middle here would be quite big now. It seems like the Iglas have spotted the mech rifles. Will the Su-25 be on target? Yes, it is. Wipes them out completely. He's nearly out of rockets as well, though. Should evacuate here. Or does it risk to stay along further? The MP2 can't beat the M1A1. Rajvetka versus scouts up north. Obviously, the Rajvetka being in the building will win that fight. But BMP2 gets killed off before the smoke does pop. The Perry RPOs being brought in. Good unit to fight in this town area. Su-25 still searching for an opening. What Rajvetka will beat the scouts here. 7 versus 4 man. Spetsnaz, GRU and Motostrelki is pushing in as well. Finally Mandos realizing that there is an opening here. Saperi RPO and more Motostrelkis coming in up north. Maybe going a bit too deep there though. Especially as the mech rifle dragons, if they could get a shot onto the road, these units might be in trouble. But even the law here against the BTR-60s will be devastating. Scouts being hunted. Su-25 not able to get on target. So yeah, let's see.
Hi Protos, is the game live? So I can just fast forward.
Fast forward to the live game. Yukiore versus Mandos here. Game number 1 on Hesse Duel. We have a lot of cool action already ongoing between 8th and 79th.
I had a spate of bad luck and I had to run a long way home, but I'm here finally.
Well, yeah, thanks. Glad to have you. Ooh, both Saperi's RPOs got killed off in transport. The law here really hitting home out of these buildings. Mech Rifle Dragons in a good spot as well. This is a painful situation for Mandos up north. Really needs to get the push home here now in the center, but is still a bit too shy in my eyes to come around here. Tow Cobra under attack by the Su-25. Ooh, nearly goes down. The Osa comes in with the clutch kill. Bradley, though, gets the Osa. F-16 gets the Su-25. And the situation goes from bad to worse here. Coop's not able to shoot down the F-16 on that long-range shot. BRDM has to evacuate away from the Bradley. If that falls, that would be another devastating loss here. And the TOW2 does hit its mark. Bradley gets another kill. So really, really bad times here for Mandos right now in this game. We'll have to chill out a bit from now on and really re-establish the forces. We'll leave the +2 tick to the opponent, as the forces right now just not numerous enough to deal with the enemy. The ADBV has a chance here of catching the Bradley on the way out of there, as it tries to rotate towards the sub-harry. The T80 not spotted beforehand, as the Rajvetka comes up as well. Coops shuffling in the rear, BTRs and BMP2 coming around, Mech Rifles pushing forward. Mech Rifle Dragon under fire, Pulmachiki here in the action as well. And this is a really hot game number 1 already. Motostralki BMP and Modrajvetka still holding up the pressure against Lima, but with the MR13 here with a 50 cal, the BMP2 is not engaging. The situation is not going to get better here for Mandos either. The BMP2s, if they would have pushed early on into there, the situation would have been quite nice. MiG-23 struggling to kill the Tow Cobra in the north. Pivot and Stinger push it back. There's an F-16 and a Wild Weasel now as well. Coop will have to be careful with the Wild Weasel around, as these seed missiles will hunt down any radar AA quite nicely, especially as it has 5 of those Shrike seed missiles. So you really don't want to duel with this. You have to keep your micro up there against these F-16s. The M1A1 nearly got killed here, but it did survive the encounter with some BMPs and the Conquerors. T-ADBV IZD here now trying to push forward, but there's a lot of units here already. Not sure if the tank really is the right unit to push here. So against the law, they're out of ammo, so it actually might work out. Oh, not if it gets side-shotted though. Okay, at least only gets hit in the frontal armor. Needs to get just closer in here now. Oh, it should just close in. It should just close in. Nothing here has AT anymore. The T80 PV IZD actually can just win this fight here now, if it just keeps on pushing.
Yeah, it seems like the 79th choice here is just I don't know which divisions got banned, but the amount of infantry that and the quality of infantry that Yukiore can bring here is just way superior to Mandos. So seeing all of this fighting up the more urban area here just kind of tells me the story of how this game has been going. The super RPO, even when you put these get these people with 0 vet, and even when you have the large amount of BMP2s, it's very difficult to bring that amount of explosive damage that can kill 11 fortified mech rifles.
Yeah, but the map is actually more open than it looks like, because there's only 2 zones in the north. And there was an opening on towards Lima for a long while in this game, and it still kinda is. But the BMP2s in the middle have been really passive so far.
Yeah, I mean, but you know,
another Su-25 coming in, and another Su-25 going down. The Coops not able to retaliate onto the F-16, and the T-ADBV IZD now gets killed off by Laws. That's really not what you want to have happen there. Trying to fight the town fight with T-80s, not what you want to do, really.
Yeah, so what do you think about this choice to have the T-ADBV, even the faster ones, the ISD-29s, hang around in these extremely close quarters locations where they have the worst possible field of fire? Do you think that this tank force would have been better served just concentrating on the south or the middle, and then instead of kind of mistakenly trying to use them in an urban context? Or do you think that have the T-ADBVs actually been worthwhile here?
Not really. Like, they just killed off some infantry, but they should have retreated, and I think Lima and X-Ray, there is already a good stepping stone towards those 2 zones for Mandos, and he should have played more for that. Instead, tries to bring in a MiG-23 here on its own. The T-ADBV in the south already did a good amount of work. The kill on the Bradley did happen, Cluster Bomber doesn't get it killed either. The Coops get the retaliation here. Igla gets killed, but the Coops might get the F-16 here as well. They go for the wrong one. If they would have shot the closer one, they could have really gotten a nice kill there. Don't get it on the way out either. But the T-80BV is still alive, and PVK coming in as well. Like, the amount of heavy armor, especially if you're supported with the BMP-2s, that you can push towards Lima and X-Ray makes the town relatively irrelevant as long as you hold on the outskirts. But investing so much into the town, in my eyes, is a mistake.
Yeah, it is very, especially when you're playing a tank heavy division. It's very easy to find yourself having a 265 or 270 points and just immediately reflexively buying the tank, knowing that it's going to take some time for the tanks to come out, and you want to have them anyways because you're playing an armored deck. But when you relegate the planning and organization portion of your force into becoming a secondary concern, you might end up just buying bad units into bad situations. And honestly, 8th Infantry right here just is. I don't see Mandos driving them out there without significant investments which just straight up would probably be way more worthwhile down south, where Mandos is currently firing down at a toll 2, and even buying more recon, firing smoke to cover the LRS, and in general, this lower southern play here seems to be way better investment for Mandos.
And yeah, Peta bringing a good point up there in chat. You could just level the town with Gruts eventually, but that's if you even need to play there. The TADBVK comes into X-Ray now, will capture that point, no problem. That will stop the tick, and then you can focus on how to capture Lima. And Yukiore, yes, M1A1s are available, but the TOW2s already start to get taken out, and there are way more T-80BVs here. Or if you have the same number, then at least on higher veterancy than the M1A1s on the other side. So, and you also have the ATGM, so playing for the open field here a bit more is, I think, what Mandos has to do here now to turn this game around.
Yeah, we can see Yukiore having the F-16 interceptors going in pairs, which is obviously the way you should do it.
A lot of F-16 clusters in this one.
Yeah, 2 mediocre interceptors are an extremely powerful force, whereas 1 mediocre interceptor is really just not necessarily going to get any results.
New TOW2 has arrived in the south. ADBV lives a dangerous life there. ATGM is flying out. ADBV, I think, has no smoke left. Ooh, it's down to 1 hit point. Needs to get the hell out of there. It's still on an attack move, though. Okay, it has smoke left. It will get back to the Ural. Important moment there for Mandos, though the cluster bombers are waiting for their moment as well here.
Yeah, if Mandos realizes that he could redirect the smoke fire to the TOW2, there could be an actual breakthrough here, as long as the F-16 clusters can't do anything about it. The air power here, the 2 clusters, a Wild Weasel and the fighters, seem to be the main, justifiably the main force that Mandos is afraid of. Bringing in 2 more OSAs to quickly, max speed, transported radar AA missiles to try to just negate the American air advantage right now. We can also see Yukiore bringing out a first heavy artillery, the Howitzer M109A2.
Scouts getting taken out here in the south. The Coup's currently out of ammo, so they can't really do much. Up in the north, we see a Hind now being involved. The TADBV IZD in the north did die again, though, as there is an Abrams that came around, and there is an IHawk in the north as well. Cluster Bomber just barely doesn't kill the M1A1. The M1A1 was just on the side of that cluster run, and the IHawk and the pivots find the kill on it, so the situation there not amazing for Mandos still, but the center and the south look a good bit better if the air menace of Yukiore can be kept in check.
Yeah, so there are there is currently 2 Coups and 2 OSAs. A single OSA getting close, trying to maybe take out this Tow Cobra, but getting targeted by the Tow 2, thus revealing once again that the Tow 2 is still active and also being resupplied.
Osa has to disengage against the Bradley. It will get out of there. Backing up back into the Tow 2 though. This is really not the best spot for the Osa to be.
Mandos needs to smoke it.
Running in the wrong direction, not dodging, and landing up dead. Seed planes and clusters coming up. Seed plane finds the Osa, so it's down to the 2 Coups now, and that's what Mandos has to prevent. Losing AA like that, he really can't afford at this point, with the cluster bombers being the biggest threat to his tank force. BMP-2 gets taken out as well. CV of Yukiore comes back in, will survive against the Conquerors, and will capture the point. There is a Tow Cobra around, and without the Osa, nothing to kill that for Mandos. Bradley under fire, but still might get its missile out. Oh, good micro there, but the cluster bomber comes around, finds a good hit onto the T-80 BVK. Coups not able to find a hit here. Meanwhile, up north, Saperi RPO still trying to push forward. BRDM trying to sneak in there, but they're a really risky play with the BRDM.
One of the Coups did actually get a last-minute hit at the cluster plane, so that is a small victory for Mandos right now. But Yukiore's defense here seems to be kind of concentrating on both these Tow Cobras and other ATGMs all around. This the artillery here, the mortar from Mandos' side, should be used to more actively smoke out the Tow Cobras as well as the Bradleys, so that the T-80BVs and BVKs and all the rest of the units can actually get some movement. Right now, all of Mandos' units are staying still because any kind of reveal will just have the ATGM start targeting them. This is a passive position from which Yukiore is getting ticks, but also Yukiore is able to fortify and make this situation even worse for Mandos. Mandos needs to take some positions from which to defend aggressively, and the mortar seems to be the only realistic way that he could start doing it.
Really interesting aggressive play in the north by a BMP-2. Gets the kill onto the pivot, gets out of there alive most likely as well. Saperi RPO and Motostrelki pushing forward there now as well. BTR-60 on the hunt too. And the mech rifle laws, they will see the BMP-2 in a second. But they are super stressed out, so they might not get the hit. No, they do. BMP-2 goes down. Double cluster coming in onto the hind here actually. Killing it off on the ground. No AA in the north, so no way to kill that. We have a seed plane out as well again, and there's only radar AA here on the side of Mandos, so no way to play around that when the seed plane is around. The fighters of Mandos all got shut down early on outside of a couple of MiG-23s, and that is really the problem here. The airplay of Yukiore will be really overwhelming in the long run. BMP-2 play in the north.
The scout unit of Yukiore actually spotted and saw that the helicopter had landed, so there was perfect information there for Yuki.
Yeah, BTR-60 coming around, Motostrelkis trying to help out, pushing forward. The Saperi RPO got taken out as well, and the force is still superior here for Yukiore. Hind immediately gets shot by a Stinger as well. Will shoot some ATGMs toward an M1A1. Oh, and mech rifle dragons coming around from the side. Hind might be able to find that though and kill that off. BMP-2s killed off in the middle. As a UWATS here in a really interesting fight with the scouts. Both super low. Scout might win that fight. Oh, it's so close. The UWATS actually does get it. Another T-80BV IZD coming in. Another T-80BV pushing in the south. So there are some Bradleys again. Bradley gets hit. The Tow 2 currently can't engage as the smoke blocks off the line of sight for it. The mech rifle law has its weapon turned off. Tries to get a hit with its AT rocket launcher. Currently still blocked by smoke as well. Oh, the BV shows rear armor at the moment. That would be a really, really terrible move here. What is the TADBVK doing there? That's not the movement that you want from it. Oh, it's backing rearwards into the law and gets killed off by the A10, I believe. Oh, that was weird movement there out of Mandos.
Yeah, I think it was maybe panicking and trying to get get the tank behind the building to cover from both the tow cobra and the A10. The A10 was visible to Mandos, and now the Coop manages to take it out at long range, which is a decent kill. But really, at this point, Yukiore has good vision on numerous TADBVs, and Yukipore's positions with the LRS and with the scouts allow more movement, whereas Mandos really doesn't have any space where to maneuver. Mandos is trying to maneuver into the Lima point in the middle, not having spotted any units currently. a mech rifle dragon up north, a mech rifle dragon in the front, a Bradley in the front, and an LRS to spot the tanks immediately as they reach the tree line. This is a pretty heavily defended position.
Ooh, cluster bomber gets taken out. Double seat coming in though. The coops didn't turn off in time. One of them gets taken out as well. MiG-23 trying to come in. Coop reactivating, trying to get some hits out as well. Not being able to, as the seaplanes are a bit too strong. The MiG-23 gets hit before it can hurt the tow cobra too much. The F-16 not able to kill it. Osa not able to hit back either though. Tow cobra gets the kill here onto the TADBV. Coop might want to try to kill that, but the loss of heavy tanks here by for Mandos, pretty painful. No TADBVs in the south. Some pushing towards Lima now again. The northern situation deteriorating as well, as a lot of mech rifles have been pushed in here for Mandos. One of the mech rifles at least will get killed off by the BMP-2, but only one Motostrelki in there against 5 infantry squads of Yukiore and 2 tanks as well. So the north is basically lost by this point. There, Mandos just only needs to contain, or only can contain at this point. But the question is, what happens around Lima and X-Ray? If you can get those, it doesn't really matter what happens in the north, but the question is, can that be done? TADBVK on the way to Lima, that's what I wanted to see the whole game already. It might happen now. We see a seaplane with a MiG-27K seat here, actually getting in for a gun run. Trying to kill the tow cobra as well. Got a nice kill onto the enemy, the Bradley here beforehand. The Seed Wild Weasel will try to find the Osas, will find the Osas. Might find the Coop as well. Yes, they do. Really terrible disaster here once more for Mandos. Losing 2 AA pieces again to Seed. And that leaves it open for the cluster bombers now again. No Coops on the battlefield, only 1 Osa. MiG-23s really low in number as well, and it's gonna be really tough for Mandos in this game number 1 here to try to get that back home.
Yeah, just showing the power of how much you can do when you send your aircraft out in pairs. The 79th wants, much like many other armor divisions, the 79th really just wants to have time to build up the blob. The blob is where 79's strength lies, especially on defense, considering that the TADBVs have excellent missiles, which the Abrams lack. Abrams are faster, and they have better stabilizers and better guns. But when Abrams are attacking TADBVs, the TADBVs generally do get better engagements, at least being able to fire these missiles before the Abrams are in range. But here we can see that the TADBVs are constantly attacking superior American formations with very good, best of the game ATGMs. This is exactly the position where 79th is not balanced enough. It is not flexible enough, and that some kind of a strong mechanized force needs to be brought down here. But under constant air attack, that's not really realistic. Cluster bomb planes, the and the seed planes have been weakening this, just making sure that Yukipo's advantage gets larger and larger. Right now, Mandos is on +2, but but how long can Mandos actually hold this with an Abrams CV, 3 M1A1s, a tow Cobra, 2 infantry units, as well as a mortar ready to smoke the Lima point?
Yeah,
This is
the last hope here, in my eyes, was the two T-80BVs maybe getting good trades, but that didn't happen, and we now have 6 Abrams on the battlefield, and we have no T-80BVs on the battlefield. 1 now coming in, but 6 Abrams really turned this whole game around in the south now. And as Yukiore has the north completely cleared, the trades here just not going Mandos' way at all. And that's first game seems
the
to be
coup de
close
grace
to
coming
over.
from driving down south, yes, here.
M1A1 hitting the Rajavetkas now as well. Seed plane coming in. Trying to get some kills. F-16 hitting the MiG-27s, getting a nice kill there as well. M1A1's rolling forward all over. Igla under fire as well. And the M1A1's most likely just now gonna steamroll all of this. +2 already for Yukiore again. If the M1 captures the Lima point, it's gonna be a +4, as then Mandos will be down to only 2 of the zones. M1A1 engaging here against the units in the forest as well. We have a good couple of Motor Strelkys here now coming in again, together with BMP2s, but that's what we needed earlier here. Trying to push forward. Smoke coming around.
Yeah, there is trading well, and then there is killing your enemy's entire fighting line after they have done an overextension that at this point is not really realistic. They do say, and when I say they, I mean we, the people who know WARNO at least a little bit, they will tell you that facing against an armored division such as the 79th, you just gotta be on the aggressive. You can't let them play play on their terms. And despite the 8th Infantry looking like an armored division with all these A1 Abrams and the A10s and the heavily mechanized and heavily armored forces, 8th Infantry is an infantry division, so it is generally does scale better early game than the 79th. 79th has to stay back, and much like we saw yesterday with Mandos, trying to build the armor blobs with the 5th Panzer and with the 27th Guards, but the 79th lacks both the affordability and the speed of the 5th Panzer, as well as the immediate, easily available soft attack of the 27th. Also doesn't really have any clutch artillery units, and we all know how much Mandos likes those.
Yeah, I mean, artillery units could have been nice, but they weren't able to be brought in here in time, as Mandos just never had a situation where those could be afforded. Obviously has asking for a lot of units. The early air opener that Mandos played did work out already. He was on the back foot from there on out. And yeah, just the investment into the north, I think, was the wrong one. If a play for Lima and X-Ray would have been done earlier, I feel like this game could have gone a good bit different. But right now, right here, Yukiore on the +6, just gonna close it out. T80BVK under fire. And yeah, M1A1 and co here will do a good job here trying to hold us up. SU-25 coming in, but M1A1's here now shooting up the T80BVK. Mac Rifle Dragons coming over will get an ATGM into the side of this tank most likely as well. And with that, the T80BVK is close to dying. If it falls, then the zone here once more is open for contest as well. M1 Abrams versus T80BV IZD was a close fight here in the south. The T80BV IZD did push it back for now, but the question is how long will that stay away. T80BVK does die here now, so a new CV can be brought forward here, and then the tick will go even faster with only 2 zones currently under control by Mandos here. +4 ticking quite heavily. I'm surprised, yeah, there we go, that the surrender didn't come earlier. But GGVP, early on, there were a couple of moments where Mandos could have turned this around, but Yukiore really showing the quality of their play here and getting in with the 1-0 lead here over Mandos after some heavy sky battles and the best focus here with 8. Really good focus on the town fight, winning where 8 is stronger, and then pushing in with the superior points. In the end, DKD really showing, it wasn't that clear in the earlier stages, but Yukiore just pushing the advantage harder and harder, and Mandos not able to keep up with the all-around action that happened because of it.
Yeah, if you look at the kills and losses, you can see that both the units that Yukiore bought right at the start of the game, including several mech rifles, squads, and Abrams and fighters, getting incredible amounts of damage done throughout the whole game. So the 8th Infantry motto of keep your units alive and they will carry you to victory seems to have been made true here. Obviously, if you're ever playing the game and you're thinking about how you should do your openers or what tactics you should adopt, if you're facing an armored division or anything like that, and you have more of an infantry capacity, you just want to make sure that the fighting happens on the infantry's terms, in the town, in the tree lines, in the forests, or whatever. It's a simple rule, but you may very well bait your enemy into investing into the bad fight. Lots of people, I can imagine what Mandos is thinking when they see that the infantry force is pushing to the town. They're thinking, if I can stop the 8th infantry force in town, this game is gonna be mine, because on the rest of the map, I will scale better. But then if you can't, you have just wasted all your points all throughout the game, and you also lose the more open areas.
Yeah, and that leads us to game number 2. Yukiore now up 1-0. We will be on the lovely map of Mount River again, which we started the whole tournament on for map number 2. So it's gonna be quite interesting to see how the match will go over there, as it's a pretty different map, more focused on the direct fire, more centered around what the things that happen. Might be more down Mandos' alley, as what we saw so far was a lot of the standard classic forward divisions out of Mandos. 27 5th Panzer, 2nd Panzer Grenadier, 8th Infantry on the side of Mandos as well yesterday. So it really looks like Mandos not loving the forward deployment too much. Really wants to play standard, wants to get those artillery guns out, and I believe that's quite doable on Mount River. So I think Mandos' chances there are a bit higher, though Yukiore for sure shows why they are in such a high position on the ranked ladder, and why they do so well there. Mandos being pretty high up there as well, but not quite as high as Yukiore, who currently is on ranked position number 5 actually, as Gardar really ran up there yesterday. But yeah, strong play here in game number 1. Really excited for game number 2. Once more, guys, if you want to see the other semi-finals, it's going on over at a Wooden Boxes channel with Icarus versus Procommu. And yep, the semi-final here down below. Best of 5 will be the finals. The winner of this semi-final here against the winner of that semi-final. And also, once more shout out, guys, the prize pool now up to $200, which is amazing. We got to the first stretch goal, and yeah, we still have some claimed codes left here with which you can add money to the prize pool for free. So if you go to the Matcherino page and you click the claim code button, you can get access to that as well. All the replays will be available on the SDL channel as well. Yeah, they are. The tournament replays always are available for people on the SDL Discord from previous tournaments as well.
Yeah, and still just once more apologies for being late. I had work, and despite counting my my minutes properly, by the time I went in the metro, the system was closed for whatever reason, and I had to run home. So my voice currently isn't necessarily as opened as I would like it to be, but I'm very much happy about not missing any other games at the half of the first game. So, but do we know about what were the bans for the or do we have the bans for the Mandos versus Yukipo?
No, we don't have the ones for the first game. Asking for the bans for game number 2 right now to see what we will get there. And yeah, the Icarus versus Procommu game going on over there.
Yeah, it looks like Icarus got a nice points advantage at the start, but and currently actually the Tiki is still holding. White Procommu playing 8th infantry and getting pushed into the back foot.
Yeah, 8th infantry in general seeming like a really strong division at the moment.
Yeah,
even without the Dragon 1. If you play it on ranked with the Dragon 1, it's even stronger. As the Engineered Dragons currently, if we have a look on that.
As well as the M113, 113A3 Dragon, that also I tested, it also works.
Yeah, all the units that have the Dragon 1
yeah.
are really strong here. I don't think you get the M113 with the Dragon for this division, or do you get it for leaders?
Yeah,
you get it for the leaders.
Yeah. No, you get it for the
Mech Rifle Law. Yeah, the Mech Rifle Law is good as well. Yeah, the Dragon 1 here with the 320 stress at the moment, a bit too strong. That's why we had to ban it. If you compare that to the
for
suppression.
no logical reason, by the way, it is double. The suppression in this game is defined by the caliber of the round, and it has the same caliber of a round than the Dragon 2, but it has twice. For whatever reason, it has the twice the suppression.
Yeah,
that has to be some kind of a mistake.
Yeah, surely. And Eugen is working on a hotfix for it, but it's not around. And 320 suppression is also above the 300 suppression, which immediately stuns a unit. If your unit gets 300 suppression within a certain time limit, that's how a stun happens. Like, and with 320, it immediately stuns every unit it hits. So for a 40-point unit, that would be just really, really strong. Or for 25-point units, even with the M113 Dragon. So that's why we had to ban them here. Yeah, to explain that rule to everybody, why we don't see these currently so prevalent meta units in this tournament. But yeah, even without that, 8th infantry at the moment, mech rifles still really cost efficient and especially card efficient units with their amount of hit points and firepower. The dragons with the special forces giving you another strong infantry unit here. The TOW2s everywhere are quite nice, and the tank tab variety of this deck is quite nice as well. You get M60s, you get M1s, you get M1A1s, so you have really a good loadout for the tank tab. Recon tab with Bradleys and Kiovas is quite nice as well. So
yes. Not to mention the very flexible air tab, which has a very cheap LGB bomber, as well as very reliable cluster bombers. Seed, even though the Seed is not necessarily the best, but we saw in the last game that the Wild Weasels were used very actively, as well as the 8 hens for, even though they're very vulnerable and even though they're very slow, the best and safest place to use your own aircraft is in your own territory. So having the A10s out there, so you can this is historically, realistically, doctrinally how the A10s were supposed to be used in the real conflict. The A10 was already obsolete due to the prevalence of ground ground AA. So the A-10 pilots and the squadrons in Germany were basically designed to be used against enemy breakthroughs in moments where they couldn't necessarily transport their heavy AA up front, or the Soviets couldn't use fighters. The A-10s could destroy armored columns that pass through NATO lines, and that is generally the way. Even though A-10 rushes are, of course, a prevalent thing on the ladder as well, often perpetuated by yours truly. That is still an expensive tactic that can be countered with either a reasonable amount of luck or a reasonable amount of preparation.
And yeah, we're currently waiting on for the bands of game number 2. The Mandos and Yukiore are on it. And yeah, 79, a really interesting deck as well, a deck that I have played lately a good bit. But yeah, as we talked about earlier, it's infantry. You have, with the RPG 22, which we didn't see though, a relatively affordable motor strategy unit as well, with which you could bring out a lot of BMP2s in combination. But that combo we didn't saw. I think trying to just flood the fields with BMP2s and then putting a couple of TADBs around could have been a good strategy. But the fight for the town on Hesse didn't quite go as planned. And yeah, it might have been down to the players just not quite being comfortable with the map. As obviously it's a map that they haven't played too often yet, as it's not yet in the rank pool. But same kind of goes for the next map, though they have played it in this tournament before. And we have a look here on Mount River Duel, which will be on the ladder pool soon, but the map pool hasn't updated for season 1 just yet, which also will happen with the next hotfix. And yeah, then we will have this map in the rank pool as well. And it's an interesting one as well, with the X-ray being the most important point, obviously. The 2-pointer zone here being super prevalent, but obviously these points here being quite in the center of things as well. And then you often see these points here being underprotected, so pushing in here as well. Though artillery on this map super strong, because units will have to be a bit more concentrated than usual. The playable area is quite big, but the actual active area is relatively small. It's a interesting mix here. I still wish the map would have a road over here along the river, so that playing around here would be a bit more interesting, and a bit more cut forest over here, so that or maybe this road just going directly through, so that you have some play action here on the flanks as well. But at the moment it's straightforward here for the center.
Yeah. So I actually now that we have some time, let's introduce some mild spice into the discussion. So Aim Juicy yesterday playing against Elevate, I believe, or I'm not sure against who they played, maybe Icarus, and losing the game. Aim Juicy wrote a little piece at the in YouTube at the stream comments, claiming that this map is completely and thoroughly unbalanced because of the positions at the northwest of X-ray. That instead of MGUC was that the right side is way weaker than the left side, largely due to that tower, due to that position where the west side player can gets this for free, and supposedly no other equivalent positions exist out here. What do you think about this claim?
I think there is a point, but we will have to see the map being played a bit more. I don't think it's super imbalanced, as AMGZ showed, and I also have played it multiple times for the right side and have won a good couple of times. As I feel like you get a bit quicker into the center yourself on the right side. Plus, you get also quicker here, which is a really annoying position to attack into, and a good one where you can use ATGMs to cut down the enemy reinforcement to the center as well. So yes, this tower is strong, but it's only one of these towers, so there's not that many here.
Actually, no. If you go down, there isn't there a second one? If you go down,
there is one
down south.
There is one down here, yeah. But I mean in this area here, and you can artillery it down, so that is not the biggest issue. And you have one here in the center. If you get here from the right side into the center, you can hold from here on out quite nicely as well. And as I said, I think this road here is slightly better than the one over here, as you have a tree line here that protects you decently. It gives you a bit of cover from these buildings here so that they can't hit you. So as long as you have a helicopter or some artillery onto this building, it's not that much of a problem. And with artillery being stronger, I don't think this map is that imbalanced. I also think that you can cut off the north easier if you push forward than the other side can by getting into this forest here and cutting off the reinforcement roads here. So on the other side, it's there. The line of sight is not quite as nice, as they can still go through this forest here, and walk along here to this point. So we will have to see more of this map. I wouldn't call it completely imbalanced at this point. I have won a couple of times on the, like, whenever I played on the right side so far, I have won against good players as well, like in the testing of it. But yeah, we will have to see more. I don't think it's the most amazing map ever, but I don't think it's the most imbalanced map.
Yeah,
either.
no map needs to be the most amazing map ever. They just need to be compelling and reasonably balanced. I personally like having small amounts of asymmetry, such as having the towers on the left side. But I do understand that, especially when people are starting out and they haven't necessarily memorized every position and every deployment route and every deployment speed, having something like 3 towers on the left side with no equivalents on the right to just like give you 3 excellent positions. I do understand how this this may look like or feel like from the player's perspective, but I'm sure that we've seen, such as with the last map. Unfortunately, I don't remember its name right now. As well as with 2 ways, a lot of people maps when they're not in ranked, the play on them is just more mediocre because there is less institutional experience in the community on what positions are the killer positions and what positions are not really relevant. Though, on the other side, if you push to Oscar from the right side, you can hold that with the tower. Like the towers are a double-edged sword and will help you hold these positions better, as well as even up there, trying to kind of rush it. Maybe getting a forward deployment, heli assault at the start. These can all be valid tactics that can also annoy your opponent, making it so that players on the left side will just consistently have to guard all of these positions at the start, unless any of them become a significant strong point in the middle of your own territory. That kind of asymmetry, I really like it. Also, let me just say, I love industrial rural design. Just completely off topic, I really like the Central European way of mixing industrial zoning and agriculture. A big fan of it. Way better than concentrating all of the industries in a physically a small location and destroying all the nature and human life under it.
I really like also that we now have more elevation buildings with these towers. Before we really only had the churches, and then we got some high rises, but now there is another like kind of mix where elevation does matter, and I like that. So in general, pro these building towers. And if this one here is too OP, we might just be able to move it or remove it in the future. Ask Eugen to put something else here. I mean, there's no essential need for this to be here to make this area make sense. So you could put a flat building here as well. But it's
what is that, a lighthouse there? What was this?
No, this is another kind of silo building. This is not really a lighthouse.
Oh yeah, no, this one, yes, looking a bit like a lighthouse, yes. But obviously, looking at real military conflicts. No. Looking at real military conflicts, those kind of positions, especially like concrete built singular buildings such as silos, whether modern conflict or World War II, they are basically indestructible. They are natural fortresses. I'm very happy that they are getting the respect that they are for the importance they play in modern war. Also, they are also a double-edged sword in a different way. That when you are if you show the line of sight for the X-ray silo, you can see that you can fire upon the elevated buildings from the X-ray silo if you show it, the line of sight, X-ray silo, the middle one. Yes. So there are positions where you can fire upon it from positions that from the right you can't really shoot at. So if you can detect a unit there, or if you can be in contact with your own troops, you can suppressive fire and gun it down with tank guns on long ranges and BMPs and whatever. From safer positions than the others. So are these the bands here now?
Yeah,
Eighth,
we have the
11th,
bands
12th, and 5th.
ready up as well. And for all interested, like, historically one of the most important grain silo or elevator actions was in Stalingrad. So yeah, it really makes sense. The grain elevator battle there was one of the most important ones where the Soviets did hold out for a long time to stall out the Germans. Also, we are now up to $225.50 thanks to Shrekworm coming in here as well. Also, big thanks to Rajani
now
coming around as well. Up. And yeah, the game should be up in a second as well. Yukipore's game. So let's jump in here in a second. We're gonna fast forward to the live situation, as both of these players will have interesting divisions playing as well. Yukipore and Mandos here in game 2, as we have 5th Panzer versus
1st UK.
1st UK armored. And Yukipore.
So first UK starting out with the best units in the game, which are the forward deployment Paramilans. There is an equivalent on the 2nd Panzer Grenadier as well. As well, they with the SAS patrol are getting deployed into the grain elevators or the silos immediately. This is a very smart way of using very powerful units. Try to define the fighting line with the ATGMs and with the sniper-equipped Special Forces recon squads, and just use this forward deployment advantage to its maximum. Yukipore certainly knows that Mandos most likely wants to do some kind of a blobbing activity. So having this line of Paramilans all around the map is a way to try to thin that line and try to control the area in which Mandos can just brute force using all of these efficient West German vehicles. Speaking of efficient West German vehicles, a 4 Lux strike squad seems to be going down from the south. Don't know whether it's supposed to be threatening Oscar or X-Ray or both, but I'm very happy to see this. We're not going to see Mandos, even though the division 5th Panzer scales better in the late game. We're not going to see a timid opener here.
We see it. Mando's changing up the game in his playstyle as well. I talked about it yesterday, that I really like the Fuchs Milan. We saw a lot of martyrs from him yesterday, but today it's quadruple Fuchs Milan start here, which I guess against the armor of 1st UK is a good bit better, as you just have more ATGMs to it. As in the 1v1, the martyrs will lose against the warrior applique. So just getting more ATGMs than the enemy, the Fuchs will trade as good as the martyrs, but if you outnumber them, they will just win the fight by having more numbers and having more missiles flying. And yeah, what do you think about the bands? 8th US, 11th ACAF, 3rd Armored, and 5th Blindé. It seems to be quite heavily put against Yukipore's favor for French divisions, American divisions. And then 5th Blindé is an interesting band here as well.
I think 5th Blindé here is, I think, first of all, I think the commando helicopter openers work pretty well here, considering the lakes. And the ability for the French to start out the game having excellent soft attack when all of these locations here are fortified more or less. either with the towers or with other buildings. Every single location requires a build-up of soft attack to actually fight over. So the French starting out with the very fast, very easily deployed, cheap 50 caliber VABs, followed up by a lot of other good units, are pretty strong here, in my opinion. Also, if you look at the top area of the map, all of these engagement ranges are pretty small. There are a lot of small tree lines. These are the areas where the French tanks can actually start challenging stuff. They're also very fast, so the increased cover helps them to survive. Taking out third armored and 11th and 8th really seems to be just admissions that the American divisions are very powerful. Right now, the American divisions can bring out very reliable air as well as top tier tanks. The Yukipo getting in here with the first armored is really kind of a the decision here. We can see how that there is so much forward deployment going out. The forward deployment really might be the main weapon that Yukipo has against Mandos, knowing most likely Mandos' power with the blob. The counter from Mandos to the fast opener of the forward deployment is to have the Fuchses, which are max 108 kph, max speed, also very cheap 30-point vehicles, to try to build a fighting line that really isn't. Try to build a fighting line that competes with the forward deployment opener, and also having a bunch of Paramilan shoot at the cheaper vehicles is way better than opening up with a bunch of tanks and then having the Paramilans ruin the tanks. Speaking of tanks, the British tanks, not the best. All of them are very slow. The Chieftain Mark 9s have, even though they have a good gun, they got pretty weak armor. And British tanks in general, if you go 1v1 against the West Germans will most likely win this. So I am
that is not quite true. I think the chieftains and challengers are really good at beating the Leopard 1s. So you have to bring in the Leo 2s. And that is really expensive. Like, I think they're quite nice at stopping Leo 1 pushes, especially as the penetration of even the chieftains is quite high. Really interested to see how far the Luxus can go here, as there's a scout with a low 80 in the south. The snipers and SAS patrol coming around, the double Milan 2 for the middle, and yeah, all the Fuchs Milans going up north, so Mandos not really contesting the middle too hard here. We'll bring one Milan 2 and one Pioneer there, so they might have issues with that Milan 2 from the get-go here. SAS patrol will be able to duel the Fernspeer quite nicely as well.
Fernspeer getting into position earlier, you are correct about might be correct about the right side getting here earlier. Fernspeer spotting out these troops and thus giving very important information to Mandos about where Yukipo's opener is going to. We can see that the Mandos' opener up north with the Fuchs Milans was and is still very defensive, but as we find out, excellent recon coverage coming from Mandos. I think we're gonna most likely see the Fuchs Milans take positions further up west as Mandos gets the information about all of these troops coming down the middle.
The Luxus using the reinforcement road through the south into the middle. I really like that. Another thing that 5th Panzer absolutely could try to achieve here is also air overwhelming strategy with the F4s, as the ground AA not amazing for first. You have the tornadoes, but you have to be careful with those. You have strong bombers as well, but that Harrier already might have a bad day here. Ooh, F4 not able to find the hit. Roland struggling as well. Both javelins hitting. Really unfortunate here so far for Mandos. The bomber gets through, kills the Milan 2, and the Harrier actually getting out alive. Really, really bad there.
That was a massive kill, considering in the middle there is now nothing that can penetrate anything. So the Luxes need to run immediately, as the chieftains are slowly gonna try to get after them. Yeah, I do think, as a first UK player myself, the first UK bombers, especially the 150-point Harriers, considering how much payload they have for their price, they can do so much damage. The first UK player always wants to get good positions at the opener and then just keep feeding tanks behind that and never attack again unless absolutely forced to. Up north, we're going to see slowly the Pioneer Armbrust as well as the Fuchs Milans moving up. Not really they're signaling about reliance at the late game. From Mandos' side, these two surviving Luxes are going out there to do spotting again, but it really seems like the middle has to be, the X-ray point has to be forfeited by Mandos right now, losing the only Milan 2 there, but possibly the Lux might actually spot out an important target for the cluster. Tornado dropping. British tanks sluggish and slow, yet still able to dodge this high altitude cluster bomber. Opener so far going in Yukipo's favor, even though the amount of units destroyed is still rather mild, rather small.
Yeah, but the Lux opener not really working out. The Lux were supposed to demolish the infantry in the center. They weren't able to do that really, as the challengers and chieftains came in time, especially thanks to the Milan 2 going down. We have a Leo 2A4 now being brought into the center, but that is still a good bit out. And we have a Challenger Mark III there already supporting the Chieftain and the Challenger, so the armored advantage for sure going over to Yukipo here. But Mandos could just push forward with the Pioneers in the north and at least equalize by taking Papa. And I would love to see that for now. Another Leo 2A4 coming in, so the tank play will be real here, but Mandos needs to push a bit deeper in the north to put some pressure here on Yukipo that way.
Yeah, there is the only ground AA
Fuchs
here
Milan getting attacked. Oh, it's not using its smoke. And the Milan 2 gets another kill out of the grain storage. And another Milan 2 coming in for the south. No artillery so far for Mandos. And yeah, the Leo 2's coming in, but the Pioneers need to push deeper. They are being pushed deeper in now, though Yukipo already coming in there relatively quickly now. And Mandos might be once more just a bit too late there with the push.
Yeah, but Mandos buying a third Leopard 2A4 as well as a Jäger Aufklärer to spot out for this front line. Mandos obviously transitioning here into the heaviest possible tank fights, knowing that the further the British are allowed to bring out their less capable tanks, the less effect the stacked Leopard 2A4s will have on the long term.
But I don't think the Leo 2A4s are a good investment here at this point, because there are too many Milan 2s on the battlefield already. There will be more warrior appliques as well, so the amount of enemy... oh no! The Tornado getting the kill on one Roland, second Roland might be hit by the cluster. No, it will dodge, but the Tornado Seed cluster combo out of Yukipo here being quite annoying as well. Roland not being turned off there. Mandos really has to keep these guys turned off and then only turn on once you don't see that there's no seed involved, instead of the other way around, as you will always be too late otherwise, or too often be too late against the seed plane. And the other Leos, I don't see a room for them here. Like, yes, they are strong tanks, but there's way too many Milan 2s, and their frontal armor is still relatively vulnerable, whilst they will be one-shotted if they ever get side-shotted, so I don't see how to use Leo 2s here at all right now.
Yeah, Mandos is here is on the back foot. The northern investment into the Fuchs Milans and the Pioneer Armbrust really hasn't been working out. All the Pioneers have been fighting in bad engagements, going 1v3, 1v4, and the Fuchs Milans haven't really been having any targets here. The if I know Mandos at all, I'm going to predict that there is going to be an attempt to provide air cover as well as artillery support for these tanks, and then just trying to rely on the tanks. The artillery is at this point is most likely pretty capable of fighting out the against the fortified paramilans. But
For F4Fs diving deep here, Tornado is getting into the close combat here, goes down. It's killing one F4F there, but that's a totally okay trade for Mandos. You have more F4Fs. Can go now for the Gazelle cannons on the way out as well. If a Tornado comes up behind him now, that might be dangerous. But yeah, the Gazelles had to be landed there. Yukiore, good reaction there, keeping the Gazelles on the ground so the F4Fs can't pick any more of those off. Meanwhile, a lot of Martyrs with Milans now being brought in the north. I still believe you need artillery here, and we have seen Mandos with a lot of artillery play in previous games, so I really would like to see that here coming along.
Yeah, when Mandos has lost, when Mandos has been buying a lot of expensive units without buying artillery. The artillery, especially now that it's been buffed, really seems like it is very value at situationally taking out a couple of the key units and then going in. This requires obviously the player to be concentrating in the game, marking down where they spot the enemy ATGMs, and of course it always helps if your opponent isn't microing them as much as they want. These towers being key positions make the microing slightly less likely and make the artillery slightly less more powerful. But Mandos instead investing into heavily into anti-air. First track repair coming from Yukiore's side. This investment into the heavy air, I dare say, most likely is because these F4s have been flying around without getting shot by anything.
The F4F sniping the rover CP there with the Vulcan gun run. Good kill there. Tornado cluster coming in. Will the Chieftain get out in time? I think it will get hit there. Yes, it goes down. Javelin gets destroyed by it as well. Tornado
cluster coming
gets
in
out of life.
Right after.
Yeah, next cluster bomber coming right in. Not finding the target though, as the recon unit got killed off. So it doesn't really know where the challengers are right now. But good kills there for Mandos. The +2 is taking against them. But there is still room here for turning this around. We have the Leos 2A4s here in the center. Did one of them die? As I only see 2 of them. There was a third one, right? Did he already?
Yeah, there was. It must have been taken down. I saw that the challengers and the tanks had sightlines right next to the Leopard 2A force line here. So maybe if they peeked, there might have been a quick shoot down. But I'm not finding a. Oh no! Yes, there is a body. It was I believe it was a side shot. It is in the first buildings next to the southern Leopard 2A4. One of them tried to peek up and got immediately side shot shot maybe by numerous opponents.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that this might be a bit risky. The F4F here now being on its own also too risky, really. Track rapiers get a hit on it, and then the Tornadoes find the kill. Seed plane coming around again, searching for the Roland. Roland not being microed to fire upon it on the turn away, as it doesn't want to be hit by the cluster, so rather stays turned off right now. Tornado cluster on the other side in as well, but you don't want to risk that either. So it stays back for now. And yeah, Mandos will need to find a solution to try to get into that center zone here. As
with two air-heavy armored divisions facing each other, the one with the forward deployment advantage is currently the one holding a +2. So make of that what you will. But the second Jägeraufklärer coming in to support the Leopard 2s, once again, most likely trying to spot out these defensive position British tanks and then immediately sending the Tornado IDS after them. The Interdiction Striker, by the way, is what the IDS means. But most likely because the British tanks are just slightly more difficult. Actually, no, significantly more difficult to micro away from air targets, considering their lack of speed.
Yeah, Marder's coming in numbers now. All Marder 1A2s with Milans. Their Milan's not going to be super effective against the Chieftains. And especially not that effective against the Challengers, but they can be frustrating in numbers. And I wonder if we will see artillery anytime soon. I believe still Mandos made a big mistake by not realizing that he had a massive numerical advantage in the north early on. If that push would have happened earlier and Papa would have been captured, then we would now see no take for either side. But with Yukiore being allowed to secure Papa, the situation at the moment is somewhat uncomfortable for Mandos, though not dire just yet.
Yes, building up strong mechanized forces and pushing is all good and well, but you cannot allow it to engender passivity. In the yesterday, we saw Mandos lose a game mostly due to the window opening and closing right next to him while he was trying to build up the force against airborne, allowing the airborne to fortify the entire map.
Milan 2's here flying around. Not finding their target though, but the Marders being pushed back again. One armored rifle got taken out in the north. We have one of those dangerous warrior pleaks now coming around. Milan 2's not able to connect, but that thing for sure is scary right now for Mandos. And we see a couple of Panzermörser now coming along for the center, so we might see a lot of smoke play there now. But I'm not sure how great that is. The one other strong advantage that the British have in my eyes is that the rifles carry a really potent AT rocket launchers, but 5th Panzer only has Panzerfaust 44s, which are, to be frank, quite terrible anti-tank rocket launchers. No Panzerfaust 3s, a couple of Carl Gustavs, but that's really it.
Don't forget the Armbrust also. But
yeah, but the Law 80 with its 20 pen is actually really capable. Armbrust even worse than the Panzerfaust 44, so it doesn't really play a role there in the anti-tank at all.
Though the difference between the Law 80 and the Armbrust to the Panzerfaust is the Law 80 is treated like a disposable launcher, which means it has way higher rate of fire. So in these close situations, they're able to fire 4 shots in a
and the 20 pen just means that it one-shots all the IVs, whilst the Panzerfaust can't do that. And the F4Fs here now struggling in the north as the tractor appears here now are a bit too numerous, and the Tornado most likely going to be able to keep them away. Oh no, what are the F4Fs doing? Where are they flying to? Oh, big miss micro here. So far, not punished super hard, but yeah, there we go. All F4Fs getting hit, 2 of them going down, and that is a disaster for Mandos. I have no idea what happened there. That should not have happened, and Yukiore now having control of the sky completely, and this is something that Mandos really heavily relied on, trying to get that air victory, playing with so many F4Fs, not investing into any artillery here outside of the 2 Panzermörsers, but those only can allow you smoke. They don't give you any damage output really against these really strong defensive positions, and Yukiore now pushing forward with the Milan 2s, so Mandos in a really tough spot here.
Yeah, 2 more Roland 2s coming up, as well as Leopard 2. And the Roland 3s have been moved slightly south, further down south to obviously it really does seem like this middle push.
Oh no, Seed's getting another kill as well. Roland 3 was not activated to finish off the cluster, but the other one was active at the moment where the Seed turned around. Both Seed and Cluster get hit, sure, but they're still active. Meanwhile, we have 2 M109s now on the battlefield on the side of Yukiore, counter-battering against the Panzermörser. We see now Mandos trying to push in here in the south with the smoke push, but as I said, the rifles there with the Law 80s gonna be super dangerous. They can even one-shot a Leo 2A4 with a side shot with their 20 penetration, and that is going to be a really, really stressful situation here for Mandos.
Yukipo is counter-battering the Panzermörser, getting a kill, getting 2 kills already. What? On the Panzermörsers, the Yukipo also has almost perfect recon coverage but now the armored group has already moved in there. Here we can see the rifles fire the fast.
Oh, Tornado Cluster coming in with a really good run as well. That might be devastating. A lot of the Martyrs going down. Leo 2A4 immediately falls to the rifle, and only the Panzer Grenadiers remaining. They're out in the open. They can't really do much. Tornado coming in with a bombing run as well. Gepard goes down. Panzer Grenadiers all getting shoot up here. They are only 5 points strength, and Mandos will not get through here. Yukipo really closing in on the finals here as the GG is called, and we have our first finalist in the form of Yukipo.
Yeah, it was such an excellent counter to the push that my game actually crashed at that moment.
And yeah, fantastic game here out of Yukipo. Really clean opener, kept the game under control, didn't overextend into the air. The seat cluster combo, really good against the Roland 3s. Used that really nicely. Mandos not up there with the micro. And I'm really have to be critical of Mandos's decision to invest into 3 Leo 2A4s at a moment in time where Leo 2A4s had basically no role to play on the battlefield. The Leo 2A4s in this game achieved absolutely nothing, and that led to Yukipo being able to put defenses up everywhere, and Mandos, when the push came, just not having enough forces on the battlefield to really achieve anything. And yep, GGVP here to Yukipo, getting into the finals. Still good run by Mandos. A lot of good opponents beaten on the way here. As yes. If we have a look here,
the people's champion will never can only the people's champion shouldn't win on the first run, you know.
We saw a great best of 3 yesterday. We saw Mandos beating Monkey. Mandos also beating a really strong player with Blitz War in round number 1. So still a great run here into the semifinals. But Yukipo just that number too big, and Yukipo being our first finalist here. And we're gonna see who comes out on the other side.
Those who didn't watch the secondary stream, the Wooden Box 96 stream, where the Yukipo versus Jacob games happened. I recommend you go watch them. Those were excellent, especially considering that Jacob is new to the scene. The amount of just tooth and nail fighting that happened there was very impressive. I might actually cast those games on my own stream later on.
Also, we have a really interesting game number 3 happening on the second channel, in the second semifinals. It is a 1-1 standing over there. Once more, big thanks to all of you who jumped in on the Matcherino, using the free codes and also giving money directly. We're up to $225.75. So even though Mandos got eliminated here, Mandos still will take home $30 already, and you can make that more. And yeah, I'm currently catching up to the live moment on this the third game between Procommu
we are Icarus. Okay, so we are going there. Yes. I would just meanwhile, while we're catching up, I would like to answer the question by I'm a whale Rao. So what are my thoughts on 11th ACAM 119? Not seeing a ton of them. Both of them have a lot of potential. With 11th ACAB maybe a bit more than 119th in the meta right now. The problem with those are that they are not actually divisions. They are oversized regiments or regimental-sized maneuver groups or whatever. So they are lean and mean, and you're supposed to fight them in a very kind of certain and purposeful way. With 119th is powerful, but you are not allowed mistakes. And if you do you really want to play a division where if you make a mistake, especially in a tournament, your opponent will be able to capitalize on that mistake way worse than if you're playing something a
Well,
bit more conventional?
on the other
So
side
that
though,
is the reason
11th at the moment on the ladder, maybe the best division in the game due to the Dragon infantry, but also due to the strong F-16. Integer went up to rank number 1 on the leaderboard just playing 11th ACAF. So they for sure have a lot of power. But yeah, they are a bit less all-rounder than, for example, 8th or 79th. So for sure their strong points are quite scary as well. Also, yeah, thanks Dan Clevin here coming in on Macherino. And yeah, let's jump right into the final game before the grand finals, as Icarus and Procommu fighting it out here on Airport, map number 3 of the matchup. So it's 1-1 in standings between these two, and we're jumping right into the live situation, as we have Procommu who came in with a big helicopter opener here with a lot of Lynx rockets with 2nd UK, but on the outside 82nd Airborne out of Icarus, and Icarus had a lot of Stingers forward deployed, ready to deal with the Lynxes, so the Lynxes didn't get as much done as they could have done otherwise, and both sides here now in a really heavy fight for this area in the center, which obviously if Procommu can get in here will allow them to get the tick to start to catch up to Icarus's point lead. And we have 27 minutes still remaining, so the game is for sure still absolutely hot. We have 155mm artillery piece here trying to come in from the rear, and the Lynx rocket opener is an annoying one. They are a good bit more expensive, 80 points nowadays, and you can't sell them anymore, so they are not as broken as they have been before, but they are still for sure quite strong.
Yeah, looking at the matchup here, both of these are, I think, very much top tier divisions right now. The 2nd Infantry is often thought of as the helicopter and the SAS division, but 2nd Infantry also has a very strong 2nd UK, also has a large pool of good, high vet, fast transported infantry. That is why it's actually kind of interesting to see the Saracen is also 108 kph. So even the very rare Terriers 80 group is being
Harriers getting really bullied there. They both get through, but both of them maybe shut down. No, only one getting killed off. The infantry, the airborne dragons and airbornes get killed off, but one of the Harriers pays with its life for it, so not really sure if that was worth it. But the infantry of Icarus for sure relatively low in numbers now. The Apache is here now in the rear. It is an Apache with Hellfires and rockets. AA-wise, there's only a Javelin on the other side, though that one has started to fire now, so the Apache going down, going low here, staying below the tree line to not be fired further by the Javelin. The Stingers being targeted by the 155mm, though not being hit so far. Ooh, Dragon not quite finding the rover CP. Great reaction there by Procommu as he gets out of the way. Love coming in for the center as well. A lot of airbornes here coming in from the rear, and this game is going to be hot.
Yeah, a zero vet challenger coming from Procommu here, showing that Procommu has chosen to get the less reliable, significantly less reliable zero vet units to have the maximum amount of challengers on the line at the late game. Also seeing air mobile gun groups, interesting units with 3 machine guns and no AT weapons for 45 points coming in, transported in the Saxons. As well as some Warrior Milans, also on zero vet to maximize the amount of armor. The 2nd UK doesn't get an amazing amount of armored vehicles, or basically only the one card of
Apache coming in with missiles against the Warriors. By now, Icarus has killed off the CP in the middle, so the tick has been stopped, and Procommu still behind 200 points here. The Apache really dangerous unit here at the moment, as the AA super lackluster here for Procommu, as the Javelin in the middle was taken out. A new one coming in, but one single Javelin needs 3 hits to kill an Apache, so a lot of time to react there, and chances that it hits 3 times in a row also somewhat low. Ooh, an important airborne dragon gets taken out in transport though. Both sides taking heavy losses. The game somewhat hectic on both sides, as a lot of fast units running around, so the micro not able to be on all places. Nice airborne dragon hits here on the reinforcements on Procommu as well. A lot of ATGMs in nice positions on both sides, and this game here really developing quite intense in the center fight here.
Yeah. So what I was saying that despite second UK having the more armor in this matchup here, this armor is most likely not anywhere near enough to break through all of the airborne units and airborne cards that can be put into buildings here. This means that the 2 main weapons I believe that Procommu has to utilize to fight off the eternal encroachment of the airborne dragons is to the rocket helicopters and the artillery. The rockets have been buffed to be very, very capable of destroying fortified infantry, and I think a too much of an investment into trying to get the warrior Milans out here is going to be a worse idea, considering that there is a lot of stuff on the Icarus side that can kill warrior Milans, including the Apache, including the Humvee TOWs, but a less amount of troops that can reliably kill the... we see a backline CV coming from Icarus with the Humvee CV.
Yeah, really good move in the north.
Taking out the site.
Yeah, really good north, capturing that one. Also, we saw the Apache killing off the Javelin as it got a bit too close, was out of cover, so it was visible as well. And the Apache here now going completely ham with Hellfires. Not hitting much yet, fortunately for Procommu, but Icarus in a really strong position here in the middle. The ACAFs here in the middle need to smoke off against the Milan 2s. Both sides here in a decent spot. The HE helicopters, the rocket helicopters that you pointed out, are quite nice to deal with infantry. Got shut down on the side of Procommu as well. So I like the position here for Icarus. Then sneak with the Humvee in the north. Quite nice as well. Humvee going to a really nasty spot at the edge of the map as well, so that it can maybe sneak in once more later. The Hellarm searching for it, but it won't find it up there. A good decision to just run with it. You could maybe even, if you have it there, later sneak it into Papa. That will be hard, but not impossible. Meanwhile, Phantom AA goes down, losing planes here as second UK, especially AA planes, is really scary. Because if you let the 82nd Airborne air spam you, you are in absolute deep water and a lot of trouble there.
Yeah. So despite the tick currently happening on the backlines, it seems like Procommu is investing and trying to scale into the late game. We see stationary Rapier FSB-1s, the better surface-to-air missiles coming from getting deployed, as well as a second 155 millimeter howitzer. Getting a close deployment and immediately targeting the western tower and killing the airborne there. We're also seeing the SAS squad taking slightly pushing a bit further. The SAS, of course, have the highest veterancy possible, as well as a good Stinger post surface-to-air missile. So having the SAS close doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a push. It could also be just a very sneaky way to try to get some hits into the Apaches. LGB plane getting hit from the British reliable, apparently British air defense, taking out a super dangerous enemy
Harriers
aircraft.
also coming in, killing off the enemy helicopters as well, and the second F-16 gets shut down as well. 3 big losses in a row. The Apache and both guided bombs, F-16s, biting the dust here, as Procommu has rapidly reinforced the AA setup here. Rapier FSB-1s being placed everywhere around. They are pretty accurate. You just have to get stuff close. But yeah, they are 65% accuracy, only their range being a bit of an issue for them. And the airbornes here in a really aggressive push. The airborne airmobile gun group here, though, not having any AT weapons, so you can just run into them with the transport. And now the airbornes pushing them out. So Icarus really getting more control over the center again. Question is, can Icarus get around somewhere else and capture maybe some more points? The CV coming in again in the north to maybe get a couple more points. The rover CP of Procommu still in there, so it won't be able to fully capture it again. It won't be quite as annoying, but it still has to get a reaction eventually. Meanwhile,
yeah, very interested in seeing there are Terrier's Pioneers, there are air mobile gun groups, and even Terrier's AT group. These are very peculiar choices from Procommu, trying to get these less used, more specialized reserve, not the regular army infantry units, instead of the contract soldiers, the air mobiles, the more veteran motorized air mobiles that you can also have in large numbers.
Both sides here now hitting each other quite hard in this building over here. A lot of rocket artillery and normal artillery fire onto that position. The ACAFs helping out as well. Both sides losing their infantry squads in there, though, as the CV in the north for Icarus got in again, but only got a couple more points as the rover CP did spot it. So this time around, not quite as annoying. Procommu taking it out.
I would like to point out that Procommu actually has kind of a recon advantage here, getting a good amount of vision on the opponent, and the SAS is moving in now to the towers, going and maybe taking out a couple of stingers here before Icarus can effectively react to them, taking out maybe even the Cobra or something flying in the backlines there. Very happy to see Procommu playing this, using all these interesting units. The Terriers AT group, the 4-man squads, more of them coming up in fast armored transports. Really seems like there is a lot of, you would say, trash infantry getting supported by a heavy investment into
Quick reaction down here by Icarus, running away from the SAS. The Stingers immediately leaving the building. ACAF rotating around, trying to find them, so that they can't kill off the Stingers immediately. ACAF aiming up, might immediately stun them down. Yes, they do. Harrier HE coming really close. Yeah, not worth it. One Stinger kill, not worth your super good bomber. But the ACAF against the SAS here now. SAS immediately have to leave the building again. Though they at least pushed the Stingers out of the position and pushed the front line a bit further forward. Icarus up 400 points, but the current position when it comes to who is being able to maybe push in, for sure, easier push at the moment for the Procommu side over here.
Yeah, Icarus currently facing down a 2 Lynx air mobiles as well as the ground reinforcements with a single air mobile on the Zulu point. These ground reinforcements trying to get the western tower before the airborne getting there. Airborne trying to deploy straight into the towers, to not allow these crucial positions to be lost to the British.
82nd though, with the ACAFs here so far doing a really great job. The fire support that these Sheridans have been able to give out with their pretty decent HE gun is quite impressive. They are under fire by ATGMs now. The first one does miss. They should smoke off now and get the hell out before more Milan 2s come in. We have Lynx rockets again, so the airbornes themselves are in a bit of trouble. Warrior Milan smoking off just in time. Avenger coming around, firing onto the Terrier Pioneers at the moment with its 50 cal, not engaging the helicopters. But the Lynx is both down to 1 hit point here already. One gets taken out now as the Avengers push forward a bit. The second one pretty low as well. We have 2 Harrier HE coming in again, but I don't think he's gonna be worthwhile. Because there's just too many Stingers here. First one goes down, second one is lucky there. but damaged as well. The Harrier HE investment, in my eyes, not a good choice here in this game so far.
Yeah, see, the Harriers should have been used better, in my opinion. They flying them right into the Stinger, especially considering that they're dive bombers, it is just suicidal. But the positions, the pressure that that Procommu has managed to make happen here has gotten them some good good trades. Relying on those Lynx Hell Arms to kill the Airborne seems to be a very good idea, considering that the Airborne are 70 points each. So Icarus naturally wanting to get as many Airborne as possible into the fighting positions.
Oh, A10 rocket coming around, trying to lurk in, but the AA on the side of Procommu too good as well by now. So using planes, I don't believe is viable for either side. SAS now, with the Stinger pushing back the Cobra as well. Cobra, can it get out alive? Or will the Stinger finish it off? Ooh, Stinger does miss, so the Cobra at least will be around to fight more. The Chinook actually super low as well here. Oh boy, down to 2 hit points, but it is still going. Just have to be careful to not push it in again. Milan 2 firing onto the Avenger. That would be a big loss as well. Avenger number 1 goes down. The Humvee and the Avenger on the other spot need to get out of range as well. As in the meantime, the center zone still in the hands of Icarus, but the push in here for Procommu getting more and more real. Harrier rocket trying to get some damage in once more. We're at 5mm here, really close to the front line, opening up fire now against the airmobile on the side of Procommu. They have good chances here to deal good damage, and another Harrier bites the dust. We have a Fox killing off a Stinger in the north, trying to rotate around a bit. Has to be careful, there is a Sheridan around there as well, so that might be able to find the kill. And the artillery starts to deal some damage as well. Rapier actually being taken out by a TOW 2. So both sides constantly losing units here. It's a big back and forth. And finally a Rover CP capturing the center again. Can the CV of Icarus get in there before the Milan 2 hits it? Yes, it can. But the center fight will be tough now here for the 82nd. Not a lot of armored support, a good amount of ATGMs on the side of Procommu, so infantry will have to do most of the fighting. Sheridan pushing towards the Fox. Can it find the hit? It does get a stun. Actually using not the main gun, but the Shillak ATGM. The only NATO tank with an ATGM that is fired out of the main gun. As the Humvee over here trying to get the Warrior killed off as well. Not able to get the hit though. A lot of Humvee tows coming around. But the Milan 2s on the other side, really scary. TOW 2 Humvee not far enough away. Does not get hit though. Fox goes down, and the fight in the center. Who do you think has the upper hand here?
My game crashed, and I'm actually watching the stream on my phone right now. But I do really think that Icarus kind of does seem to have this push from Procommu will, and especially the ability to keep these helicopters constantly firing and surviving these Stingers. I think that'll be the most important weapon to counter the most powerful parts of the
TOW 2s here on the reinforcement road. There is so many dead units here by now. 3 warriors have been killed off. A couple of other transports died here as well to this. Really strong TOW 2 position, and Procommu underestimating that spot completely, not realizing what is happening, loses another unit here already. So the push has been softened up nicely now. We have an Apache with ATGMs coming around as well, so the challengers will have to be extra careful as well, especially as the 2 Humvees try to get on this as well. Oh, another transport going down. At least the airmobile gun group this time around able to get out just in time. But the amount of ATGMs flying out of Icarus' side here now make me really worried for Procommu's chances of holding on to this, especially as the AA currently not around to deal with the Apache. So the Apache at the moment able to push back all these units time and again, kills another warrior. Another warrior does fall, so only the challengers left here. Artillery really used well as well. The 155s constantly getting some damage done. Cobra coming in against the armored rifles over here. Gets some good hits as well. The O2s flying in against the challengers now. They have used their smokes already. The Challenger Mark II leader gets hit already. Harrier HE coming in for the Apache actually. Gets good amount of damage on it, but doesn't get the kill and gets shut down. So not really worth it here either. The Apache should be careful now before any javelins can shoot it down. But it is still alive and there's repair supply right behind it. Another Apache coming up as well. I think Icarus is starting to really turn this around here in the center. Challenger Mark II falling, and I don't see Procommu pushing through here anytime soon.
Yeah, Icarus really just needs to send single airborne squads to make contact with the enemy, and all of the rest of this, especially the Apaches and the artillery and the ACABs, will just do the damage, and the Humvees, of course.
So the Apaches and the Cobra not being taken out of frontline service when they were damaged really does get punished now here, as Challenger Mark II and Rover CP under fire here, but all the Apaches do die now. That's a big mistake. The Cobra and the Apache both could have saved if they could have been saved, as they were both damaged, and you could have just brought them back home and let them recover. A lot of air rifles and Chinooks now being brought in, but losing all the helicopters here, a bit of a pain. Rover CP still just barely alive, down to the sliver of 1 hit point. And the 155mm not hitting it just yet. And we still have enough ATGMs here on the other side as well to kill off the Humvees as well. This is a really bloody struggle here in the middle.
Yeah, at this rate, Procommu needs 5 minutes straight at +1, and it doesn't really seem like buying out another zero-vet Challenger and bringing out a Challenger commander. I doubt Procommu really has the resources here to push anything except the middle. But I like looking at the logistic situation here. These Lynxes need to be resupplying. They need to be firing at those airborne. They need to support this with something else, because 4 Chinooks filled with air rifles are coming in here. There is just not enough soft attack damage. 3 units of infantry actually used by Procommu to fortify the town here, but that is not gonna change this. Artillery is not firing at the obvious location where the
Chinooks also actually flying forward now to just bait out AA to allow the A-10 to come around, as the AA is firing onto the A-10 as well though. So it is not quite working out as planned. A-10 needs to be careful. Might find the track rapier here now. Finds the Rover CP for sure. The rapier's out of ammo actually. That's pretty painful. Bedford supply coming around. The one in the north still has ammo though, and it gets another hit. A-10 now being forced home, and it flies directly over the rapier, so it should hit. Yes, it does. The A-10 completely disintegrates. So still a expensive push there. The Chinooks not coming for free either. They cost you 60 points each as well. Only one of them making it out alive. So another good amount of points here spent for this push. The tractor up here at least gets shut down once more. So only 2 AA pieces here still in the middle for Procommu. So future helicopters might still have some room for play, but the new challengers here still have a lot of potential for hitting the zone. Artillery hitting the helicopters landed.
As the buildings have been destroyed, this does actually increase the worthwhileness of the challengers, considering now there are no buildings. The Lynx is doing amazing job preventing the air rifles from pushing this.
Yeah, the Avenger not being in the middle, big mistake there. The Sheridan gets taken out by one of the Milan 2s. The Milan 2's still active in those buildings, and the M105's not able to kill them off just yet. Another aero rifle unit coming in here, going maybe a bit too close to the front line, and yeah, those Lynxes, the Lynx rockets here, wiping out the aero rifles once more. the artillery not landing on target there, as the Humvee gets killed off in the north as well. It's too many things lost to these Milan 2s lately. The whole balance of power swinging heavily in favor of Procommu here again in this game
There
number
is
3.
only a single Humvee tow left. That is the only thing to fight off the challengers. Suddenly the challengers seem to be very worthwhile. Now that there are no Dragon positions, no Apaches, more Humvees coming, 4 Humvees actually. They get so many of those with 82nd. So this is not going to last for a long time. But this does speak of the fact that Icarus is also running out of steam to a certain extent.
Yeah, and Icarus not having his Avenger up here, leaving him open to the Lynx rockets time and again, cost him so many infantry squads in the last minutes. Like, I think there's 6 or 7 infantry squads just outright died in the center there, and that is some bleeding rate that you just can't allow to happen. As the arrow rifles push forward, but they only have a law, so their chances to killing off a challenger are next to 0 as well.
Though the targeting is always nice, you know, when you have a bunch of...
And yeah, Lynx is coming along as well. The tow Humvees now coming in from the south. The Challenger smoking off, but is it enough to block line of sight? Yes, it is. The tow Humvees in the north pushing way too deep into the zone as well, so that the Challenger actually can just directly fire upon them, taking them out that way. The Lynx rockets and the Milan 2 firing on it as well. They are far too far forward, and Icarus really throwing the game away here in the last couple of minutes, as there's only 3 minutes left to the game, but Procommu overtaking in the point take here in a second, and having a CV in the southern zone as well, meaning that Icarus can't go for that. So yeah, the loss of the of control in the center here, really painful for Icarus. The destruction of the buildings here, making it a bit more open, quite helpful for Procommu as well. And I think Icarus forgot that they have this Stinger Avenger here back in the rear. If this Avenger would have been used earlier to deal with the Lynxes, the whole situation could have been a lot better here. As the Avenger kills the Hellarm, is pushing forward against the other Lynxes, but with Procommu just overtaking Icarus here in the point take, and Icarus not having... just losing the last CV. The game is over here. Procommu will move to the finals against Yukiore. Interesting game number 3 here between these two as well, but Icarus just not able to hold it out just quite long enough, and the fight for the medal here on airport going in the favor of Procommu in the end, just barely making it out to the finals.
Yeah, the overextension fairies are very powerful. They lure you into taking just a little bit too forward of a position, and then against the players on the levels of Icarus and Procommu, you know, these mistakes will be exploited. The rocket helis in the end were the thing that made the difference. I think had the rocket helis not been taken care of, the airborne could have just taken positions just slightly further away and allowed to take permanent positions where they could have spotted the enemy tanks for the airborne tows. But this was not allowed to happen, and just like an excellent game. And I would be so interested in seeing Procommu's deck. The choices of infantry, choosing so many units that generally don't see ranked play, and using them with pretty good success here. I think that's very impressive. That is what I like seeing from players, instead of going the well-trodden paths of playing with the same regular rotation of cards. But do you think that the Terriers Para were a good choice? No, the Terriers Pioneer were a good choice there. Do you think that the Terriers AT group were a better choice compared to possibly a motorized air mobile?
I am not quite sure. I'm not the biggest expert on second UK, so I think having more spam in this matchup generally was the plan there for Procommu, so I get why he went for it. But the second UK doesn't like the playstyle still felt a bit weird. And like I feel like both players did some interesting and not always perfect choices there. Like the Harrier spam is a really risky strategy against all the Stinger Forest, and it nearly cost Procommu the game. But I think that's why he went for so much cheap infantry, because he wanted to use the Harrier spam with it. That's his usual playstyle there, I guess, and he didn't really adjust it for the opponent. And
yeah, I'll be restarting my computer to make sure that these crashes stop happening. So I'll be here in just a minute.
yeah, okay. And yeah, we have had really an interesting game there. 82nd, in my eyes, could have, if the Apaches would have survived, I think the situation would have been really, really different. So losing the Apache and the Cobra because they were left out damaged, I think was the turning point in that game. But yeah, it gets us to the grand finals, and let's have a look here. Yukiore and Procommu being the finalists of this. Pit Icarus and Mandos getting 3rd and 4th place. Shared 3rd place. And yeah, you can still raise the prize money for these people, guys. And you can even do it for free. All you have to do is go to the Matcherino page and click the claim code button. Already 33 of you have done that, so big thanks to all of you. And yeah, we're up to $226 by now, which is an amazing prize pool. The winner now getting over $100 as they get half of it. So big thanks to all of you for helping out with that. And yeah, the finals gonna be really cool, as we gonna play them on a specific new map that was created by the community. So the final map will be quite interesting, as we
ahead to a brighter future, but history could have easily taken a different course. 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev becomes the new general secretary.
We'll play it on the new map, Crown Duel, as the first map here, which I'm going to show you in a second, guys, whilst the two combatants try to get it ready as well. And it seems like they have some issue with it. I don't quite know why. It hasn't ever been problematic to me to get that to work. Yukiore has the file unzipped, but doesn't seem to be able to load it right now. But yeah, we will figure that out in a second. And yeah, this is going to be the map here, guys. Between Procommu for the first game between Procommu and Yukiore. And it's made by a wooden box. It's using the map editor that we have for the game now. And it's a 9-zone map, so quite a lot of them. We have this line of, the diagonal line here of 5 zones, and then these 2 here being crossed, and then the 2 ones on the side here. And so, yeah, it's Echo looking a bit off center, but it's relatively balanced in the middle, and both sides having here this long reinforcement pattern on both sides. We have 2 air spawns for each side as well, and 5 land spawns, so a lot of reinforcement coming in here. And it will be quite interesting to see how these players adapt to this new map. It's for sure a lot about the open spaces, India and Gulf on the side, so
So, as I understand, the final will be a best of 5.
yeah, the finals will be a best of 5. So we might be here for quite a while still, guys, even though we're down to 2 players only at this point. Also, big thanks to Brian Heckler coming in with another $25. So we're really getting high up there now. $250 for the finalist. And we're currently trying to get the mod to work for the players. And yeah, third place match is up to the 2 players. I did it on purpose. Did put third and fourth place on the same prize pool money, so that the 2 players can decide now at this stage if they want to play it for the honor or if they want to watch the finals. Yeah, we'll see if we will have a fourth place match or third place match here. Also, thanks for all the follows over the last days, guys. It has been amazing, both on YouTube and on Twitch. Yeah, Mr. Dukes here, Hexar, Vex Courage, Smiles VS, Jackal, Virage, Goxy, Kamil Prushnik, Rika Operator, Nico, Musclethorn, Philly Math, Knip, Perm Pink, Liliana Sarini, SPC Sandbag, Goblin 2000, Elas, Alessandro, Super NK24, Bastion, yeah, Shuki, Kiepa, EM, and all the others. Thanks for all the subscriptions as well. It really means a lot. Really awesome to see the support of the community for this event. Sorry for that.
We got a word on. I wasn't listening for the moment when I restarted my PC. Do we get a word on the bans?
What do you say?
Do we have do we know about the bans yet?
About the what?
Bans.
The bands? No, no.
Yeah. Okay. So, just out of interest, have you tried to do the modded map spectator thing before? So, are we sure this is gonna work?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I checked that you can spectate it and all.
Yes.
We checked all of that up before. That's why we are a bit confused why there are any issues. Because we tested if you can watch the replays, we tested if you can spectate it, we tested if there's any crashes or so. And what the hell? This is really weird. We might have to adjust it here, as it's... It's really weird, as it seems to crash for Yukiore and for Icarus, but it never crashed on us before. So yeah, we gonna have to figure that out here right now on the fly. Guys, we're gonna go into a short break here to just figure out the technical issues. So give us a short minute. We're gonna be back with the finals.
anything? Do you have it?
They have figured out how to set up the game now. They are currently in the picks and bans. And
Alright.
yeah, guys, we are getting it worked out. The issue was that you currently can't, if you load the map, because it doesn't have a picture and all that, if you click it through the scenario editor list, the game will crash. If you pick it through this, it does work. So we figured that out now. Both players is setting it up. We're waiting for it to start soon. Both players have activated the map now. We are getting in there soon. I'm really hyped for this new map. It really is the showcase of how a map editor can change the future of tournament play, and the ranked ladder in the future as well. And I'm really had a lot of fun on the map previously, so I'm quite happy that the Wooden Box gave the allowance to it being played in the finals here, because I think it's a nice showcase on what is possible with the map editor, and maybe gets more of you motivated to test that thing out as well, as it's actually quite easy to use. I'm surprised how easy the map maker is to use, though obviously not fully functional, at least when it comes to what you can export just yet. Hopefully more improvements there soon to come.
Yeah, and hey, this is a special announcement for everybody watching this stream on YouTube right now. Like the stream, click the like. I just checked, only half of you people have liked the stream. Half of you people are not doing, you're not doing your due diligence here, and all of you need to like the stream right now. Yeah, you, YouTube listener, YouTube viewer, yeah, you, click the like button right now.
Also, yeah, a couple more codes left to redeem, as Pivot has pointed out, and we are going into the finals. I hope at the end of that's not being the case anymore, guys, because it's free money. Let's print the free money. Matcherino, we have a bit of a downtime right now, so yeah, go there, click the coupon. Also, Pivot somehow being able to get it 3 times. Props to you there. And yeah, we also have the finals here coming in with an interesting map rotation as well. We have Crown, then we have Vertigo, so 2 really cool maps here already. Then 2 lakes where we might already be on a match ball for 1 player. Then Black Forest Duel, where we're for sure gonna be on match ball for 1 player. And then Hassel Duel if we go to the ultimate match game decider here, which will be a really interesting map number 5 as well. And yeah, Crown soon to be ready here between Yukiore and Procommu. So really looking forward to that as well.
PBAT, I'm not sure that I actually tried that and it didn't work for me because likely because I have connected all of my accounts into the Google surveillance system.
Yeah, and also it's lovely to see the constant above 3K over the last couple of days, or close to 3K, that WARNO has gotten. It's really cool to see this game doing a decent amount of numbers. Obviously, the dream would be to see this thing bust down completely and have a Y2K moment here when it hits 9,999, and then the 10K and this whole thing implodes. Still wonder what will happen if that ever happens, but it's still really nice to see that currently the player numbers are so consistent and that WARNO has having a good time out there right now. I think a matchmaker...
the 1v1 ranked has been like before this 1v1 used to be you kind of maybe facing down the same cast of 20 people maybe every once in a while, maybe facing same people numerous times in a row. But nowadays it's just so different. There is so many more new people also not just getting in the game, but also getting into ranked after owning the game and playing it in early access. That has been, and so if you are a player, if you are somebody who has been around in 10v10 or team games, this is really the time to start hanging around, trying out the ranked, because there is, let me tell you, lot of pretty basic opponents out there right now. So if you wanna get a nice elo, you wanna get a nice little sergeant master sign next to you on the leaderboard. Want to get into the top 500 maybe. This really is the time.
Yeah. We still having a break here. They are still chilling out. The maps have been set up, but yeah, we will still be here on a bit of a longer break as obviously Procommu just coming out of the semifinals. Still has to adjust here and wants to take a short break, going to restroom, maybe getting a quick bite in. So yeah, the finals still a bit out, and yeah, that gives us once more time here to look at the map and have a look at what might be possible, and yeah, also maybe theorize a bit about what might be the best divisions for it. I think interesting divisions for it. 11th E that we have here right now could be quite potent, though your infantry numbers have to be careful. And without engineered dragons, it's actually not that great, maybe, with those being banned. 5th Blinde, I think, can use the open spaces decently and also has enough infantry for the town fights and so on. And then maybe 2nd UK and 27th could be interesting as well. Or what are your thoughts about a good division for this map?
Oof, I haven't seen a single game played seriously here, so my analysis really just comes from imagining a situation in which the players could flank each other due to the very significant road network. Thank you, Germany, and the very wide area here. So I think that divisions that will be able to hold large amounts of ground with small amounts of troops, especially with ATGMs, will most likely have a pretty good time here. So I'm thinking 27th, and this obviously turning late game into more of an artillery based game. Considering that this is a new division, I doubt a new map. I doubt we are going to see a lot of airborne, considering that airborne play relies on good map knowledge from the part of the players. But even then, a lot of airborne divs can hold large ground on the sides and on the flanks with ATGMs or recon. They just can't really cross those flanks with armor. So I am thinking, I agree with PBAT here that motorized decks will be the good balance here instead of the. There are too many spots for a slow blob deck to really work. There is too many places where the blob can be stretched. So I think of what did you say about the bans here?
We don't have them yet.
Oh, we don't. Yes. Oh, so I'm thinking. I am kind of thinking that. I'm thinking either early aggro 5th Blinde, standard play, air play, late game 8th Infantry that can transition into the M1 Abramses, and kind of looking at this, if we could also maybe see considering that this is a new map, we could see maybe some tried and tested cheese. We could see a recon chopper followed up by a bunch of A10s or Su-25s, which would allow the cheesing player to maybe get a nice advantage early game and start the game out by taking free positions. But obviously, I don't think, despite the size here, I don't think that this is going to be automatically like a great place for third armored players necessarily, considering there are so many locations here that the movement paths on this map work in such a way that infantry will be necessary, and the sightlines here mean that a lot of that infantry is gonna get killed. So if you're playing something like 3rd or 11th, I do feel like the the more balanced division might be able to take it out. Do you think we're gonna get like a big fight in the middle? That would be kind of predictable considering people don't really know how the map works. So controlling the middle is obviously always kind of a nice way to. So if we get a big fight in the middle, I think that's going to be a mistake from somebody's part, because obviously all of the points are on the sides. But having a strong line going through the middle of infantry holding those forests, infantry holding positions in the middle in certain buildings, not controlling the entirety of the town, and then infantry also holding these small clusters of buildings next to the roads. The way I imagine the town fight going is that whenever one side tries to push too hard, the other side's tanks and fire support will move in and wreck those infantry that are trying to do aggro with a sort of a kauhun tasapaino. How do you translate it? A balance of terror going on in the middle. Less really, but you know, who knows? Maybe we see 11E versus 82nd, and they're gonna fight for the middle map, the middle point.
Yeah, I also find the forest in the north here quite interesting, as you can use it to get behind the enemy. You can use it to be like push infantry through, but obviously there's only one really close zone, so it would be a heavy investment into an area of the map that point-wise is not as relevant, but can obviously be really frustrating if you push it deep into the enemy. So the forest here, for sure, an interesting part of the map as well, and not quite as much of a broccoli as some other versions of this, because it has that many roads. Maybe even a bit too many roads, even for Germany.
Yeah, that's what's that thing doing there?
Well, I guess it's really just to make agriculture really work. If this would be normal field paths here, the one in the middle at least, or like half of these, then it would actually make somewhat sense. They are at least, yeah, but yeah, two main roads here, so close, are crazy even for Germany.
I'm actually thinking, considering the size, second UK might be really strong here, considering the amount of helicopters that they can bring out here. Also, helicopter transported leaders could go and helicopter transported units could go in and get just singular units in all of these corners. And the amount of attention that a player has to pay to watch every single one of these for lurking air mobiles, that's going to be a bit too much for most people. Maybe even our finalists here. Also, what is the and I also think second Panzergrenadier might actually be pretty okay, considering the amount of luxes and scimitars that could do early pushes. If let's say you're playing second Panzergrenadier and you don't really have experience on this map, you're probably gonna assume that your enemy is going to be at least somewhat spread out. And is there anything better to killing out spread out enemies except like small stacks of recon vehicles with autocannons? Steppy, this is not an official ranked map. This is a wooden box original, a custom map that we are playing here in the finals for the first time now.
Yeah, so it will be quite interesting.
Icarus, wait, no, hold on. Icarus game is supposedly on.
Yeah, Icarus versus.
The game needs to restart to activate appropriate mods. I already activated the appropriate mods, but okay.
Oh no, you activate the mod. That's why you can't play can't check on Icarus's game, because they don't have the mod. They're playing on Vertigo.
Oh, damn! Yeah. Of course.
But if you want to check that out, it might be over the Wooden Box's channel. The Wooden Box might cover that place 3 game. Let me check. I think it does. Yeah, if you want to check out the third place match, check out the Beast stream.
Yes, Mandos versus Icarus. Mandos playing
All of these
trustworthy
games
second
are
hunter
best of
grenadier.
one. And the map
Icarus
that
playing first.
here is also for 1v1. It's obviously with... it's obviously relatively wide for it, but the focus point still relatively centered, and all +1 zones because of this. So only 9 points together on it completely. So that's why there's a nice best of 1v1 map in my eyes. It might still need to get a slight bit smaller. Like you could cut away a bit on the left side here and bring that a bit closer, and then maybe move Delta over here. But in general, it's in a decent spot for 1v1. Like from playtesting and so on, it felt really nice. So
yeah, just a little update from the third place matchup. Mandos is going hardcore. Mandos is tired of playing around and gets to play a map on which he's comfortable with, and really just doing a beast opener here, reminding me of yesterday's games.
yeah, Mandos coming in with the second Panzer Grenadier, one of their favorite divisions over there. So this is gonna be hot. Yeah, whilst we're still waiting here, we're gonna put in one more short break, guys, before the finals, because Procommu is still starting to get ready. And yeah, I need some new water as well. I need a short restroom break as well. So guys, sorry for the long waiting time here. The map setup has and getting everybody on it has taken a bit longer than planned. But we will get there, and we will have an amazing best of 5 in front of us. So see you all there in a second. Yeah.
Yomi, 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 yomi. Me, yomi, yomi. Me, yomi, 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 yomi. Kosken kuiskinta, Julian mainetta mainivat no, koskien järven. Meidänpä vapauttavat on nää. Ja metso täälläkin soi. Hey, Protoss, are you there?
Kainuhun kansa arpasi.
Thanks for the follow, GTX Phoenix. And yeah, we are getting closer now. It's the game still isn't quite up yet. But
Are we on stream yet?
Are picking and betting now. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are. Okay, yeah. Now I was just gonna ask if you're feeling better today. Nothing else.
Yeah, I'm not really. Still having COVID, having sweated through the night quite heavily, but
bro.
Oh boy, that here makes me feel better though. As Real Slick and Jagdpanzer coming in, getting us up, topping us up to the $300, and getting us really close to the claimed codes guys as well. Only 5 remaining, so the waiting here for the finals at least paid off in that regard. I guess that's why Procommu didn't want to get it started immediately, because he waited for you guys to make it really worthwhile his time, and now it really is. $150 for the first place, and $75 for the second place, with both third and fourth place getting $37.50. So good prize money here for everybody involved.
And I love that the community is made out of people with jobs and disposable income, because damn, I don't have any. I have to do something else for the community to make it grow. I can't pay money for it. Oh shit, did you guys hear me singing? I thought we were...
Yeah, I forgot to mute you there.
I mean, so it's okay. Yeah, no, I was singing the song of the Hunger Lands, which is an old regional kind of regionally proud song from the area from which my family escaped from, because it's called the Hunger Lands.
And yeah, we're currently still trying to get the final picks and pans here.
Hey, we could like unironically do prize goals about me singing, because I am a classically trained singer. I haven't sung seriously in a really long time, but like I can do that stuff. I used to be in a church boys choir. I used to be in the best boys choir, in like the most premium one that performed for like the president and shit. I used to be in that one.
Also, for all of you who haven't followed Chloride's channel yet, check it out over at twitch.tv/Chloride47. Yeah, that's not quite the birth here, but you can find more information there. Yeah, and boost that number up a bit further than the 112 that it's currently standing at. If all of you on Twitch would follow there right now, you could double Chloride's followers right this second. So that
yeah, you could. And my content is actually pretty all right. It's not, I will admit, it is not as mainstream as certain other streams, considering I do go into topics other than strategy gaming every once in a while. But I do still like watching a lot of WARNO streams, and then looking at my own stream. I still do think that I do the most amount of kind of basic information for new players. So if you happen to be one of those, that's probably a pretty good place. Also, I play Finnish pop music every once in a while, classics.
Yeah, we have all the replays for all people interested into it later. We have all the replays on the Discord as well. So all the people who want to see them, if you have the observer role, you will be able to see that channel now as well. So you can check out all the replays if you want to learn some new strategies of all the players there that played in today's tournament. You want to see how the meta develops, and especially how the new maps play. You can find all the replays there of the previous rounds as well. So check that out, and yeah, have some fun there for all the people who want to learn maybe some new strategies, some new tactics, and thought like, oh yeah, Icarus was playing amazing there, or Jacob versus Yukiore. If you want to check that one out once more, you can do that, for example. Yeah, that was really a good game.
I will during next week. I think I'm gonna go and I'm gonna cast a bunch of these games on my own stream, and just to get to see them myself, to have the information, to know what the meta is developing, knowing what's overpowered and what's emerging. I personally predicted the RM70 and the MLRS would be a way, way, way larger part of this tournament than it was. At least in the games that I have seen so far. I haven't seen all of them, of course.
Yeah, MLRS not playing the biggest role here so far. I'm really surprised that we didn't see any of the RM70s, but I feel like it was sometimes actively a mistake that we didn't see them. So
yeah,
we will...
especially with Elevate. Elevate was playing such aggro in the design of the division, but then during the game, this is Cringemeister Elevate. Then in the game, the aggressively built decks were just played a little bit too defensively every once in a while.
Yeah, and yeah, the Grats, the RM70s, all those rocket launchers at the moment, quite capable of bringing pain to the enemy.
Oh, and hey, now that we have the time here, I was listening to the VOD yesterday, and I think I was slightly quieter than you were. So chat, is this true? Am I slightly quieter?
I did higher your volume a bit today.
Okay,
so
that's nice.
It should be closer today. It should be a lot closer between us. Maybe me even being a bit lower, though I'm not sure. My mixers currently. And yeah, Mars with the HE rocket for 5th Panzer can be quite powerful as well. With the cluster now being... Oh no, the Mars being the cluster one, yeah. The Lars being the HE rocket. So, yeah.
That's nice.
Icarus versus Mandos game number 1 is over now. We still wait for our first game here. Procommu taking a bit longer than hoped, but hey, it's a final. You need to be ready, and I think both players wanted to give a quick look to the map as well. I gave them the map information, like already talked about it the last couple of days, and I also gave the map files to them yesterday, but I guess they didn't have the time beforehand to check it all out. That's why we also had the issues with the whole loading up thing. But yeah, it's functional now, and we will get onto this here. We will get onto the map, and yeah, it's also giving us more time to talk about WARNO League Season 1, guys, where we will have amazing finals as well. Finals being around 20 and 21st of July, though, as this is a long tournament being played out over a couple of weeks with a group stage and then a playoff stage, and it is also split into 4 divisions or 4 different like kind of leagues. Like if you are familiar with European football, that are also split into skill level. So each division having 16 players in it, and being split up, playing their own kind of 16-player tournament with a group stage with 4-player groups where you play a round robin in that group, and then the top 2 players out of each group advancing into a quarterfinal playoffs stage, with then the winner of the Division 1 being the all champion, and Division 1 being with the best players that signed up, and then Division 4 being for new players that want to get their first tournament experience, and the winners there going up to the next division next season, so that we have like a league up and down, like demotion, promotion system, like European football, or if you're American, soccer. Hard. It was hard to pronounce it there. But yeah, that kind of system, like we have with Bundesliga, second Bundesliga, third league in Europe, that kind of system here coming around. So if you haven't signed up there and you want to have some tournament, you want to get into tournament play, league is really the best place to go. As I said, it's gonna be split into pro stage, so everybody is welcome, no matter what.
Yeah, and do you want to be popular? Do you want people to know who you are? Do you want to get clout? Do you want to get the excitement of competition? Do you want to be the people's champion rising above the ranks? I can make that happen. The only thing you have to do is win. Just play good. You can go in the lower leagues and you can play good, and then you can rise up the leagues, and then you can get up the big ones, and then you'll have a storyline behind you. Doesn't that sound exciting? Doesn't that sound like a nice thing to do after work? Having this this kind of a small little community, not too many people for it to be truly stressful, but enough people for it to be meaningful.
And yeah, the league finals being covered, for example, by Vulcan HD Gaming. So there is some good viewership behind there as well. A lot of YouTube channels out there as well. And yeah. He doesn't have a camera on activated, so
No,
I just put a portrait out there, Sleeks. That's why.
Yeah, no, I'm totally cool with that picture. I actually I sent my friend to go watch my VODs and to pick up a better picture. So if you want, you can actually change it to a good one.
Yeah, if you send it to me, we can change that on the fly. Even if you have one in a suit, or we can do that really.
No, I don't own a suit.
Okay.
I haven't owned a suit since I was. There's this one of me biting my lip. I think that would be all right. But yeah. So.
Okay. Yeah, we can for sure do that. Give me a second. Changing it on the fly. I'm not sure if the community agrees that it is a big improvement, but
I mean, there is also this one, which is an actually good. This is also an actually good picture. You can also use that one if you feel like
it. Guys, is this any better? Let me know in the chat, guys, if this picture does get any better there. Okay, we see some hearts on YouTube.
all right, that's nice.
The Kirkland.
You can see me biting my lip there. It's right after the game.
Pivot enjoys it as well. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This one is good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the 47 is a Star Trek thing, by the way. It's not an Agent 47 thing. What do you think I am?
Also, yeah, not an AK-47 thing.
No. It is 100% a Star Trek thing for those in the know.
I sadly never watched much Star Trek. Like, I watched it as a child, but always just like 1 or 2 episodes. So, and there were like, but there were different generations going on and so on. Like, Like I never knew which kind of Star Trek I was watching at which point, and so I never quite knew what was happening there.
I am of the opinion you maybe should edit this one a little bit. I think there was it was a different resolution than the other pictures. No, I
It's
agree.
too high
If
resolution. I'm
if anybody has children, I urge you have your like 9, 8-year-old children watch Star Trek. Star Trek is maybe the best TV series of all times, or just like TV brand. It is the most well written, and it's an excellent way for like literal like young children to get good info and understanding about the world. It's oh, and I when I was I was a teenager, I was very depressed. No, I mean all of them. DS9 is my favorite, but yeah, all of them. TNG is probably the best place to start. Maybe the old ones a little bit later. But when I was a young teenager, I was both. I didn't really have a understanding of the world, and I was also taken in by the government, and I used to live uh, outside of the home for a long time. And during this time, I pirated and watched all Star Trek, and decided and basically built my young adult personality around trying to replicate the values of Star Trek. All right. We have 82nd, 11E, 5E, 8th Infantry, Terror Commander Sud, and 1st UK Armored getting banned here.
No. First and TKS are the picks.
The other picks.
The French, the French are not allowed in this finals, and Americans are not really liked either. It seems, as we have 8th and 82nd banned, and then 11th and 5th banned as well, which makes sense on this map, especially the fifth ban, I think, and the 8th ban really important. And if you don't want to play airborne on this map, and then I think TKS will be played by Procommu, and first UK once more by Yukiore. So it's gonna be quite interesting. Map coming up soon, and we're gonna see that here, hopefully in a second. If you want to see the third place match here, Icarus and Mandos playing it out over on the second channel here, over at the wooden box. If you want to see that, you can find it on the B stream of the tournament, basically. We have a wooden box doing amazing job over there, so don't forget to leave a like there, and a subscription there, or at least a follow, as it's Twitch. It always, as a person who is on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time, mixing up what a subscription does and what a like and what a follow does constantly is kind of real here.
Yes, subscribe on YouTube, also subscribe on Twitch, but don't feel obliged, but do feel obliged to follow on Twitch.
And no likes, unfortunately, on Twitch, or fortunately, but you can leave a follow there for sure, over at the Wooden Boxes channel.
The likes are not optional. The likes are required. If you're watching the stream and not liking, you're stealing content. You're taking potential for this community to grow, and you're just leaving it on the table. What are you even doing? Like the goddamn stream.
That last option I'm not gonna put in there. Like, I think the first one was a more flattering one than
we can use that one later. I personally do like
that one goes on OnlyFans.
It shows it shows the muscle.
But also it's more an OnlyFans picture there.
Gotta get that one up for the league, you know.
And big shout out once more to everybody here involved. We have only 5 codes remaining, but we still can get that to zeros, guys. That's still $1.25 completely lying around for free. That could go to our players here by just people clicking the claim code button. It's completely free here, and it ends 25 cents to the prize pool for free, basically, paid out by Maturino. Like, it's not us, it's not you. Matcherino pays those 25 cents to the players if you click the claim code button. So if you do that, it would be really help getting us here to the final. Also, if we use up all 50 codes, that's always a great sign to Matcherino that we have a community that is active and so on. So they are more. There's a higher chance that we will get more in the future. Maybe even more codes than the 50 that we have at the moment here. So yeah.
So to respond to Captain Tukan on the ETA, it's happening pretty soon, I believe. Procommu may have locked himself in the bathroom or something, so it took some time. But the picks and bans have already happened, so the match should be up any minute now.
Yeah, we have the bans, we have the picks as well.
Yes, and just to repeat, bans are 82nd Airborne, 11th Parachutiste Airborne, Airborne brackets French, 5E, which is the French Armored, 8th US Infantry, maybe contesting for the strongest division right now, 8th. It's very strongly played. And getting the picks being TKS versus First UK. Chloride, could you tell me which divisions is the best at the moment, and why do you choose 5th Panzer and 2nd Panzer? Best division is not really necessarily a thing in a properly balanced game, but right now, if you want to have an all-rounder which can basically deal with pretty much any kind of opposition reliably, and yes, but I'm still. No, wait, no, hold on. You're saying the Captain Cactus. Yes. But 8th US has the option to play very slow because it has the ability to scale very well in the late game. It doesn't have proper forward deployment options, but it can still play pretty well with aggro, considering it has good special forces units as well as the lures recon. So it does have forward deployment recon. And you can also play eighth as an air spam division if you want. So your opposition will always be afraid of seed LGB bombers, fast cluster bombers, and you're also just get very good AA. So that's just part. That's a little bit of stress that you don't have to suffer when you're playing 8th Infantry. I doubt 8th is gonna get like nerfed or anything, but it really does just have so many good tools.
Oh, yeah, thanks for the subscription on YouTube there, Matthias Weiss. And yeah, both players are in session. The lobby, so they're both in there. We're waiting for the game to start. As you can see, they have the lobby up. It seems like Procommu is already in there as well, as I tried to join, and it's at full lobby. So we're just waiting for the game to get going. As we know the picks and bans of both players. Yeah, the bands 82nd, 11th E, 5th, 5th Blinde as well, 11th, airborne of the French, 8th US, and then picks being TKS for most likely Procommu. We don't quite have the name who picked what. Yukiore just told me player 1 and player 2, but didn't quite tell me who was player 1 and who was player 2. And then First Armored, but because we saw Yukiore before with First Armored, my belief is that we see Yukiore here playing the first.
So what do you think about this? I mean, TKS pick and on the new map and on the finals. So TKS, the obvious reasons here might be just the fact that TKS does have the strongest infantry opener in the game, possibly, with the Green Berets and the Mega B1. Doesn't have the BGS anymore. It has the BJS brackets suitable for guys who got angry about the big girl squad. So But BJS tends to follow the opener with both massed air and massed infantry. And seeing the massed infantry, especially when you remember that TKS really doesn't have a massive amount of top tier ATGMs outside of vehicles. Do they have the Jaguars?
TKS, no. TKS doesn't have the Jaguar.
Yeah,
TKS.
So they have Milan ones and twos in large amounts. So I am very kind of intrigued because Procommu early on was using a little bit special tactics, a little bit trying out some new stuff, and getting good results with it. So I'm very interested in seeing what kind of a terror commando suit play we're gonna get here.
Yeah, we also have a lot of planes here, obviously, which can be really strong on this map as well if the AA network is overstretched and the fighters are not around in high enough numbers. So that could help out quite nicely as well.
Yeah, we are thinking like first UK is also that obviously the weakness of the tanks here is that tanks are just slow and not maneuverable, but the strength of first is that they are capable of playing like a full spectrum air game, and they can reliably, for instance, take something like 2 tornado AAs early game, and then just have them countering the massed air spam, because the tornado, among other things, can hang around on the map for a really long time. It's 240 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, this game number 1 really takes a long time to set up here, as they are in a session now for a good couple of minutes. I'm a bit sorry, guys, but yeah, I mean, gives us time to talk about the game a bit more. And yeah, Chesk making us all hungry there with the information that his food arrived. Thanks for that. Oh no.
I have a
you evil guy. Chesk,
myself.
you evil person. And yeah, brilliant command. Because you make everybody hungry, especially the casters who can't just eat right now. Because
So speaking of food, I'm eating a peach flavored milk quark with peach bits in it. It's a skyr. It's Icelandish. I personally like them. Tasty, cheap, full of protein.
okay, game is up. We're loading in,
Arr!
and oh boy, let's get ready to rumble.
So how many times do you think this crashed before they actually...
It shouldn't crash at all, and it hasn't crashed in any of our tests. It might just have crashed here already, though. No, I think it's just Procommu and Yukiore.
Have you considered that the primary forces of the universe will always make these problems happen when people are watching?
Don't jinx it. It's looking fine so far. I think it's just the Procommu usually having pretty long loading times, and yeah, we will have a timer here in a second. We might just not have the timer. No, that's being it. Yeah, give it a second, guys. But yeah, Yuki, as expected, with first armored, Procommu with the territorial commando suit. Really exciting game number 1. Yeah, for all on you on Twitch, let's get you a prediction up here. We'll decide to gamble on who will win game number 1. Also, get that prediction from yesterday. Will it be Yukiore, or will it be Procommu with territorial commando suit? yeah, if the game would have crashed, we would have crashed by now as well. So it seems to be all fine. It's just that we don't have the timer right now, but then we are 2 minutes behind. So the timer building up there. There we go. Map is upon us now. Yukiore will come in on the left, Procommu on the right, and TKS here versus Territorial Kommando Süd, the reserve forces of the Bundeswehr, assisted by a couple American special forces that were there as their trainers, the Green Berets that were set up as assistants to make the somewhat questionable usage or usability of the reserve force a bit better by helping them out, being there as assistant forces, coming in here as the special force on the front line.
As well as the first forward units of French troops, including
Exactly,
air
a couple
and,
of the French
recon units.
Airborne or quick air mobile forces with the assistance of some MX-10 RCs and some air mobiles coming in here, and yeah, the German special forces coming in as assistance as well in the form of the Fallschirmjäger B1, which are the pre-runner of the modern-day KSK, the Kommando Spezialkräfte.
I thought they ended the KSK. Or did they just end the brigade and start it up again?
I'm not quite up to date there.
Yeah, I believe there were certain controversies regarding these units, but yeah, the Fallschirmjäger B1, they are obviously an anti-infantry close range assault squad, but West Germans in general are just lacking in good infantry with good AT weapons. The only ones they get are the second Panzergrenadiers, regular Fallschirmjägers. But the Green Berets will compensate for it with the AT force, and on Yukiore's side, we're seeing a pretty standard scout opener. But remember that these are British scouts, and British scouts are based. They have both laws and a light support weapon, so they can actually hold corners pretty all right.
And yeah, we have light setup so far by Yukiore, the classic for his scouts. And Yukiore taking a bit longer here for the setup, having to figure out where units should go. But on the other side, we have a lot of forward deployment here. Fallschirmjäger B1s and the Green Berets being put basically everywhere. Real RA Milans here, having forward deploy as well, with the Milan 2 on top.
On the bottom side, on the southern side, these AMX-10s of Procommu are moving, deploying a bit more defensively, not trying to get into Charlie, but protecting India and Gulf. Whereas up north, these units are being deployed to push the triangular zone of Bravo. So I think Procommu supporting VLRA Milans with a VLRA 20mm. These are forward deploying French trucks, because these are the units units that have managed to reach the area during the first few days, because officially the French were not in NATO, but we all know what was gonna happen if the war started, and they basically had a plan where if the war started, all the French units are just gonna press pedal and just go out there and see what happens, and they get put into Procommu's Terror Commando Süd troops, who will. But do you really think the infantry spam here? You have often called TKS to be the NATO fourth moto, but do you really think TKS has the lasting power to challenge the?
I think it depends on how well its air spam goes. Like it has the lasting power if you keep the air control. It doesn't have the lasting power if you lose the air control. Like its ground forces, there are decent enough M48s to go around to shoot up enemies. You have the MX-10s that we see here early on, so you for sure can shoot up the enemy nicely. But to really go up to a 40-minute game, you need the air power to go. But the question is, will it even go to a 40-minute game? Because we will have aggressive action here from the get-go. On the left side, though, we see some chieftains now coming around. We see a good couple of warriors, and we see a crash. What happened here?
So Procommu crashing, it seems, because it was a defeat for them. I am truly sorry for jinxing this, by the way.
This is really weird. I mean, it's also two players that are known for not having the best connection here. Yeah, they're re-hosting it in a second. Okay, yeah, it happened in deployment, so it's just a rehost. Okay, yeah, we might be here for a while, guys. We might be here for a while for this final.
Oh wait, no, actually, don't repay the channel points because nobody.
Yeah, no. The thing still will happen. Yeah, especially better geographical location, maybe. Yeah, you can use the last 3 codes, guys. Thanks to Jonas and Matthias here for pushing it up further. And yeah, the KSK is still active. It just got reformed in the last couple of years, but it's still a 1,500 person strong German Special Forces unit. And yeah, this might take a second. Okay, the map is up again. Both players loading in.
Where is Yukiore based from, by the way?
Somewhere in the East Asian time zone, so it's getting really late for Yuki as well.
All right.
Like somewhere in the Taiwanese, Chinese, Philippines time zone. In Vietnam. Like GMT +7. But I'm not quite sure where exactly there. No, this is the one I want to. Vietnam? Okay.
Oh shit, Vietnam.
Interesting. How can Yukiore play the game at the moment then? Because I know Steam had an issue lately with being banned in Vietnam, so I guess Yuki might have to play through VPN at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, but there are a lot of governments all around who do like serious restrictions on people's liberty with technology, and there is always ways to break through those, more or less. No government really wants to invest like in a security apparatus whose only purpose is to bother people playing video games. So more there is always some kind of solution there. Those kinds of things are, I dare to say, those kinds of things are built inside authoritarian systems. You need to have certain amount of leeway, otherwise the authoritarian system can't reproduce itself.
Okay, we have actually switched sides now.
Oh, bad.
Let's see how it goes around. Yeah.
So actually, Procommu is on the left side now, so this does change the situation slightly.
Yeah, it's.
But the plan seems to be pretty similar.
The aim extends coming out quickly here again. On the other side, SAS patrols coming around. As the first unit, which is interesting. We haven't seen them in the previous setup. Before it was all down to scouts. So this time it's SAS patrol, which have the forward deployment. And yeah, are a bit better CQC. This might be adjustment to which side they're on here. Going towards the center zone here at Echo. Well, it's on the other side. Yeah, it's still a similar heavily forward deploy setup here with Gazelle Cannon and all of that stuff coming around. Scouts still coming up here in numbers though. So still a pretty classic setup. Alarm coming up as well. Yeah, hopefully no disconnection this time. It shouldn't be down to the map. That happens, as I said. Like, both players, unfortunately known for having disconnects in the past, both in ranked matches and in tournaments. So hopefully gonna stay stable this time around.
We are pushing the information superhighways possibilities at its limits here in the SD League Super Tournament. But you know, it's the Westerners' fault for not winning. If they had one, be like, let's get some Captain Cactuses out there playing against EU players, maybe, you know, and then these problems wouldn't happen. It's gonna shape up.
Or
The men of
maybe
the West.
Eugen could get us a server in East Asia. But
Nah, I mean, can't do that.
I think they could, but yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah, but yeah, chaming cactus for sure is a good way to go here. I agree there.
Well,
with
no,
you
I mean, I couldn't recall any other players' nationalities. But you know, but you gotta admit, a Captain Cactus versus Chesk finals would be way easier to cast.
Yeah, Queen Race coming around. Chieftains coming in as well. On the other side. Rover CP up north.
And Suojeluskunta, I believe there is a reasonable population of Russians in Vietnam, in the way that there are a bunch of Westerners around in Southeast Asia. There are a bunch of I believe Polish people and the Russian people in Vietnam.
Ultramager B1's coming around to get into the church here as well. And to getting good at games. The ranked at the moment gets better for newer players as we get a higher population, so that the matchmaking can find you closer opponents. Obviously, with the restart of the season, everybody was really close bunched together, so you found a lot of the pro players in matches as well, because they didn't have the MMR to differentiate yet. But playing ranked right now should get better results at getting you a decent opponent, getting good at games. So yeah, playing ranked, I think there was never a better time, though I still wish that Eugen would implement for both ranked for 2v2 and also implement map vetoes and a couple of other quality of life features that other ranked systems have. Plus,
yeah, the ranked 2v2 thing is massive for me. Like, I remember when the launch day happened and the war chat was filled with people. How can I play 2v2 matchmaking? And I just like I felt the small amount of pain in my heart knowing that we have been like asking for this for so long for these games to have it. And so much that people may have like bought the game expecting it to be in here.
Yeah, we have a couple of chieftains here already coming up. Seems like the game is ready to fire off this time around, hopefully.
We're seeing the gun groups used to maximize the warrior output. The 4-man 25-point gun groups on the British side.
You don't need the warrior peak in this one, as everything on the other side dies to normal warriors as well. So it's warriors, not even with Milan here in this case. It's just normal warriors with a autocannon. It's just about the Rarden here in this matchup, together with the gun group, which has decent firepower output as well for a 4-man squad, but obviously not the best survivability. But it gets you a cheap ATGM, cheap IFV, and it's a pretty decent one. And we finally fired off here after a good while waiting. But hey, we're in here. Let's get ready for the finals. Best of 5. Game number 1 has started, and SAS Patrol and Scouts all moving forward. This is going to be really, really exciting. AMX 10s on the other side. Procommu obviously out here for blood from the get-go. Reserve Pioneer coming in here on the rear. Not as many infantry units here on his right side start as we saw on the first setup, so that's quite interesting. We have 1 CV on the side of Procommu. We have 2 CVs on the side of Yuki. So Yuki actually going ahead in that regard. And the Lynx Hellarm in the south could be the first unit to find something here, as the AMX-10RC, it most likely won't be spotted here immediately. Rover being the first unit to die, but the Scout Lore did unload beforehand, so not a super valuable kill there for the AMX-10RC. Whilst we see new units being brought in the south, and yeah, the town in the hands of Procommu.
Yeah. Can I just say quickly about the British assault pioneers? They are 5 points more expensive than other engineers, but they are so much better. They are, I believe, the only regular engineer units in the game that have light support weapons instead of medium machine guns, meaning while they rush the enemy, which is the point of engineers, is to get in close, they can still fire their 2 5.56 LSWs. So this is a British excellence here. British have a better doctrine regarding infantry units than all the others. All the others have their engineers running with machine guns that cannot be fired on the move.
Ooh,
And
we
also
have
pioneers-
a Tornado AA here coming in for only a Gazelle Cannon. Rolands and Ihawks killing the Tornado on the way out. Yuki here overextending a good bit and getting killed off. Green Berets getting pushed back in the center. Reserve Pioniere pushing forward. They are only having Uzis, but at least since the buff, Uzis are decently usable. So yeah, Green Berets dying off here in the center. AMX-10s struggling to kill the scouts. They're not the biggest HE damage dealers. And we have the Hellarm on the hunt in the south. And no AA there to deal with it. So the AMX-10 RCs down here have to be really careful. So has to be the chieftain in the middle. Okay, dodges the Milan 2 there just in time. Warrior pushing up in the middle. It's gonna be a heavy fight for this town. But it's the MX-10s on the flanks. Ooh, catching the SAS patrol and catching the gun group as well. Carl Gustav getting killed off in the south by the scouts though on the way there. So that's a nice kill. And yeah, Gina Rocket coming in as the first air unit of Procommu.
Yeah, you can see the AMX-10 RC in north here is going to be taken out by Yukipo's armored rifles, I believe. But we are seeing a front line developing with a bunch of Heimerschützen and regular pioneers getting into the town here. The assault pioneers...
Tornado Seed coming in. F104 HE coming in as well, killing off the SAS patrol. But the Tornado Seed being microed against really well. Meanwhile, down south, AMX-10 gets killed, but the helicopter gets killed as well. Tornado Seed going down, great micro here by Procommu, though losses of the 2 AMX-10s down south, pretty painful because you just can't replace this. These are the best guns that you get as the TKS, the 17 penetration, 2275 meter range. That's the best anti-tank gun that you get in the game. So losing 2 of them early on is pretty painful, and yeah, they are pretty irreplaceable. Tornado gets a nice kill on the Gina in the north, has to be careful. Ihawk finds a hit, the second Ihawk, unfortunately for Procommu, without ammo right now, otherwise this Tornado might have been toast. Meanwhile, Green Berets in the north on a sneaky move as well, though they might run into the scouts here immediately. Yes, they will run to the scouts, so the Warrior might have a chance of killing them, though that's the question, how close will they be to the Warrior at that moment, because otherwise, yeah, Green Berets find the Warrior actually beforehand, and then they might just roll over these scouts and the gun group. So gun group in a good spot here to hold off against them.
Yeah, so we're seeing Procommu threaten 2 positions. Both the southwest portion of Echo is already safe, could be taken out, and most likely is going to be taken out by the Iltis Furungs. Also, Golf, there is only a single warrior, now a chieftain being ordered in here, but the AMX-10 most likely being able to take out the warrior here. We'll see if these 2 AMX-10s will try to use all of this extensive car-centered road network here to actually get into the back lines. Seems like not getting the kill against the warrior is kind of resulting in, and most likely also, lack of experience on this map. So Procommu is not trying to go full hog and push into the back line. A Harrier is being ordered in to apparently not deal with the town attack, but most likely might actually just end up hitting the town here.
Ooh, Mirage 2000 though on the hunt, but we have a Tornado AA on the other side immediately as well. Mirage dodging the first of the super Skyflash super attempts, dodging the second one as well. Mirage now coming around with its long-range missiles being fired as well. Ooh, Tornado gets the hit. Mirage has to get the hell out. Second Mirage coming in now though, and the Tornado running low on missiles here. Has a lot of sidewinders under its wings as well. That's one of the good things about the Tornado. It has 8 missiles to go with. And yeah, the Mirage now trying to dodge away. Good micro on the Tornado here by Yukiore, not getting it close to the Eyehawks in the middle. But the Harrier now actually being clicked onto the Mirage. That's a mistake. Ooh, if the Eyehawks hit this one, it's gonna be really painful. First one hits, second one hits as well. There goes the Harrier. Not what you want to lose at this moment. Gazelle rockets down here, getting gunned down by the 20mm AAPs. Good usage of that little gun truck here by Procommu as well. And we most likely gonna see a capture of that open zone in the north in a second. Meanwhile, Milan 2 already firing onto the Chieftain. Chieftain smokes off, has to disengage there. Heavy fighting there in the north.
Yeah, I am. So we're now seeing the leader actually move into the Gulf point, in the southern point, and leaving the urban point on Echo clear. But this will still lead. Wait, hold on. Does it? No, actually, it'll stop the stop a tick here.
It will get a +1 tick for Procommu in a second. Yes. But Bravo is pretty open in the south. Yuki having good control over that area. Procommu trying to bring up another Jäger Carl Gustav, but the scouts of Yukiore already have pushed up far enough forward. That's what I was talking about with this forest earlier. You can sneak through it into the enemy rear line if you push through. And these Jägers are going too far forward. So the scouts most likely gonna find another kill there on a unit in transport. And this starts to get expensive for Procommu in the south.
Oh yeah, I've been watching the map from a different perspective, so I've been saying north and south wrong, sorry. But yeah, a rare Alpha Jet cluster, a 10 ECM, 6 damage, 6 health plane going and chasing down the Chieftain. And
loses line of sight last second though, not finding it, but in the middle, all AA has been taken out. One of the Chieftains has died as well on the way up, and yeah, the Rapiers not being alive anymore thanks to the MX-10 RCs and the Milan 2 there doing a fantastic job means that Yukiore here has to run away constantly. Gazelle Cannon not able to allow the Alpha Jet cluster to get the kill there. Good micro by Yukiore, but more F-104s coming in with bombing runs. More units here dying. Procommu so far playing really well to the air dominance that you want to have with TKS, and the +1 here going up nicely tick-wise. Nice kill onto the Warrior Pleak in the south with the Milan 2 as well. It's gonna be interesting to see what Yukiore will try to deal with this situation here now.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of a tanks chieftains with scouts moving in, knowing and understanding that there is only a limited amount of heavy units defending Gulf. The AMX RCs are trying to get into a nice side shot position here. Might actually get a big kill against the Chieftain Mark 11, the heaviest Chieftain, I believe. I actually think that using helicopters and having these fighters and Alpha Jets out here...
Oh, Chieftains here! AMX-10s have to be really careful, but Yuki currently not seeing them because there's nothing scouting for him here. Now the Chieftain gets close enough to the AMX-10s though, and that's the moment where they have to run away. One of them gets taken out, but still trading off against one Chieftain Mark 11. That's point-wise at least a good trade. I'm not sure if it's pool-wise a good trade. Mirage going to deep this time around as well. Tornado finally finding a kill there. But Chieftains here being lost and Procommu still holding out on the +1 for now. Could maybe sneak a CV into the center zone here, into, what is it, Echo? Yeah, Echo as well.
Northeastern point of Echo is hidden from all line of sight that Yukipo has right now. Yeah, I think sacrificing that Mirage against the Tornado was actually value because it allowed the air mobiles to get into the close range positions next into this forest here.
And the Tornado being lost now as well, so...
Yeah, I believe taking out these Tornadoes is one of the win conditions for Procommu, and Procommu knows it. Procommu invest into 2 Eyehawks. The Eyehawks are now loaded up, probably going to get pushed further up here. Procommu knows the same thing that you do, that only the sustained air spam can actually win this game, in the late game, and sustained air spam can't happen until at least 3 of the 4 Tornadoes are taken out. This map is way too large for the short range.
Oh, AMX-10 coming in with a really clutch frontline assault against the Chieftain as well. That ate a Apilas from the Airmobile earlier. So the AMX-10 on this short range actually able to take it out with a frontal hit. So the Chieftains here getting taken out. Scouts trying to kill it off with a Law, not finding the kill though, as the Law not quite strong enough to get the frontal damage done. So the AMX-10 once more will survive. It's the last of them, but as long as one is still alive, that at least keeps up the pressure. We have a +3 now for Procommu, and that's starting to be frustrating here for Yuki.
Yeah, Yuki is bringing in assault pioneers and as well as Carl Gustav troops to try to start fighting for Echo. But on long range, in fortifications, these Heimatschützen will just trade better, and these low 0-vet air mobiles, they will just trade better than the armored division's 1-vet troops. Even though Yukipo on average has better infantry, at least right now, this is just if this becomes a grind fight, that is exactly what Procommu wants. And Procommu has to be careful to not allow a fire superiority to happen here on the British side, because having the small amounts of infantry fight through the town with a large support from IFVs and chieftains is exactly the way that First UK is supposed to deal with this situation. But that is why this constant bombardment, trying to keep the amount of vehicles as low as possible, is great. We see the Eyehawks being forward deployed here, just trying to get those Tornadoes so aggressively from Procommu. It's very smart play. I am very happy about seeing this utilization of TK.
Milan 2 getting another nice kill there on a Chieftain. That Milan 2, that church building is really strong on this map, and yeah, it's the only high elevation building all around, and it's really dangerous here for Yuki. No artillery being brought in, as it's hard to afford it on a wide map like this, especially with so much air usage already. And Yuki really on the timer now, and hasn't really used the push in the south to maybe contest Bravo. And I believe that might have been a mistake. That's where Yuki was really having a nice advantage now, and that is over by now as M48s have been brought forward. So Procommu having stabilized there, having brought in a good amount of Heimatschützen as well. So Yuki now having to focus again onto the center, onto the north side maybe even, but I'm not quite sure how to get back in there. That doesn't seem to be too easy. Ooh, Seed Plane at least taking out the Roland. Will now get out again as the Eyehawk actually gets a hit on it. But artillery may be the better way of dealing even with this AA here at this point.
Yeah, so Procommu is actually moving 2 Carl Gustav Jaeger units down in the forest to Delta, and as no reinforcements are going out there right now, applying even more pressure, no matter how slow pressure, in these +2 situations is the right way. Yuki wants to have a decisive battle because Yuki's got the bigger guns, and this small amount of raiding and stretching activity even maybe utilizing something up north to try to take positions at the reinforced route. All of this is a way to slowly try to bring Yukipo into more and more of a defensive position when Yuki really should be attacking here.
Yeah, another Pioneer pushing in. The Chieftains in the center getting some nice kills. There are some Gazelle Hots. Javelins need to try to get into a spot to deal with those, as the Chieftain otherwise will have a bad time. Rover CP under fire as well. At least that one can evacuate in time here. Another tornado moving around in the south. Gets hit by the Eyehawks with their amazingly long range. The rifles in a good spot here to deal with the M48s. Those are maybe pushing a bit too eagerly here. So the Law 80s most likely going to have a nice time there. First one, first kill. So that is nice. The last AMX-10 finally falling as well. That will make the late game a lot easier for Yuki. Question is just, will Yuki be able to get into the late game? As it's going to... the tick here really starting to put some pressure on. We have 10 minutes and 58 seconds if it stays on a +3. And we might even see Procommu here getting more points in the south. And here comes the air train. A lot of F-104s coming around. Only one tornado around to try to stop it. Mirage coming in as well. Eyehawks not getting the hit. Only one tornado hit. Roland hit on the tornado. But that's still good enough. And the F-104s all getting through. All getting their bombs off. Not the most amazing hits, but still all value. And that last hit actually might be amazing. The Rover gets taken out, yeah. And infantry taking some damage as well. AA here not strong enough. More javelins coming in. More gun groups with warriors coming in as well. Chieftains having to hold against the M48s. A lot of infantry pushing through the open here for Procommu. So the warriors can start to pay off here potentially now. But the Chieftains also doing a good job there, trying to deal damage. F-111 LGB though, getting the kill there. Might be able to come around for another one as well. Yeah, another Chieftain here under attack. This LGB also will find its mark. And that's 2 Chieftains down here with 1 run. And that's starting to get maybe already too much here for Yukipo to come back from, as there are no Chieftains left on the map right now. A Challenger coming in now. In the south, we saw the M48s dying, but the rifle got killed off by the Jaegers as well. And yeah, currently the M48s actually the best tank on the front line, because there are no other tanks on the front line.
Yeah, I mean, you can see anything under the sun here in the WARNO Supertournament. We saw an air mobile combat drop down at Foxtrot, which was allowed by the fact that the only javelin there was low cohesion, so they had -75 accuracy. Currently, the most of the reinforcements recently have been infantry around the middle Foxtrot / Echo area, and this is exactly the area in which repeatedly, I mean all areas right now, but repeatedly Yukipo has not had air defense or air superiority around this area, where they're trying to build up this great assault force that could finally break all of these reserve units. We even see an air mobile trying to get in a building and maybe possibly getting the Rover CV here, the 3-man air mobile squad on low cohesion, going on and not hitting the first shot, but still scaring the Rover into position and spotting it immediately. This is Procommu is absolutely in the offensive here, and with a +3. And I dare say that the reason this is happening is due to the very aggressive Eyehawk and airplay here. I think that really was the key.
Yeah, also killing off both javelins, both track drop here's on the other side early on with the deep push, with the AMX-10s here getting some lovely kills was super important. And yeah, the M48s now being frustrating for the warriors to deal with. Alpha Jet cluster coming around, those don't have the best track record so far against the javelins. Yeah, the second one going down here as well now, but they still did deal some damage. Challenger actually taking some side shots from M48s. even
Artillery
that one
coming
not
in from
doing too
Procommu.
well right now. The Tornado HE will at least wipe out the infantry in the south. Rover CP though, under a lot of pressure here. Down to 1 hit point. Gazelle Hot coming around. Javelin not far enough up to help out. F-111 coming in with a bombing run as well. Oh, actually dropped both bombs there. Oh no, yeah.
And meanwhile, this is happening. A Green Beret leader was just dropped in the support of 2 Gazelles to take out the southernmost point on Delta.
And we are going up to a +5 situation here now already, and that +5 is going to take down Yukiore here in 3 minutes 43. We might see the Green Berets getting back into the Chinook and then going for Hotel as well. So this situation here deteriorating really quickly for Yuki, and Procommu on the way to the map number 1 victory here quite quickly now.
A Feldhaubitze has been ordered by Procommu also, but hasn't been unloaded yet, most likely due to active microing on all other fronts. Reserve Pioneers, Feldjägers, Heimatschützen, and Air Mobiles being ordered in to attack the site on Hotel. This is the line has been broken down south here. Can we say the Yukiore was baited into a grind battle where TKS was always going to trade better. The grind battle was going to be won by the side that had enough fire support, and the air support of Procommu was just it wasn't automatically the better one, but the air play made it so. If those tornado bombers and those tornado AAs were allowed to rule the area, if the Seeds had been able to take out singular Roland 3s and iHawks instead of having to face 3 of them at the same time, this game could have maybe gone completely differently.
Yeah, so map number 1 here, going to Procommu. Really strong airplay. That's how you have to push forward with TKS. Taking out the AA of the enemy in a really efficient manner as well. And yeah, those track drop gears not being around makes the F-104s just go absolutely ham. The Javelins not having the range to effectively deal with them. And yeah, that really hampered Yukiore's chances of pushing anywhere, because any push was just bombed into oblivion. And the LGB bomber even coming in for the challengers later, completely dominating that part of the map then, and allowing Procommu to get all the capture points, going up to a heavy take and getting the W here in game number 1. But a lot of room still here for Yukiore to come back, as this was only map number 1 in a best of 5. So still a good couple more matches up here for us before we end this. And yeah, thanks for the raid there, Woodenbox. How happy are you with the first tournament game on your map here? How did you enjoy that? And for all of you who haven't followed Woodenbox yet, you should do so, especially because he made that map that we just saw the first game on.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I really like the fact that the small points, because there are a lot of maps currently in the game which have a lot of empty space on the sidelines, and generally I like that. I like the fact that there is extra space, not just because it's cool, but also because it just allows more airplay and more tactics to happen. But in this Wooden Box original that we just saw, these sidelines have also have sights. These sights are, I believe, purposefully very small and simple, so it's difficult to, and maybe not even smart to start having grind battles around the around your sides. But we saw how fast the well-trading, widely spread out troops could take a bunch of points, with only kind of good recon coverage and good understanding of where the enemy had deployed. So yeah, I like that the side areas are have tactical value, even if the points may seem very small.
Yeah, the
But the
side
point
value
amount
on this the map really is nicely designed. It might be a bit too big for the average division, but I think having such maps in a rank pool where you then maybe can veto out maps in the future, like for the ranked seasons, would be great in my eyes. Having more variety between maps, it's what makes map pools in StarCraft and Age of Empires and so on really click in my eyes. Like, and if you know the map before you pick your division, or at least can veto some, that would be perfect. And for tournaments where you know that you will play on the map, it's a good map as well in my eyes. Like, both players knew that it was what the map would look like. So yeah, nice pick here as well.
yeah,
Thanks,
larger
Jacob.
maps, of course, also meaning that there are more stuff to micro. So larger maps can, or wider maps in this case, can be very intimidating for newer players. So if stuff like this gets put into ranked, I'd be okay with the veto system being implemented also.
Yeah, we're also moving on to a really crowd favorite here with the next map, as we're gonna go to Vertigo Duel, which is a really nice little map. Yeah, being in the finals here. Vertigo Duel, then Two Lakes Duel. Might be already our last map if Procommu does make a run through this year now. But I'm really seeing Yukiore being able to at least take one map out of Procommu here. But we will see how it goes. That first game for sure, Procommu got the game plan better through, but obviously with the new map it was also somewhat special. So we'll see how it goes here on map number 2. As yeah, the place for the third place match being decided in favor of Icarus. As I said before, they both will get the same amount of prize money. But yeah, we have still 2 codes to be claimed here for the tournament. Still 2 codes can be claimed, guys. So if you want to help these players out, earning a bit more money for all their struggle over the last 2 days, check out the Match Arena page. On YouTube in the description, on Twitch right now in the chat, and click the claim code button if you haven't done so yet to add the 25 cents. 50 cents still remaining completely for free. And once more, thanks to all the people who contributed money directly. Real Slake, Jagdpanzer, who else did we have here? We have Chesk coming in with 15, Brian Heckler, Shrek Worm, Tom Snyder, Regni, Humpsy coming in, William, Feta coming in with an amazing $105, Scans coming in with another 10, and the first contribution from Captain Cactus with 20 bucks as well. So much appreciated all the support, guys, over the last couple of days here on the channel as well. It's amazing to see how many followers we gained over the last couple of days. Yeah, don't forget to leave some over at Cloret's channel as well. And yeah, we gonna get here into game number 2 in a second. The lobby is already up. Yukiore is hot for the action. Hopefully Procommu coming up there in a second as well to get us into that final game here, or into the second game of the finals. Not quite our final game for sure.
So Protos, considering I am not the best with rules, do they do more bans for the next? Do they do different bans?
Yeah,
for
They ban the new divisions for the next one.
Yeah, so they do different bans for every map. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And player 1 and player 2 do switch. So in the next one, it's gonna be Yukiore as player 1 and Yukiore as player 2 and Procommu as player 1. So Yukiore gonna have the first pick, and then Procommu having the counter pick, but obviously one less choice to choose from there in that game, that pick and ban. Also, Yuki having the last ban, so can somewhat set up a nice division, though obviously the enemy then knows what division you have and can counterpick the best of the remaining divisions out there. It's a relatively balanced setup so far. The player 1, player 2 win rate actually in the tournament so far always has been decently balanced, though I would rate having the counter pick a bit higher, but some players rate it the other way around, with being able to set up that last ban and then having like the last remaining most OP division maybe for the map as the division that you can pick as the more favorable thing. Yeah. Playing a ladder against Procommu can sometimes be quite painful when it comes to the lag applied, though that last game seemed to be somewhat okay in that regard. Also, we got the last claimed codes completely claimed, and also, VO175, which I believe is UWeb, coming in here with another $10. Much appreciated. We are at $112 now, so really getting up there to $155 for first place. Lovely to see.
Macherino, what's the command? This?
And yeah, we have all 50 codes claimed. Really big thanks for that, guys. Always nice to see that you guys are so active with that. Every tournament we have it. And yeah, we are still waiting here for Yuki and Procommu to set up game number 2. Hopefully Procommu can speed up the between game speed a bit compared to the previous ones. Otherwise we will still be here for quite a while. Yeah, shouldn't be as many issues as with map number 1, as obviously both players now not having to use mods anymore and any of that. So it's just vanilla game, no setup, nothing can crash in that regard, at least.
Do we have an info? No.
Yeah, no, at the moment, no information regarding the next picks and bans or anything like that. Huh? Okay. I asked for the next picks and bans here. Yeah, we're still waiting for the setup.
What do you mean, Petkovic? I even changed clothes.
Yeah.
Earlier.
Petkovic not actively watching the camera there at all. Disappointing.
Yeah, the picture moves every once in a while. If you look deep into its eyes, you will see it is alive. Frankly, Bihawks, my superpower is absolutely not being seen. For whatever reason, I am very memorable. People will come to me and say that they saw me, that they knew like my sister like 15 years ago, and they remember me. I don't know why this is. Has to probably the beard. It's probably the beard, honestly.
Yeah, and some people ask for the OnlyFans pictures back. Yeah, Don't176. It's Chlorite47 on OnlyFans as well, if you want to have those more open pictures back.
Nah, it's a. I know people who do OnlyFans, and it is a lot of work. I've seen the amount of work that goes into people who actually make a living on that stuff, and I'm too lazy for that. I am only the only thing this world can provide me is a white collar job. That is the only thing that I can do.
Yeah, we're waiting for Yuki. Yuki playing 5th Panzer in game 2. We have the bands. We're waiting for Procommu's last pick here. The bands are 3rd US, 8th US, 11th ACAF, so US division's really not welcome here. And then 27th Guards. So yeah, a lot of the heavier formations being taken out. Could be maybe a German duel, though usually Procommu really playing a lot of forward deploy stuff, but I mean, 2nd Panzer Grenadier has some Ultramakers as well. Could see some 2nd UK maybe as well here. Against 5th Panzer once more, which would be an interesting one as well. And yeah.
But I'm just gonna send you a new one. Hold on, this.
As we're waiting for the last one. Yeah, 3rd US, 8th at 11th. Coming around.
Where is it? Oh.
Seems like Procommu really taking his sweet time here.
Procommu is going back to the shed to feed the horses that keep the generator going. Oh no! Wait, no, the oxen.
Or the
Or the
wife,
donkey,
you
maybe.
don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a donkey as well, you know.
Yeah. The children.
Well, not necessarily. Very low population density around there. I don't think you could have children. Children do that work efficiently. Protos, have you ever heard about the baby farm idea?
No.
No, the baby farm is a theoretical concept made up by a certain anarcho-capitalist economists, philosophers, who realized that babies have the most like strength to weight ratio of any creatures, or something like that. At least they believe this. So they started looking into ways to use this to grow the economy, and they came up with numerous different baby farms.
That sounds completely hilarious, but hopefully people don't take it too far, too serious.
Yes, as far as anarcho-capitalists are, they were not taken that seriously. But the concept was basically that you would have a certain enriching physical activities for young babies, where people could go and they would be paid for having their babies play in the baby farms. And because the strength-to-weight ratio is so powerful, this weight would be applied into agriculture.
Okay, yeah, let's move back to
Yes.
to one of what
We-
yeah, and let's see if Procommu finally comes around. Okay, pick is 39th. We're gonna get into the session here soon.
All right. So hold on. Can you post the pics here?
Picks up 5th Panzer and 39th.
All right.
So 5th Panzer for Yukipo, 39th for Procommu, which for Vertigo makes perfect sense. Good divisions both.
Haven't seen a lot of 39th recently, not on ladder or everywhere. I was 27th banned.
Yes, 27th was banned.
Yeah, 27th, the more high-tech Soviet motor rifle division, just has so many good weapons right now, excellent in the meta. But 39th does compensate with having way better aircraft, as well as a larger pool of infantry that trades pretty well and deploys fast.
Yeah, it's for sure also really cost efficient with its the RPG 22 motostrelkies.
Yeah, and they get way better AA, of course, compared to 27th.
That come with the BMP2s, so you get them for 90 points there. Motostrelky medis quite nicely as well, and yeah, you get the cubes, you get the OSAs here in the AA tab. Good amount of helicopters as well, and the MiG-27 case LGB is pretty decent as well. Some nice amounts of clusters. Obviously, yeah, good amount of TADBs and BVs as well. Though, yeah, at the moment, the difference between those two, the B and the BV, not too key, as we're still waiting for them to get the game started here. This is a long break again. I will have to talk to Procommu after the next game to please hopefully make it a bit shorter so that we finish before the day after tomorrow.
Procommu is currently pedaling so hard to charge the battery that runs the computer. You know.
Yeah, the other way around. There are some in the other way around most likely as well. The law of WARNO is gonna be interesting the further we get to the other parts of the map as well. Like we already have this one with the charter flights from Finland or air assault, which I find kind of funny. Like or the air assault that the way that they got to Kassel Airport was using like normal civilian charter airplanes that came in from Finland, and then like kind of Trojan horse kind of way, having those Soviet infantry units in there and taking it over. That's why how they also got the Beute Eyehawks and stuff on that formation, the Tauroggen formation, and then.
Historically, people often remember the in World in Conflict there was the mission where Soviet Spetsnaz units took control of a military base on the harbor of New York, which, frankly, only happening because they wanted to have New York City somehow be part of the be a map in World in Conflict. But this, I believe that there was an actual, like a section of Soviet military intelligence, GRU Spetsnaz, whose job was to train in operating NATO weaponry, not just because obviously that kind of knowledge is extremely important, but also so that they could be deployed to capture stuff like American National Guards bases, and then to start like force multiplying themselves around the Kansas National Guard or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess the closest thing to the airport situation here, his like IRL might be the Entebbe raid or the Operation Thunderbolt.
I was just thinking about it. Yeah,
by
Entebbe.
the Israelis against like in Uganda, where to free the hostages there, which is a wild operation.
But if we're talking about the usage of civilian airplanes in warfare, I mean Southeast Asia. The Air America used to be literally called Civil Air Transport. Those who don't know what Air America was and possibly still is, Air America is the first PMC ever. It was built around American, Asian, and Southeast Asian interests by what would become the CIA. And they basically operated an airline out of Taiwan that was also an airline, but hired a lot of American fighter pilots. So if there ever was an insurgent group that people wanted to win, or an insurgent group that somebody wanted to lose, the suitable forces would start getting drops of weaponry and advisors and supplies by this civilian air company. And these were also these tactics as far as the Indochina wars kept going on. Stuff like the Laotian and Cambodian and Thai or Thai. Thai special forces, often most likely both trained and operated by American Western special forces,
Okay.
would use like civilian ships and cargo and this to infiltrate. It's very good. If any one of you guys is ever trying to do a coup, one of my favorite ways to do a coup is just to have a bunch of guys in a bus, drive that bus in like a tourist route, and then start shooting. No, why are you wearing uniforms if you're doing a coup? Like, come on. But hey, the game seems to be loading in here.
Yeah, we are finally in. And yeah, I mean, the Cold War was a lot about civilian clauses, so it makes sense that we have them to some extent in WARNO as well. Yes, yeah, the representation with the Spetsnaz Gruppe, and the CBs, and then also obviously the complete false flag units with the Sprengtaucher. We won't have them in these two divisions though, as 5th Panzer and 39th don't have them. But yeah, like the amount of smuggling in the Cold War and the amount of stuff we still don't know is quite wild. Like, yeah.
Yes. One of my favorite facts is that most of the LSD that was produced in the 1960s and 70s in Europe was actually made by the Czechoslovakian military intelligence because they wanted to get money, and they realized that that stuff was really easy to produce. So they sold it to people all around Europe and the world.
Yeah, that's for sure is an easy way of infiltrating stuff as well. But yeah,
surely
let's see.
the only time intelligence agencies have ever sold drugs.
Doubt. But yeah, Yukiore and Procommu here
Yes.
with 5th Panzer and 39th coming up, and let's talk about that matchup. Who do you think has the better division for this map?
Honestly, I haven't seen 39th in so long. I do think that Yukiore does have the better late game here. Obviously, considering how easy it is to bypass Delta and Charlie on the southern side of the map, I think there is a good reason to believe that we're going to have a kind of an upper and middle part battle here. And in this, the blob is strong. The blob is fast. The blob can trade well. The blob can replace the weaker units pretty easily, and the blob can also keep on repairing the more expensive stuff. What we're seeing here on Procommy's side seems to be not a recon rush necessarily, but a pretty significant opener with 6 recon units in total, wanting to have the BRDMs as well as the Motorasvedka go into the middle fortress area here. The Yukiore could send fair spares there, but fair spare don't have AT weapons, so just having the BRDM to pick out Milans or whatever the West Germans could send there. Is pretty smart, I think. There is we're having a very good optics recon chopper. The jammer, actually, we're seeing the ECM jammer chopper with the hilarious bolt-ons on the side of the Mi-8. And
Yeah.
do you think we're going to see an Su-25 here? Because why else would they would Procommu be opening with a with a recon heli unless they want to just go and Su-25 the opener?
It is most a likely possibility. Like either more helicopters or Su-25. It seems to be not more helicopters for now. So Su-25 is rather likely. It might just be for scouting what's going in there. But as there's quite a lot of units already on the front line, I'm not quite sure if Su-25 can be afforded. Though I believe there's just enough room for it. But yeah, the Mi-8 MTP here coming in. On the other side, we have a Leo 2A3 immediately on the battlefield as well. 2 Roland 3s coming in quickly as well. The 2 Milan 1s for the south to hold on there. And then question is, where will Yukiore go with the rest of these units?
Yeah, Procommu is bringing in Commendatura, the foreman infantry, the military police units also, opening up with a T-80BV Rapira, a single coupe so far, a pretty standard opener, going up to the northern side with a single BMP-2 taking a very defensive, completely bypassing Delta and Charlie. And whereas the Yukipo seems to be seems to realize that the South might be free and is just F moving a lot, like a significant, most of his units just getting F moved right down to Delta. Having the Leopard, wanted to obviously have a Leopard 2A4 and a command tank, but now is doing the discount version of having 2 Leopard 2A3s, one of which is a command tank. I personally like doing the 2 heavy NBT opener when the heavy NBTs are mobile in the way that the Leopards are. It allows you an excellent way to reliably pick out units and even overpower them.
You have to be careful with the Su-25 though. If that catches those two, that would be devastating. And yeah, for people asking about the Evo helicopter here, the reason why this thing is pretty decent is the Evo skill at the moment, the jammer trait, not super helpful. It can do its job somewhat, but it's actually not quite functional in the way it's supposed to be yet. The more important part is the 40% ECM down here, meaning that this is one of the most survivable helicopters out there. So, and together with being very good optics, it is actually quite good as just looking at the enemy. So that's what you go for here. And yeah, that's why you use it, because it has really high ECM. The jammer planes going with a similar thing, though they also can help out spotting enemy radar AA and make it so that your LGB bombers can hit those, which is quite nice as well. But yeah, the high ECM both on the EVOR helicopters and the EVOR planes is quite helpful in helping them survive more and maybe even chewing up enemy air defenses. Like sometimes.
So looking at the way that this is going, we're going to see Procommu take the middle fortress immediately, and we're going to see ATGM defenses in form of Milan 1s and a Jaguar 2 defending Alpha from Yukipo's side. Yukipo with the blob, including 2 Roland 3s, which hopefully will be able to do something about the impending air rush. There's a rocket heli even. The blob seems to go down to Delta, and then let's see what happens. I kind of want to see Yukipo just go down to Delta and then move northwest up top and flank Bravo. Just cut out both the fortress and the Bravo side completely. I would love to see that being attempted, but let's see how this actually plays out. Obviously, we can't see the air buys so far. But there is now an Mi-8 rocket helicopter going to the middle also. So maybe this is maybe the idea here is that the rocket heli will take out any infantry, especially like ATGMs or recon units that are positioned on the eastern side of the fortress.
Mi-8 still coming around. Yeah, we are still waiting for the starting shot here. It seems like both sides are next to ready. So, gonna be interesting to see how things will play
There
out.
is an AGS-17 UAS. I love Procommu taking out and trying these units. This is no, actually it was taken out. It was a vetted up AGS UAS with 80% accuracy at max range. Why couldn't we get to see that?
Yeah, we have instead more BRDMs here, but
Procommu changing the opener pretty significantly here now with only a single tank so far. Still looking into getting the top side here. Seems that Procommu has got made a new plan.
yeah, we are waiting for the setup to get ready. The plan seems to be maybe more airplane focused, as there is for sure points for that round now. Though that might really end quickly at the Roland 3s. But Roland 3 is always a bit unreliable, as they only have 2 missiles at a time. They have 12 missiles in completely, but the reload after they fire 2 is somewhat long. It got reduced to 10 seconds by now, but that's still a good amount of time before they can fire the next time. And we have the game starting now. Yeah, here we go. That's the jamming range of the Mi-8, though it only affects recon units, and yeah, but
specifically the first spur here.
The more interesting part here is going to be the rockets of the helicopters, and if there are any planes around. There we go, MiG-23 AA coming in here.
MiG-23 MLD, the mold. Note that this opener was, and the Su-25AT coming out right here. Note that this was such a concentrated and planned opener for Procommu that Procommu even deleted the unit that was supposed to be the only guard on the southern side. But now with the Mi-8 recon is moving in and trying to watch the resupply route. Su-25, let's see it in Procommu currently spotting only the first spur, but the Mi-8 rocket looking in hungrily at the Special Forces Recon Squad from the West Germans. And Yukipore's units are now moving into the very good range of the chopper, and the Su-25 is looking in, targeting the Roland immediately. Roland hits, gets stunned.
Oh, it gets the Leo on the way out though. And the Rolands, can they find a kill? They can't. They get 2 hits, but it's just not quite enough against this armored plane. So the Su-25 does at least as much damage as it could really hope for. F4F coming in just a second too late, but the MiG-23 still gets taken out. MiG-27K coming in for the Rolands now. One of them at least gonna die here. Yeah, Procommu really playing the meta game here now. Wanting to do the air spam. MiG-27 will be out for a long while as well. So damage on all of Procommu's planes, one going down as well. It's not a cheap opener, but it did enough damage in my eyes to be worthwhile the effort.
Up north here, we can see Procommu's Motorasvedka are pushing this. The 2 Milan ones don't actually getting a side shot into the T-80 leader, but despite this, the firepower seems to be enough here.
F4F rocket coming in relatively strong there, but not quite taking out the Motorasvedka. The ATGM flying again, but the Milan ones, yeah, both taken out. So the push is real. Su-25 coming in for the Roland again. Takes it out. Yeah, F4F AA's not around. Su-27 now coming in for the F4F rocket. F4F rocket now being targeted on the Mi-8 up north. Not able to get a gun run on it, as that thing is what allows to the spotting on all these AA units, and what ruined the day of the Roland 2s here. Su-27 really struggling to kill out of the F4F. It fired 10 missiles and didn't get a kill. Okay, that's really sad, SU-27.
SU-25 taking out the Leopard finally. The Fuchs Milans medium machine guns were not enough to bring down the recon chopper, despite taking it down to 1 health.
Yeah, that's the issue
Currently,
with
most
the Germans.
expensive
They don't
units.
have 50 cals, they only have MG3s, and those don't really kill enemy helicopters that quickly. The Pioneers will finally do the job though. Mi-8 finally down. And in the end of things, Yukiore still with a decent spot in the north, but yeah, losing all the tanks, really painful. And the thing is now that Procommu can push through on the south nearly completely, maybe even. Iltisfur will run into BRDM here. That might end pretty badly as well. Hopefully it evacuates in time, as the BRDM now comes around, and the Iltis leader, yeah, reacting really quickly there, should be enough to keep it alive. Yukiore there being somewhat quick about it. F4F coming in for the Mi-8 in the rear, not for the BRDM. The Pa helicopter and the Milan 2 though being here now. Milan 2 still having to reposition. Pa, can it find the kill? Yes, it can. Okay, crisis averted. Mi-8 helicopter gets killed before it can find the Jaguar as well. So Yukiore with some important kills here now as well. MiG-23 AA coming around, but we have 2 and the Roland 3s and the Gepard now in the north. So the F4F, if it baits the MiG-23 into those, will turn the table here quite nicely as well, potentially. MiG-23 and F4F get hit at the same time, so both will be out for a while. Next F4F on the battlefield here. Affordable plane with double MiG AM9Ls, which are
And 30
basically
ECM.
what we call
30
shotgun.
ECM. It is the F4F. It's fast. It turns very well, and it's got 30 ECM. So even if the weaponry is kind of underwhelming, it's still and you get 8 of them. You get 8 of them. They're so good.
SU-27 now coming in once more. It has a lot of long-range missiles here with the R-27Rs, and also a lot of short-range R-73s, which all are good missiles. So the SU-27 is really something that you have to respect here as Yukiore. The helicopters on the other side being brought in again, and 2 Mi-8s. So Procommu really trying to play the meta game as hard as possible here.
Yeah, the Procommu currently the only forces keeping the south from the troops in the south from using their Fuchses and whatever's to push out here are the fact that there is no recon for Yukiore. There is really nobody here has any kind of ability or capacity to do really anything except keep this current fight going. Even the T-80 BVK is not in a fighting position, but Procommu has managed to put a Motorasvedka and a Conquerors into a very good forward position, just making sure that this game is just going to go, that the Yukiore's counterattack is just going to take that much longer. Also, Kuban and Osa are coming out from the left. So seems like Procommu is really into making this a lean and mean game with a lot of SU-25 kills so far.
AA potentially coming in to kill the SU-27 this time around. Oh, it's so close! SU-27 survives and the F4F goes down to the long-range missiles. SU-25 coming in again. Roland reloading just in time. Tells the SU-25 to F off. Can it find the kill? Yes, it can this time around. More F4Fs coming in as well, as the Leo 1A1 and some more Fuchs Milans coming around. The Medi's position here, really dangerous. Has line of sight now onto the Iltis leader. Oh no, that would be a really terrible loss there. Yukiore has to be careful with that.
Yukiore sees this and moves
Iltis Führer can be brought in into Foxtrot now. Motostrelki pushing forward there, so it has to be careful. Needs to move out as soon as it captures the point. Point is captured now. But yeah, the Iltis leader needs to evacuate there again. At least stops the tick now. Procommu with a nice 600 points advantage. But Yukiore, in my eyes, now fully in the game.
Yeah, finally a BMP-2 is ordered to hold the south, at least that there is some nominal troops defending it. Taking out that one Roland, it just the potential for the air snowball here is
Oh
massive
yeah,
as
another
well.
Roland going down is pretty big. Yuki Paul with some flawed micro here lately. The Pa 1 helicopter trying to hunt down the BMP-2. Let's see if that can connect. Osa rushing forward. BMP-2 kind of running away there. Fuchs Milan being able to fire upon it now. BMP-2 trying to stop in time. Gets hit, but doesn't get killed off. Milan not quite good enough, but the PA might come in from the side. No! And the Metis get the kill there once more. Really strong infantry unit there, and yeah, Procommu really capturing quite a lot of the map here at this point.
Northeast on the Foxtrot, an infantry squad is the only infantry unit currently up Foxtrot. So the Motostrelki will be able to maybe get some very value kills here. Possibly even if they can make sure that there is no AA, the Mi-8 rocket can also go and support them. Yeah, and that is exactly what's happening here.
Osa firing onto the BO. Cube firing in as well. Here near Armbrust, and Fuchs pushing against the Motostrelki. The Motostrelki, they're a bit too far out on their own, will most likely go down. F4F. Are they actually trying to kill off the helicopters? Yes, they managed to get one. F4F rocket coming in again against the Motostrelki, finding the kill as well. Though, Coops, okay, one of them out of ammo. Osa coming in as well, though. Osa gets the hit. Can the Osa find the second shot as well? It's a 2-star veteran Osa, so it might. No, not quite. Okay, Motostrelki is down to 2 hit points in the north. They will go down soon as well. As we see it, the Motostrelki in the south die as well. So, yeah, the game here is still doable for Yukipa, though the position for Procommu is a solid one at this point.
Yeah, Leopard 2A4 in the south here. I don't know what purpose it is currently serving, but most likely, I believe Yukipo does want to build up an armored force down south. That really seems to be the only thing that he can currently start doing to actually threaten Procommu's position here. Procommu had ordered a Conkers up Foxtrot before the aircraft killed the Motostrelki that was threatening Foxtrot. But as these BMPs, including BMP-1s, will arrive up north, we'll most likely see a renewed attack on Foxtrot. Meanwhile, if that attack works and Yukipo manages to build up an actual threatening a tank force down south, there is also already a Panzermörser coming. So could we see the northwest Panzer attack happen just a little bit late, considering the Procommu winning the opener?
Well, 28 minutes, 600 point lead. So yeah, Yuki still has a lot of time, but has a bit of pressure on themselves. Su-27s and MiG-23 here rotating on the bottom of the map currently, as they try to get a shot onto that F4, but the F4 staying quite far away there on the upper side of the map, so the air battle chilling out a bit. Motostrelki being fired upon by the Leo 2A4. Pioneers pushing in onto the Metis here finally. Will finally clean that up. Metis out of ammo at this point anyways though, so yeah, they have done their part. They have done their part for the Soviet Union here in this game, as the Zuni rockets will finish them off nicely here in the end. Hoop, once more, not getting the hit. The one on the front line still without ammo. MiG-27 coming around here. Ooh, F4F AA coming in against the MiG-23. Does miss the first missile. Does miss with the next bunch as well. And the Roland's not getting on target either, so the MiG-23 will get out. F4F goes down to the Su-27. F4F rocket will make it out alive as well though. More F4F AAs coming in, but no targets for them right now. Whilst Jägers here around Foxtrot in the bottom of the map Setting
Okay,
up
no,
the
the TADBV and the
TADBVK
BMP.
pushing really deep here now. If that makes it in, it's a +4 situation here for Procommu, and that would be really painful for Yuki. So the Jaguar has to come around from the flank here again. If that can find a side shot, big money for Yukipo. It finds a frontal hit. Good damage, but not a kill. Jaguar might want to smoke off here. It doesn't. It stays in the fight, and that is a death sentence for the Jaguar. As the TADBVK keeps on pushing, and most likely gonna capture the point here. Motostrelki pushing in as well. Aufklärer with some defense. Kommandantura coming in with all of this as well, and the +4 here pretty likely at this point, and getting back into the zone is really painful once it's captured. Mi-24 is coming around as well. We have a good amount of OSAS. BO helicopter going down. Leo 2A4 is trying to push up from the north now, but there is a Conqueror's ATGM. At least the helicopter goes down. OSAS find a hit. Coops still not aiming. Okay, but the F4F goes down nonetheless. BO trying to come around from the flank. Iltis leader pushed back. +2 situation now. +4 situation most likely in a second. Conquerors at least goes down as the Su-25 comes in for the Iltis leader. BO helicopter under fire by 30mm as well. Yeah, goes down there. Gepard most likely gonna get killed off by the BMPs in a second. Not good enough to deal with the Su-25. And
The Leopard 2A4, as well as his compatriots, attempted to attack north to flank this, to strike at this Procommu attack, and it was just taken out. I didn't see what it was. I think it was the Su-25, but yeah, the Leopard 2A4 is a corpse now. A second Leopard 2A4, this time not a vetted up one, is up here in the front, getting front shots from Fagot and missiles.
yeah, trying to deal with the TADBVK and the BMP-1 here. Gets the BMP-1 as well. Pushing for the BVK now. If it can find that one, it would be big. That's a really important kill. Gets a good hit. BVK finally smoking off here though. And we have a MiG-27K with an LGB right aiming onto the Leo 2A4, finding the hit and getting the kill there as well. And Yukipo here collapsing now. There's too much AA to get through for the F4F as well. Going down there against the OSAS, against the Coops. And it seems like Procommu on the way to a match ball here on map number 2.
Yeah, you wonder what Procommu is doing all the time that we were waiting for him. Was he doing calculations? Does he have a secret supercomputer? Or did he just spend a lot of time just looking and thinking about different tactics and solutions? Maybe, who knows? Maybe even going back and watching some sped up Yukipo replays. Who knows? But it really does seem to work. The
Jäger of Clara getting shot at here. We have another couple of Su-27s here in the skies, flying around. BO-105 here, being hunted. Being shot down out of the skies. Su-27s flying around nicely. The Roland's 2s in the rear, not able to get the kill. And it's a 6-minute timer here now for Yukipo. If more reinforcements can make it in here, the situation will only get worse. Fuchs Milan takes out the unit next to the Rapira, but the Rapira itself might be able to retaliate here in a second. You have some pioneers in the middle, but yeah, the AA network just too good here now with the Coops and OSAS on the front line, and the Su-27s with the long F-off missiles. Yes, the F4F is a nice plane, but if you don't have long-range missiles and the enemy has an AA network behind which the Su-27 can just stay behind and fire missile after missile, your F4Fs will get attritioned away over time. It doesn't matter if you have 8 or 6, it will get killed off here, and Procommu playing this game really nicely at this point.
Yeah, there's been no moment here where Yukipo has been allowed a moment of respite to start building a battle line or to start doing operations of any kind. This has constantly been reacting to Procommu using every advantage, every possible unit. Singular infantry units have caused massive problems. There's a Roland 3 right now that has run out of fuel. I don't think I've ever seen this before. There were attacks done by single Motostrelki squads on points which were like life-threatening to Yukipo. This is just winning the air game at the start. First sending out the MiG-23, following it up with the MiG-27. Controlling the Su-25 very well, even after the first Rolands managed to get their good shots off, and the Su-25 missing its first shot against Roland. Even there, the air game was completely won by Procommu, and Procommu is too good of a player to not start exploiting that to the logical end, logical end which we are seeing here right now, with Yukipo just not being able to build up anything at any point.
Yeah, we also have T80BVs here now pushing in the south. These guys are going to be able to 1v2 the Leo 2A3 on the other side. Most likely, we have a good couple of BMP 2s and 1s coming onto the battlefield everywhere as well. The Rapiras going into nice spots where their Bastion ATGMs can be nice, and the F4Fs here just being completely attritioned away by the superior air defense here now, by the Coops and the Osas. KDBV coming in with a nice ATGM here, killing off the transport away from the Milan 2, leaving the Milan 2 stranded in the open as well. Roland 2's trying to get its missile out, but not getting quite on target. Su-25 might be an easier target here. Gets hit once at least, but it's an armored plane, so it would take 2 more hits here to get the kill. Roland 3 not able to get the hit in the north either, and yeah, Yukipo might even be able to get back into the point here in the south. T80BVs, one of them actually might have been taken out, though artillery already coming in as well. Eurogun here, preemptively firing onto the position as the infantry was the target there. Yeah, the T80BV and the BMP-1s now pushing forward. Leo 2 not able to capture the point fully. And the Jaegers...
Getting a Rapira on the point. Why? Why? Because it's cool. That's why. Yeah.
Rapira needs to be unloaded though, as we have a lot of explosions here. Leo 2A3 routed. The +2 still going on. Rapira gets taken out. Leo 2A4 pushing forward. But yeah, too many air losses lately here by Yukipo. And not enough ground taken at any important position. Leo 2A4 here gets a hit into the T80BV. The BMP-1's ATGMs, though, it's somewhat scary for it because it will stress it out heavily. The Roland 2's trying to get onto the Su-25, not able to do so. F4F coming around again. MiG-27 with the LGB trying to go for the Leo 2A3. Roland and Gebhardt in the north. Might be able to get it on the way out. Oh, the Roland not firing as it's on a move command. The Roland 2 could have been the one that gets the kill here. Okay, MiG-27 gets killed in the end as well. Su-27 goes down finally in the south as well, though the F4F is getting really close to dying as well. The Leos in the south engaging once more here against the T80BVK. Not quite finding the kill, gets hit pretty hard as well. The Leo leader has to come forward, and it's only 2 minutes at this point. So the commie could just fast forward units in here to just control the zone completely. The leader goes down, and that's basically GG. There is an Iltis leader that potentially could come in time here to contest the zone, but I don't see it happening. T80BVK does smoke off as well, but 1 minute 30 remaining, and this is basically GG at this point. Leo 2A3 under attack by the Motostrelki. Being pushed
Once
back.
again, how do you deal with an armored division? You attack. Seems so simple, but it does work.
Yeah, Leo 2A3 not being able here. 1 minute 7 until the end here, and Yukipo under a lot of pressure at this stage, as Procommu going up to the match ball already.
Yeah, so there's something I realized. This is very important, Protos. Considering yesterday we were talking about the Bastion missile or the 9M117 missile, why exactly does Eugen call the MP2 submachine gun the Uzi when it is in the West German service? It is the Maschinenpistolen Kaxi 2, not the Uzi. The Uzi was never in the service in the West German army. This is blatant breaking of the rules by Eugen when they're naming these weapons. So if they can call it the damn Uzi and not the MP2, why can't we call the 9M117 missile a Bastion?
Yeah, I don't know.
I want you to bring this up the chain
Yeah,
to the CEO.
I think it will be. You will have higher chances of getting it called the MP2 at least instead of the 9M117 being called Bastion. But yeah, I will bring that up with the chain of command. Though, yeah, great victory here by Procommu. In the end, Yukiore just getting outtraded heavily. There was some time where I thought the F4Fs might be able to push it back when the Mi-8 recon helicopters were killed off and so on, but the early game obviously here really, really brutal. That air opener really, really strong and quite painful to watch, to be frank, but great play here. So really strong game by Procommu here in game number 2, getting up to a 2-0, and with that going up to match ball in this best of 5. So one more game potentially until Yukiore has to bring it around here now for a reverse sweep, and that will be quite hard. We will see on the next map being 2 lakes, how it continues there. As yeah, 2 lakes coming up next. Black Forest Duel and Hesse then the map that would follow it, but obviously this might be already the beginning of the end here. So yeah, let's give you out the channel points once more, guys. Thanks for all the support. Feta coming in with another $20, so we're up to $332. Much appreciated, guys, all the support. Really, really big thanks to all of you. And yeah, that gets us up to $175 for the winner. No, $65 for the winner. Still a really nice, good prize pool here. And the second place getting half of that, and then the third and fourth place getting half of that again. So yeah, Procommu here on a good way to that prize pool, and we will see.
So far we gotta say that Procommu is dominating these games so far. I mean, Yukipo was a very competent and very dangerous player, as we has been proven by the fact that they are currently in the finals. What do you think is going on? Do you really think that this is that there is actually like a big difference in skill here, or do you just think that in both of these cases it has seemed that Procommu has chosen a kind of a more air-based tactic against a heavier build-up necessitating armored force.
I think it really is a lot about the openers here. Yeah, the opener really messing up both times what the formation that Yukipo had up, and making it a lot easier here for Procommu to push through, and that makes it kind of tough for him here to come back. So for Yukipo here to come back. So yeah, I really wonder what Yukipo will do in game number 3. 2 Lakes, a map that can be pushed somewhat hard as well, but it's a bit harder to do any shenanigans on it, so we'll see how that goes. Really interested to see, but I feel like Yukipo really must feel the pressure here at this point, so let's see how this all goes, as game number 3 coming up here soon. And
yeah, 82nd and 11E have reliably been banned in this finals of ours. So so the forward deployment, I'm not sure which player has banned which, but it seems that neither of them. I would kind of guess that most likely Yukipo doesn't want to face forward deployment divisions, considering that they're playing these heavier armored divisions themselves. But is this really? I think we really should kind of hope to see a change of pace from Yukipo. The armored division stuff is not going. There needs to be a reverse sweep of 3
I
wins
think,
from Yukipo.
yeah,
to win
Yukipor
this.
should focus a bit more on the mid-tier divisions again, like 8th Infantry, 2nd Panzer Grenadier, 2nd UK. I think those are divisions that Yukipor has also played before quite well, and whilst I think Yukipor is one of the best armored division players out there, against the forward deployed aggression of Procommu, maybe it's not quite good enough at the moment. So yeah, I maybe stay to what you're used to, maybe going in with armored again. I think Two Lakes is a different map, so it can work there, but we gotta see how it goes. Also, yeah, we have a question about upcoming nations for WARNO in the YouTube chat. We already know that there will be more nations with Norfolk and Southwark. Like we have Poland, Czechoslovakia, Netherlands, Belgium, and Canada and Spain already announced. And behind that, I think we will see basically all of Europe. So a lot of nations that we haven't seen in Wargame Red Dragon with that as well, like Italy, hopefully coming eventually. Then Greece and Turkey and Bulgaria and Romania would be amazing at some point on the pact side as well. That front line, one that is really always underrepresented in the Cold War gone hot scenario. Like, it's such a critical and close proximity frontline, and one of the biggest front lines. The Turkish not only having a front line directly with Bulgaria at the Bosporus, but also having one massive front line with the Soviet Union in the Caucasus. So, like, yeah, they would have been in a lot of trouble in that kind of scenario, but also taking a lot of attention away from the Soviet Union military unit-wise. So that would be interesting.
Let's not play around. Obviously, we're going to see a Nemesis Greek versus Turkish Nemesis DLC. There's going to be some alt reality stuff. I don't care. Make Greece communist or something. Everybody, especially the Greeks and the Turks, want this. So if a Nemesis DLC is ever put up to vote to have Greeks versus Turks, we can expect a weeks-long voting campaign happening all around at least the Mediterranean social media. This is something that happened when Yugoslavians getting introduced in SD2. A lot of small nations organized their social medias to vote for these. Of course,
yeah. If we get them in Nemesis, the chances there are pretty high. Though I'm still frustrated to this day that the Czechoslovaks didn't make it in back in the day. Though we will get a Czechoslovak DLC now in Steel Division 2 with the I forgot which pass it was, the Dubla pass.
Regarding the nations, so Q4 of this year we will get full Netherlands, Belgium, and Poland, I believe, as well as a bunch more content for the East and West Germans and British, I'm sure. And
also,
then,
don't forget
Q2,
the Luxembourgians.
The who?
Luxembourg most likely will be.
Oh, the Luxembourgians. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Represented in some.
I could never forget Luxembourg. What was it again? Yes, a Grand Duchy, I believe. A very small Grand Duchy. Finland was a Grand Duchy. Luxembourg is Duchy at best, never a Grand Duchy. But going back to the point, so Q2 of 2025, we're getting the Southwark DLC, which will be at least Spain and Canada and Czechoslovakia. Most likely a bunch of other stuff as well. But because in WARNO development so far, we have seen that they kind of get feature creep, but good is the way I would describe Eugen. Eugen tells us we're gonna bring you a map. Then it turns into 3 maps. Eugen tells us you're gonna get a free division, and it turns into 5 free divisions. this is Eugen's scope on this game has gone up and up and up. And honestly, if these DLCs will be popular, which we have no reason to assume they wouldn't be, and it's not unlikely that the scope of the expansions would expand as well. But yeah, waiting for the Luxembourg meta, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, also really looking forward to Spain and Italy, hopefully, eventually as well. Italy not being in Wargame Red Dragon, in my eyes, still the biggest crime against a single nation in Wargame Red Dragon. Like, especially...
Italy had used bolt-action rifles in active duty service during this period. I would love to see Italian special forces, all of them locked at 0 vets because they're all political appointees.
Yeah, also hopefully automatic for the Italians. I know it's just a prototype, but like Denmark had them in Wargame Red Dragon instead of having actual Italian faction in Wargame Red Dragon is still a big shame. Yeah, also hopefully getting some Centauros in as well, and maybe all the other things are a bit too far forward, even for March to War. Like I think even like the Ariete and co. Ariete might still be March to War, possibly, or some prototype versions of the Ariete, though questionable. And then all the IFV things that the Italians have nowadays, unfortunately, a bit too new for it. They would have been doable for Wargame Red Dragon maybe, but not quite for WARNO's time scope, I think. Which is a bit of a shame.
If there is something that Eugen is really good at, it is making DLC. Eugen knows exactly where to press to find the pleasure points of wargaming nerds. No, they know exactly the way that they can justify putting in all the cool stuff.
Yeah. Also, helicopters of the Italians. The Italians having the only other Western attack helicopter. With their Augusta helicopters, the 829 is it? Yeah, the Mangusta 829 with in the time frame. I'm not quite sure if it had the gun at the point already, but yeah, it's a pretty cool looking helicopter. So getting that into WARNO would be pretty dope. The Belgians at least already in the Army General here. In the Belgian one, in the left hook, already using the A109 helicopter as a transport, as they used the Italian British conglomerate, I think, that used the AV109 Augusta Westland.
Augusta Westland, yes.
Yeah, so...
I actually saw the Augusta Westland headquarters when I visited Amsterdam. It's a very beautiful building next to the National Museum. Or close to the National Museum. Yeah, so Sinond, there are two magic words that will allow all of your dreams to come true. Expedited development. So alt reality, expedited development.
Yeah, no, Centauro, I'm pretty certain.
We're gonna get by the end of this game, we're gonna be here in 2 years, and you people are all gonna think that I'm insane because I'm telling you they are going to find a way to get the British MBT-80, the cancelled project that they replaced with the Challenger. I like they are going to find a way in the long span to add basically everything people want, because that is Eugen's business model.
Well, they stay somewhat true to the TOE though. Like even in Steel Division, they stay away from the more outlandish stuff. Like, so I don't think we will see any of the heavy prototypes even in WARNO. I think there's enough cool shit while staying close enough to IRL. But yeah, we will see Centauros. Like they are March to War. Possible at least. Ariete potentially, as I said, and like a lot of other cool nations like Yugoslavian will have some interesting stuff. The Romanians had some interesting stuff as well. Like we had.
Did you just refer to the Yugoslavians as a nation? Watch out, Protos, they're coming for you.
Well, it was at the time.
It was a state of nations. I'll have you know. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of exaggerating a little bit, but honestly, I made a prediction some time ago that sooner or later they're going to make a basically a leap in tech. By the time the game is old enough, they will basically increase the timeline to like 95 or something.
I
This
don't
is
think
like
so.
far-fetched in the future. I'm sure they don't have even plans that far. But honestly, I've been around the block, and I think I have a good sense for these things. You know.
I don't think they're gonna do that, because I think this is the massive representation of 1994, 1989. It's just similar to the 1944 like grand picture that they have with Steel Division, and I kind of want to stay to that and stick to that, as it would water down the vision and the whole thing that they have. So I don't think it will get too outlandish. Also, as we will get mod support, they don't need to do it, because mods will do it eventually for them if we keep on getting better with the mod support, which is happening and planned for. So yeah, really looking forward for that. And yeah, I think we will maybe go to Asia. Yeah, that's absolutely possible, but it will be 89 at that point as well.
Yeah. But you know, I the way I'm envisioning this future is that it's gonna go by the way of SD2, that there is just gonna be so much stuff that the original vision sooner or later will have been diluted enough that it's just easier to say, okay, let's just jump forward a little bit, you know. Sooner or later, well, most likely later, because the sooner is gonna be so much stuff, so many Italian bolt action units that I want in the game, and they haven't even announced them yet.
Yeah.
Even if you won't, I will hydrate.
Yeah, I'm doing it non-stop as well. I have my big shark here. Cheers, Jacob. My mouse group. Coming around. And we have 2nd US Infantry versus 2nd Panzer Grenadier. So,
Oh boy.
2nd Infantry
UK.
for Procommu, which we saw before getting him into the finals against Icarus. So a lot of helicopters, most likely with rockets again, against 2nd Panzer Grenadier, which is not the most amazing AA. I'm a bit worried there for Yuki. Roland's not that great, especially against helicopters. Though Gepards are pretty good if you can get them to the front lines and have them survive. But yeah, we will see how that all goes. It's gonna be an interesting matchup here. 2nd Infantry and 2nd Panzer Gren facing off against each other. The band's pretty similar to what we have seen before. Bands being 8 US Infantry, 82nd Airborne, 11th V, and 5th Blinde.
All right. Interesting to see the 5th Blinde getting reliably banned. Other people have been telling me that it is a top tier division, and I've been I have kind of been disbelieving them. I have viewed 5th Blinde as an excellent, like an aggressive, mechanized, fast division, and not necessarily like a top tier competitive division. But it really does seem that they just got the juice, you know. They got
you
the
know
juice.
what the trick to them is at the moment?
Please share.
The AoE on the AP weapons that is currently bugged and too strong. So you don't need to stop them, which you usually need to do. So you can just drive your AMXs forward and they will still hit, because they will still hit near enough to the target, even though they have bad accuracy, that they will still hit the target. So they are on the current patch way stronger than they're supposed to be. Because usually you have the 10% accuracy in motion, which you never should rely on. You should always stop and fire. But currently you can use these really fast tanks and just run them on the enemy, and they will still hit. So the MX-30 B2s are super scary because of that at the moment. But that's hopefully to change soon. And then the AMX, the 5th Glinde will drop a bit in power level again.
You know what this is something I just realized. You know what I think I should do sometimes. I should go and make rooms like large 4v4 or like 4 versus AI noob friendly comp stomp rooms, and then let them fill up and then leave myself. I think that would be a nice thing to do, considering a lot of people are. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who are very, very new at the game and haven't really gotten used to making their own rooms. There's something I like to do when I go for walks is that I walk to this library where they have a bunch of chess tables, and I go and I put all the played chess games back into the starting position, and then I like sit back and listen to a podcast or something and see all these people immediately go play chess. I think you could do the same thing in WARNO by just making rooms for noobs, advertising them as noob friendly, jumping out and letting them play the games.
Yeah, I just hope we won't need that in the future anymore, because I hope we will get finally a matchmaker. But yeah,
You're asking for too much. You're asking for too much there. I don't like. I mean, matchmaking. What is this? 2005? Like, no. We don't have the technology. We lost it.
Yeah, we will see about that. But yeah, let's see. Final game here, maybe coming up soon. As the picks and bans, as I said, happened already. Second Panzerkorn for Yuki. I'm a bit worried here for Yuki, not gonna lie. And second UK being played on the side of Procommu. He really showed that he can be super frustrating to play against with that earlier as well. Though the Gepard can be the counter here, but it's not easy to use it.
Yeah.
Let's have a look on the decks. Like second UK here has the forward deploy that is pretty good as well for them with the SAS. On the other side, you obviously have the really good decent forward deploy with Vulture Makers as well. Yeah, here you have these guys and can follow it up with some aerobill scouts potentially. Some foxes can come around as well. Fox is a bit better than what you have with the looks on the other side often in the direct matchup, as they have the better range, so they can open up fire a bit quicker. They have less armor, so Luxus can win the fight, but it's always a bit of a questionable engagement there for the Luxus to take. You have some quick reinforcements. You have strong spammable air. Like a lot of these decks have more air than I do in this deck. Even though I'm always called an air spammer, I'm actually not. Especially not with this deck. And then the transport here, being able to take the Lynx rocket, is can be quite annoying as well. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup here. Obviously,
at this point, the Lynx rocket is less of an annoyance and more of just like a sledgehammer that can strike you in the face very fast. Those Lynxes are fast and easily controllable helicopters. They're not nowhere near as sluggish as some of the heavier Soviet ones. And even if in practice this manifests itself as the Lynxes just being able to shoot really fast and scoot out. And now that the rockets do basically pure damage, they do damage without any of the forest or urban defense. The protection that it provides on 2 lakes here, where the matches are mostly done around these 2 towns. The Lynx helis likely will see some heavy usage.
Yeah, the map is on, so let's jump right in here, guys. Yeah, 1 minute 25 till setup. Yukiore with second Panzer Grenadier. Procommu coming in with the second UK. So yeah, let's get the prediction on, guys. Who do you think will win game 3? Will Yukiore finally get a point on the scoreboard, or will Procommu end it here with a clean 3-0 win? Procommu coming in really strong here so far in this semifinals. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, heli openers are still pretty decent, but they can be countered somewhat well as well nowadays. But yeah, the second UK one is for sure quite strong, especially because these helicopters are so quick and agile. So yeah, second Panzer Grenadier versus second UK. It's a really interesting matchup here. Strong divisions both, but the question is also which side is going to be played by whom on two legs here, and where Procommu has to engage, because Procommu for sure has to be the more aggressive deck here, as we have Yukiore here on the left side, around Zulu, and yeah, we will see a lot of attack helicopters here, or like rocket helicopters most likely throughout the game, and a lot of airplanes as well. Oh, Yuki, so risky here. A Felt Depot as the first unit. Oh my goodness. Why?
Thank God taking it out. Oh.
Yeah, no, but you have to bring it in. If you have it in the deck, you have to bring it now.
Well, I mean, I guess so, yeah, but wow.
Like, if it's in the deck, you have to bring it. Like, there's no point in having it in the deck and not bringing it. So, we will have to see it at some point here. Because, like, otherwise you just don't have enough supply, most likely. And, oh boy, that's risky. Against a deck that is going to be all about aggression, snipers and SAS here coming up on the front line. Milan 2 coming up as well. The FSP here, the Felt Depot, the forward supply point being used there by Yukiore. That will be interesting. Fallschirmjäger Aufklärer coming around. Over here, BO 105 recon helicopter actually being used. Haven't seen those in a while. Yeah, the Fallschirmjägers, those are one of the nice units here to counter this whole thing for Yukiore.
Yeah, but hold on. I know we've been talking about here for a long time, but for the YouTube video. So, what do you think are the main differences here between the second Panzer Grenadier and the second Infantry? Both of them get a good amount of medium level, not the top tier, but medium level of IFVs. Both of them get large amounts of infantry squads. The infantry squads are larger on the West German side, but they are better armed on the British side. The West Germans lack helicopters here, which is probably a good thing, considering even though we're seeing them brought out the Pavan as well as the VBH, but considering the SAS hold the Stinger launchers, and with the elite veterancy, the Stingers are 71 accuracy. The percentage, incredible anti-air units. The SAS. Opening up 4 of them immediately, not trying to do like a straight up rush into Zulu with them, but spreading them out, most likely to hold spots with their AT4s and their Stingers. Of course, Yukiore here, the West Germans will have significantly larger amount of tanks. But what do you think will be the course of the game here, especially with the Felt Depot here? Do you think Yuki is going to rely on artillery or something?
Well, Yuki will bring in some rocket artillery here eventually. Like, that will be the plan to get there. Question is, will Yuki be allowed to get there? And I'm somewhat questioning that. And that's worrying here a bit for me. Like, as you can see, Procommu coming in with all the shenanigans again. We have a lot of Gazelle rockets. We have a lot of forward deploy with different SAS formations going everywhere. Though Procommu may be lacking a bit of concentration here. Like, a lot of forces going towards Oscar. Oscar never gonna be Yukiore's focus here. So Procommu maybe blundering a bit in that regard, because I think he needs to be going more aggressive towards Zulu. If he lets the game go long, second Panzer Grenadier has the advantage in the late game. It has more tanks, it has Leo 1s, it has Leo 2s. But on the other side, only challengers available. Leo 2s beat those, and you don't have any equivalent to the Leo 1. You don't have as many IFVs either. There are a lot more martyrs than there are warriors as well. So, and the artillery power of second is also better, Plus, second has long-range AA with Eyehawks, which can lock down the air space way better than your AA on second UK side can. So, yeah, Yuki needs to get into the later stages of the game, and Procommu needs to try to get him earlier, but I feel like maybe that's getting plundered here right now.
Yeah, so far we've seen Procommu do these very smartly thought out plans in the maps and in maps 1 and 2, and right here I think Procommu might be slightly I really don't know how to replace this world, but discombobulated, kind of mixed up by the fact that the Yuki got the second Panzer Grenadier, and this kind of wide deployment here is a reflection of the fact that there is no plan to win the game at the opener, such as it was in the last game. Generally, when people play second Panzer Grenadier, they do kind of want to win. Second UK, they kind of do want to win the game in the opener. Second UK was, of course, a kind of a second line division focusing on a lot of air mobile light infantry, as well as some reserve infantry right behind kind of the frontline armor troops. So they are designed to be very mobile, and they really lack the capacity to fight these big slug matches, whereas the more mechanized West Germans are absolutely okay dealing with it. And they kind of have the home advantage here, considering they have the Felddepot.
Yeah, they have that advantage for sure. Second UK can go longer than some of the real airborne divisions. It has challengers and so on, but you really want to get out of the early game with an advantage. I still believe there's room for some airplanes here in Procommu's opener. I don't think that's 1,500 points on the ground. So I think we will see a Harrier or two here with bombs coming in soon as well. Question is, how good will the air defense on the other side be? Gepards coming in here for the south. Yeah, the north being relatively abandoned by Yuki, but that's the right choice. And we have a Tornado Mehrzweckwaffe here. Ooh, that's a hot plane. I love that plane. Both because it looks amazing with the wings.
And because it breaks the Geneva Convention, right?
And because
it doesn't.
Just
it breaks the
clusters
convention and
stuff
custom
really,
missions,
really
yeah.
hard.
I believe
to
it is
wipe
the
out the
only,
SAS nicely.
Yes. Oh, so the thing about the 175-point Felddepot here is that it basically provides you with endless supply for the cheap price of 175 points. 175 points isn't that much. That's like a cheap airplane. But in the opener, that's a massive difference. And up north here, we are actually seeing Procommu try to push to X-ray. I think we may have a. I actually may have kind of underestimated Procommu here. Procommu is sending an SAS, a sniper, an air mobile scouts unit, which is basically like a recon machine gun team, a Fox, and a couple of helicopters out to take this 2-point X-ray position. There is currently a single Fallschirmplaner Milan there, and infantry is only trying to get out there, but the Mehrzweckwaffe could actually move in and try to get like a mega hit to buy some time for this Gepards.
Ooh, the infantry all unloaded. That's good for the Mehrzweckwaffe. Mehrzweckwaffe coming in hot now. SAS being targeted already. Fox getting taken out. That's a great hit. And the Mehrzweckwaffe and the sniper being hit here. Both going down. Great hit for the Mehrzweckwaffe.
Move command. It wasn't on hunt command, so it didn't fire. Oh, that was a big kill there.
Ooh, Harrier trying to get the kill. Phantom AA gets the kill there in the end. We have a Harrier HE coming in for the Milan 2. That's a big one. So the stuff still goes down. Gepards coming up to deal with the Gazelles. We have another Fox. We have the Rover CP coming up. We have some Fallschirmjägers at least on the side of Yukiore, but more reinforcements need to be brought in here. Yeah, more Yukiore Martyrs with Milans moving up north there. At least a bit of a higher amount of income being available now that all the transports have been sold. So Yukiore can now react to the north in a somewhat decent fashion, but it still is going to be a lot of pressure here on that point, though it's super hard to reinforce for Procommu here. It's far behind enemy lines, and the reinforcement distance here for Yuki way shorter than for Procommu. So with the situation not being super in favor of Procommu at the moment, I think Yukipo's chances of holding on here are quite high.
Yeah, this is so the SAS as well as many other units are transported in Saxons and other units whose road speed is 108 kph. This is the maximum road speed, and the Lynxes are they the fastest helicopter at 267?
Yes,
I'm not sure, but they're one of the fastest. And so the second UK, if a division has the capacity to reinforce fights that are happening far away, the second UK has that capacity, and we're gonna see how realistic that is actually in practice. Already seeing this large siege group of pioneers, Marder A3 Milans, and Gepards here to instantly vaporize any helicopters that get slightly too close.
Gepard hunting, getting hunted by the fox, doesn't smoke, and then running through it would be the best option here for the Gepard, I believe, to get away. But Fox so far not getting on target, running away now, so the Gepard will survive. As Gems, were they going for the? No, they were going for the Fox. Yeah, F4F Phantom, not the greatest helicopter hunter. That's one good thing here. The BO1 though, not finding any kills. I think one of the stray missiles actually landed right next to the rover CP, stunning it there, which is really hilarious. Meanwhile, Harrier HE getting rid of some Pioneer Armbrust, not the most valuable hits out there, and the Eyehawk super dangerous for the Harrier there because it won.
Yeah, I was holding my breath there. If the Eyehawk had hit and the Gepard and Eyehawk had gotten it for the price of a single Pioneer Armbrust, that would have been actually like a significant hit against Procommu at the start here.
Yeah, the BO firing up north now. 200 or 300 point advantage in general gained by this whole action so far by Procommu. Exactly 300 points actually. But question is that worth the mass amount of effort put into this push here? Marder versus Fox going on here. Fox going down. Lynx rocket actually not losing the fight against the Gepard. Not fully winning it either, but yeah, getting out alive, and that's unfortunate there. Oh, the second Gepard, too stressed out to get the kill either, as it's taking too much stress there. Rover Milan now might come in for the kill, as the Gazelle is the next target of the Gepard. The Gepard struggling to get on target, but finds the kill, but the Rover is the issue. No smoke used here. That's one of the good things about the Gepard. It has smoke launchers that can be used by pressing B. Running away from the ATGMs here, a bit more risky. The Gepard still not out of it. Oh no. Yeah, we're losing a Gepard to ATGM here. That's unfortunate for Yuki. With a press of the B button, that could have been avoided. But people often forget about that on the Gepard, because it's not a tank, so you're not used to this thing having smoke. But yeah, it's a nice gimmick of that AA unit. So
two challengers currently on the southern side, including an older generation, I believe, the Feldhaubitze 70, the field howitzer, the British 155 millimeter. So forces are mustering up already, including 4 squads of infantry, already mustering up to start pushing Yuki's town in the south here. So I think that's an admission there that this is something needs to be done. The second UK can't just sit on its laurels for too long. Now we see the twin Lars. Sherman Crab. This is meta. It is in finals. If Yukipo wins this, I will say this. Lars is meta. 2 Lars striking out and not having to worry about wasting any of the missiles, considering they have an endless amount of them. It's Lend-Lease hours for the West Germans right here, and these Lars will be very efficient because this map encourages people to stack out units in these small and tight corners. Even if the damage that is being done by the Lars more lighter missiles isn't as large as with Grads or RM-70s or even the M270s. They still do damage to the buildings. They can clear out stuff, and they already are basically putting Procommu on a timer. Procommu's troops in the south moving in now to prevent this slow escalation coming from the Lars. Milan firing at the British armor and getting immediately an ammo explosion on the Challenger, doing extra damage into the zero vet Challenger. Though now as this getting spotted.
Ooh, Gephardt getting into a risky line of fire as well there. Trying to take down the helicopters. Has to be careful now. Once more not taking out its smoke. And yeah, the Milan 2 gets taken out as well. This position is really risky for Yuki here.
Yeah, there is only a single full infantry squad and a Fallschirmjäger recon here. But the Yuki has invested so much stuff to stop the rush at the X-ray point. But look at the northern town. Look at Oscar. There are a bunch of helicopters, a Rover Milan with no missiles, and an SAS in between Yuki and capturing.
Mehrzweckwaffe coming in with a clutch. Another run here potentially.
Targeting the SAS.
Hits against the SAS. It gets the SAS. It gets the Airmobile Scout. It most likely this time around might die again as the Phantom comes around. Ihawk and Gepards, what can they do about it? Ihawk does miss. The Gepards get good stress though, so the Phantom most likely not gonna get on target either. And the Ihawk finally finds the missile that it needed to and gets the kill there. But Challenger and co pushing forward. Ihawk might want to load back into the Mankat here. It runs on foot. That's maybe not fast enough, as there's 4 Gepards down here, but too little infantry here. Overinvestment into the anti-air by Yukiore. If these 2 Gepards that just came in here would be Leo 1s, I would like that situation, but especially with the investment into the Lars as well. Overinvestment into support units here right now, and maybe a bit too little into actual fighting stuff. For now, Yuki just needs to run. The Ihawk gets taken out. Fallschirmjäger's down as well. The Gepard actually moving forward. I don't know if that's the cleverest situation here. Where's that Gepard going? We see another Lars hit here. Though I'm not sure if that's into a good spot. Repositioning its fire again. Trying to hit the Milan 2 now. Oh, another Gepard gets taken out. The Warriors running down the next one. Leo 2A3 trying to come in time, but it might not be there in time. And that's really ruining the whole investment that Yukiore did into the AA here as well. As if the Gepard falls, that's all of them dead. The Warrior does smoke off. Might still find a line of sight where the Leo can't shoot at it, but it can finish off the Gepard. Though it's relatively low. Fallschirmjäger's here struggling as well. The rocket launcher shots this time, at least taking out a Milan 2 and some supply. But yeah, the whole situation here still really critical for Yuki.
Yeah, there is a recon quant, the Fallschirm Aufklärer, to spot stuff for the Leopard 2. The Leopard 2 also being in 0 vet, meaning that the amount of tanks can be increased. A second Leopard, also a 1 vet Leopard coming out there. The Challenger is retreating into the rocket fire, hopefully maybe taking down its cohesion a little bit, and thus not actually doing that, but lowering the cohesion of 0 vet tanks is very important because they get such a slow recovery, only 0.6 stress recovery per second for 0 vet units compared to the 1.9 of trained units. So 3 times faster to recover from getting routed or stressed. And low cohesion is very serious. It doesn't just lessen the tank survivability because it lessens the turning range and the speed, but it also reduces its accuracy by 75%.
Yeah, Leo 2A3 there getting punished. The helicopter not getting the hit. Jaguar cluster getting killed off in the sky at least. So that's a good kill. We see an infantry push in the north by Yuki as well now. The Gepard trying to annihilate the airmobile scouts here in that building. Yeah, we'll finish them off eventually, though using up a lot of ammo for it. Yeah, having to dodge the warrior that came up there though. By now, Procommu having reinforced that quite decently. The Lars not doing massive damage. Gebhardt at least will find some of the helicopters here now. Link's Hell Arm immediately going down. The Gazelle rockets there a bit too far forward as well. So the Gebhardt this time around paying off nicely. And another Gazelle here pushing a bit too far in, getting killed off as well. Though the BO helicopter on the other side falling as well. The Leo 2A3s here looking decent. The Lars, I like those guys obviously as well. So I don't think it's quite over here for Yuki, but the position has become quite hard to get out of.
Yeah, Yuki knows the pressure here once again with the certified Procommu +2 on his back. Procommu was allowed to reinforce the northern town Oscar so that these Yuki really would have to invest significantly, try to get there, and all of the resources are sorely needed, trying to break down the small amount of troops and tanks that are preventing infantry from getting into the town. The SAS, the air mobile scouts doing the spotting, as well as the tanks on the side, and also a rover Milan on the southern side, with only 4 missiles. All of these units more or less have to be dealt with, else they start hitting the Jaegers and Pioneers and FS Jaegers that should be out here trying to capture this town back.
Ooh, does the Milan 2 go down? No, it survives. Unfortunately, they're the last getting the sniper, but not quite getting the Milan 2. As the +2 does continue here, we have 1 of 5mm artillery now trying to take out the Chinook on the other side. Oh no, not the Chinook, the CH-35 Sea Stallion that now has to try to get out alive. Oh no, it goes down. Really terrible news there for Yuki as well, losing an expensive and valuable supply unit there. Can, and if need be, run with Unimogs back and forth from the supply situation in the rear as well, but losing that still is painful. Gazelle rocket here will go down to the Gepard, but situation still not easy here for Yuki.
Yeah.
Ooh, Jaguar with a great hit against one of the challengers. The rest of the units moving forward. Leo 2's trying to rotate around. Jaguar needs to smoke off as well. Gets the smoke out. Milan 2 in a decent spot as well. Airmobile scouts currently under fire. Milan 2 firing against the challenger in the south, but it's 4 challengers here on the side of Procommu coming forward here now for the 1-star veterancy Leos, which are a good bit better because of it. But it's still not going to be an easy thing here to push through. The Milan 2 in the south here under fire gets taken out by the Lars. That's a good kill. Milan 2 of Yukipo trying to get some kills as well, struggling to do so though. Jaguar gets killed off by another Milan 2. The Milan 2 challenger push here currently really scary. Another BO 105 helicopter coming around, but the SAS with the Stingers still up there as well, and that situation not improving much since the last engagement here. Gephardt at least gets out alive. The challengers all pretty hurt, and yeah, they will take a long while to recover. But Yuki not having the force to change to chase them up. Jaguar from the south here. Ooh, that might be a good one. Gets a good hit. Does rout the challenger, so it can't smoke or anything. It gets taken out. Okay, first challenger taken out. That's an important one. Engine destroyed on the second one. That means it is easily killable at this point as well. But first the Milan 2s have to go.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Procommu has been investing heavily into radar AA as well as artillery. There is now 3 155mm cannons, howitzers, that are firing in pretty close range for the first time together now, and these things are obviously an excellent target for some Lars action, but honestly, everything Procommu just needs to outlast this. and it is taking out a position, fighting out the Oh no, the Lars are taken out. The counter battery coming
the
in,
counter battery punishing Yuki for being a bit too lazy there. It might even hit the Felt Depot. Yeah, it might even take the Felt Depot out with it. It just barely keeps the Felt Depot alive, but the 105mm are the only artillery that Yuki has now remaining. And yeah, the Lars were so important in this matchup. Even the Challenger that lost its engine gets saved here and there. That, I think, is kind of the end here for Yuki, as the Lars, so essential for taking out the Milan, so essential for keeping all the units stressed, and now even the Leo 2s here getting hit by the 105mm on the side of Procommu here, so the situation not getting any better here for Yuki at the moment, and the +2 does continue.
Oh yes, this does seem even with the the artillery fire coming from Yukipo from the FH-70s again. This is seeming to become a bad position. If
oh no, another Gepard going down here. Yeah, the Milan 2s are really scary. The artillery finally getting down on them, trying to take them and the SAS out there. So the Milan 2 here should fall. The 105mm really far in the back for Yuki, so they're not as accurate as they could be. But they should at least get the kill there on the Milan 1 with the extra accuracy out of the leaders. Faltermegas on the other side, though, getting taken out by the artillery that is really far forward by Procommu, so it's super accurate. And yeah,
Procommu having shut down the weapons of the air mobile scout, so the air mobile scout with exceptional stealth can just sit in the forest and provide recon without ever revealing itself unless some troops get very close to it. And the further we go, I mean, Yukipo has not given up yet. More troops are still coming in, and more good troops as well. But the further we go in here, it does seem like Procommu Procommu has managed to keep out all of the challengers. I think this might be all of the challengers in the deck, but this is the angle of engagement from Yukipo is so small that it takes more tanks from Yukipo to break through here than it takes from Procommu to hold this, especially considering that Procommu does kind of hold the sides here, and the further Yukipo will manage to push against these challenges, the further in ATGM range all of
oh
Yuki's,
no, yeah, another good hit there on the leader, bringing a lot of stress on it already. The airmobile scouts finally getting spotted here, but especially the timer here being so painful now. 19 minutes remaining, 1,100 points, the +2 really putting up the pressure. So yeah, Yuki really needs to get in there. Gazelle rocket going down, more tanks coming in. The Challenger's pushing forward. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. Like, that risks the units that keep Yuki completely from pushing. So good micro so far here on Procommu's side. Oh, one of the layouts going pretty low. Phantom being shot up there. Might go down, but the more important part are the tanks. Challenger still alive. Faltermegas goes down. BO helicopter trying to come in. SAS still around though, as the Jaguars come in as well with great ATGMs. Chellies need to be careful. I think the one on the front might be out of smoke.
Ooh, a track is
broken. No, it has smoke, but it gets killed off there. So
yes.
Yeah, one Chelly down, one with tracks broken. But the SAS get the BO helicopter.
The overextension fairies are very powerful creatures, and they can lure in even the best players, as we can see here. The tracks broken obviously is an RNG thing, but these tanks attacking on low vet, getting themselves into low cohesion where they have minus 40% reload time, as well as reduction in their survivability. Jaguars have large amounts of super accurate TOW-2 missiles, and Jaguar 2s also have enough armor to survive frontal shots from main battle tanks. And suddenly there was only 3. No, actually there's 5, because 2 challengers are coming in as well as a challenger leader.
So
from
yes,
Procommu.
getting taken out by the artillery, so BO helicopters in the future might be better. The question is, are there still any around? The first Leo 283 going down on the side of Yuki here now. The other twos are back up there though, so they could push in and try to retaliate onto the challengers that are going around there right now. Another Leo 2 coming around. 8 minutes 55 timer on Yuki Paw here. Can Yuki potentially break through? It's so hard. Milan 2 numbers by now should be pretty low. There's one still in the south, one still in the north. That might be it here, as a good amount of them has been taken out. So even replacing these defensive units might be getting tough here for Procommu. But the question is there still enough time here for Yuki to turn this around? With 16 minutes 15 till the end of the game and 8 minutes 21 till Procommu reaches the 2000 point mark with a +2.
Yeah, Yuki's artillery has been doing some good work. Obviously, it's easier to do good work with artillery when your opponent is holding into positions. But yeah, striking against the Milan once again, forcing the Milan out of position, and maybe revealing it to for the moment for the Jäger Aufklärer. What needs to happen here is that this leopard push, this mechanized push, needs to go far enough to allow a leader unit as well as some amount of infantry to be in the town. The town is currently held by SAS and armored rifles, which are SAS extremely good, armored rifles quite good units, and they are getting reinforced by even more IFVs and armored rifles. The warriors themselves can't really do that much against the mechanized portion of Yukipo, at least not when the leopards are still out here. And this Yukipo has been gifted the gift of enemy overextension, and just needs to be very careful that they also don't overextend in return.
Gazelle's pushing forward. Challenger leader coming in for Procommu as well. Culture Maker's trying to come around the south, but gets spotted. We have more Leo leaders coming up. The Gepards and Leos pushing up further forward. Lynx helicopters getting shot out of the skies quite efficiently here by the Gepards. Another Lynx Helam going down as Challenger Mark II biting the dust. The Leo Death Ball here might be able to at least push through a bit as the Chellies on the run.
So the Lynx rockets
here
are
going down as well.
Gepard range.
Oh, the AA on Procommu's side going down might allow for some nice clustering as well. Gepards here still shooting down the next helicopter. The amount of Chellies and warriors here is interesting. Challenger leader goes down to a side shot. So the situation here starts to maybe turn around completely. Yuki with a really big push. A lot of losses on both sides. The leader of Yukipo going down as well. Another challenger bites the dust. It's hard to keep up with who is at the advantage. The Leo gets another shot, gets the challenger routed. One other challenger still on the run in the south. Jaguar H cluster gets one more of the Gepards. Will most likely pay for it with its life. Yes, it goes down. So in the north, no more Ihawks remaining. All of them taken out by artillery, so it's down to the Gepards now to do that.
The Leopard commander has been routed to move in a position where the SAS can sideshot them. Does he see this? Did he see that? Does he realize that the... Oh, yes, he does. Fortunately, does realize it. Doesn't send it... No, but there's an engine damage now! Oh, fortunately, the Leopard 2 managed to fight off its opponent, but it's now engine damaged. And this is a bad situation for the only commander on the field. No, actually not. There is also an Hildesführungs, which is immediately moving up here.
Yeah, the push still going on. Only a +1 now, so time to stop the tick is not the issue right now. The question is just, can Yukipo push through deeper to get the tick up that they need to get enough points themselves?
Yeah, counter battery destroyed the Feld depot a moment ago, and currently the Feldhaubitz of the West Germans will have to be fired a bit more sparingly. They killed a rover. Jaguar manages to get Procommy's leader. So what? Who won?
I think Yukipo surrendered. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yukipo did
damn.
surrender
right
at this
after
point.
killing the leader. It would have been really cool if Procommu surrendered there, but unfortunate.
And yeah, Procommu winning 3-2-0. Yeah, Yukipo maybe surrendering because of the field depot. Running out of supply there, I think, was a real thing for Yukipo at this point. Losing the CH helicopter earlier, losing a lot of the other supplies as well. And yeah, GGVP here to Procommu, winning with a 3-0 victory and getting a clean finals in here. It was a long day, but well-deserved victory here by Procommu with another really strong show in the final game. Well,
Yeah.
Close KD in the end. Yuki really working it back in there, having the more kills here, but just running out of time for it to get the W. And yeah, in the end, 3-0 victory here by Procommu. Wasn't a clean way here. Lost the map against Icarus, lost the map against Homelander, so close to elimination twice in this tournament before, but in the finals, a really strong show here. Getting a 3-0 victory and getting a nice amount of the prize money with that, half of it to be exact. And yeah, really finishing off WARNO League Super Tournament with a great show here. Strong show by Yukipo as well, unbeaten until the finals, but not quite able to keep up there with Procommu. Still really strong show there by Yuki. Interesting strategies as well. And yeah, for all of you want to join into some tournament action themselves, WARNO League Season 1 coming up soon, guys. So maybe sign up there right now if you want to be casted by us lovely folks as well. And yep, GGVP here to Procommu. And
yes, and GGVP well played for literally everybody here. We did not really see disappointing performances. Even the games at the start with the lower level, let's say more emergent players. Even those games had a lot of interesting turns and a lot of thought put behind them, even if the executions were never on the level of the people like Yukipo and Procommu. But I'd like to say that Procommu's victory here really seems to be my English is running out. I need to speak a different language for a second to regain all my English power. But the Procommu's tactics really show how a well planned out opener, especially when you know your opponents, know enough about your opponent's division and the meta in which those divisions are played, will just beat people playing regular. Procommu doesn't do risky openers and then lose it all, even when even when something like the Meeresexwaffe happen and they manage to and his opener up in the northwestern point gets stopped. Even then, the plan is still in motion. The secondary plan, the plan B, or the plan B of the plan C, subsection 8, And you mentioned, you talked about the overinvestment in AA and support units instead of the infantry there in the town, and I absolutely agree. Obviously, there should have been just West Germans have so much well-priced infantry. They could have most likely having something like Sicherungs or whatever. Could have just helped that point and kept that British infantry back long enough for the to not lose the town entirely, and that I think shows that when it came to planning the game, Yukipo was on the back foot. Yukipo was reacting. Yukipo was thinking that, there are going to be this and that kind of helicopter rushes. I need to have all of these to prevent the enemy from air spamming me, etc., etc. And when this is realized by Procommu goes full tank. full tank with second UK. This is WARNO Supertournament. You see everything here.
Yeah, that, you see British being OP. All you hippie viewers out there, yeah, reconsider your ideas there. And yeah, really strong show by Procommu here once more. And a really good tournament. We saw a lot of strategies as well, really showing WARNO from its different phases through all and its variety of gameplay. We had Mandos with a lot of armored pushes. We had Yukiore with a great mix of stuff. We had Icarus with great airborne stuff. We had Procommu with wild strategies, really sneaky strategies. Yeah, not always what the most likable strategies, especially if you are familiar with them on the receiving side of ends, but still really strong strategies for sure, and a deserved victory here in the end. So fantastic tournament. Once more, thanks to all of you viewers. The support over the last couple of days was amazing. As many, I don't think we have that many subscribers in the last 2 years at any point. Like the last time that as many subscribers came in on Twitch and YouTube was when WARNO first launched, and there was more the game than the channel that pulled all the people in. So thanks all of you, and yeah, please leave a follow over at Chloride's channel as well if you have the time. And yep, with that said, we will end it here. Chloride, any last words from you?
Thank you so much, Protos, for doing this. And I don't know if you brought a lot of attention to it, but you do have COVID, and this from you, all of this, entirety of this is a massive achievement. And even though I was willing and ready to carry the whole tournament casting thing on my very wide shoulders, you did not relent, and you kept this up. And now I demand, please go and rest. Even my voice was completely done after yesterday, so I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. All props to Protos from the chat. Spam something. I don't know Twitch culture. Spam something to show your support for Protos, and then go and follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/chloride47. This is my channel is kind of more centered in explaining the mechanics and talking over what I'm doing when I'm playing the game. So I would recommend you, if you're somebody who is wants to get into WARNO, thinks the game is interesting but doesn't really understand all that is going on, and wants to learn what are the more important units, important divisions, important tactics. My channel is a very talkative place, and I will respond in depth to all questions that I read and see. And thank you everybody for watching, and please have a nice next week.
Yeah, and don't forget to sign up to League, guys. We will all want to see you there.
Course, yeah.
Because
this is absolutely
the competitive action just has started for WARNO. We're not going anywhere. So see you all there. A lot of action to come. And yeah, have fun. Over at Elpern now, who is playing really amazing, a Man of War 2 as well. So yeah, he has a lot of fun there. Let's have a lot of fun with him. And see you all next time. Bye-bye, and have a great day.